Overwatch fans, and welcome back to the final day of the Will English Invitational. 19 teams started in the play-in round, and only 4 teams remain. Slugsnax, Hour Zero, the Weird Squad, and Attack Mode. Only one team can walk away with the grand prize, so it's time to see who is ready for crunch time. For our first semifinals match, I'm your play-by-play for today, Captain Jack, joined by Beacon Analyst, Nightly on Observation, and Uni on Production. We are also joined for a quick interview sesh with the one, the only, the Will English the Fourth, of which this tournament is named and coordinated by Will. We got a couple questions for you before we get started. First off, tell us a little bit about yourself. How have people come to know the name Will English the Fourth?
Well, thank you for that awesome introduction, Mr. Jack. Again, honor and pleasure to have you on the stream here. Look, man, I'm a huge Overwatch fan. I was front row grand finals in both years. I just wanted to have a really good competition. I normally do other games and other stuff. So if you look at my channel, I do like fighting game tournaments and everything else. But like my real passion is this game, is Overwatch in the community. And so I just wanted to kind of put something together. And so I'm just shocked. Like when I put out the tweet, I had nothing else prepared. And we had all this response from the community, and no one knows me. Like no one knows who I am, but they're gonna get to know me, and I'm gonna be, I will be back, and I'm gonna be a part of this community now. But just like I've always been a fan, and I've always tried to support it as much as possible. And I just have the, I'm just privileged to have the opportunity to kind of present this whole thing.
Well, I think you've definitely kind of answered our next question, but go ahead and elaborate a little more if you'd like. Why did you decide to put on the Invitational?
So, I just noticed that like at the end of the Overwatch League, we normally do a tournament with Chicago Overwatch, during the winter, which is kind of the off season in between, the end of grand finals and the beginning of the season next year. And I saw nothing on the schedule, nothing on the docket. And I just said, you know what, look, it's Martin Luther King weekend. People are off on Monday. Let's just throw a tournament. And my expectation was only 8 teams. I thought I was going to have 8 teams to this whole thing. And we ended up with over 20 plus. So we wheeled it down to 19 to start off with. And so I would have probably done it anyway with some different organization, but I said, you know what, why not? And also it gives me an opportunity to put it on my channel. I kind of got the opportunity to cast all of, the group stage matches yesterday, and I've never been casting that long. So I was very happy that I was kind of just, I created this opportunity for myself, but I had no idea. I was just going to be like, nope, I'm just going to in the background. It's not about me. And it's still not about me. It's like, we have so much amazing talent and crew and teams. We have, especially with Hour Zero in attack mode, I did not expect him to play in this tournament. And here we are, we're all here. So so I appreciate it, but I just wanted to do some competition, and it seems the community responded, and I'm very happy again to present this and provide this opportunity for everybody involved. It's been amazing.
Well, it has indeed been an incredible opportunity. Well, thanks from all of us that have been able to participate. But lastly, what do you hope everyone walks away with after these incredible 3 days of Tier 3, Tier 2 Overwatch?
I mean, I just hope that you guys enjoyed the competition, especially for all the players that are in the tournament. Most of these players are not going to get the opportunity they have to play against some of these teams, right? To see kind of where this is. I mean, one of the teams reached out to me in feedback and says, "Thank you for showing us where the top is in the bracket." And I said, "No," and that was the whole point. It's just like, here's a competition. It's structured. Everybody gets an opportunity to play. You get matches against teams that you probably would never would. So for the teams and the participants, I'm happy that they were able to play and just be involved in this whole process. And for everybody else that's watching, like I said, I hope you guys enjoyed the competition. We had 4 broadcast teams. We tried to cover as much as possible. Honestly, if I had my way, I would have had 8 broadcast teams, and try to cover every single game, just because I think that's important. And, it's just important for everybody just to get that airtime, to get that casting, and get some of the exposure, and maybe, audition for other teams. I mean, I know I'm auditioning for a couple of teams myself. No, I'm kidding. I'm not that good at it. But so I hope that everybody gets something out of it. And if you're disappointed by any reason, please reach out to me. I'm open to feedback. I'm open to everything. We want to do the show for the community. This is about the community. You want to celebrate the community, and I hope you guys walk away with that. That's the key. It should be fun for everybody involved.
Alrighty, well, thank you so much, Will, for joining us for this quick interview at the beginning of what is probably going to be an amazing day of Overwatch, folks. So let's go ahead and get this show on the road. Our first match today is going to be the semifinals between Slugsnax and Hour Zero. Now, Hour Zero is currently on their way to the top. They have participated in multiple tournaments before and are looking for that rematch against Attack Mode in the grand finals today. Beak, I don't know. Based on what we've seen from Slugsnax so far, do you think that they have a chance at a Cinderella story today?
Slugsnax is really fighting fate, like you said today, because I think it is almost inevitable that Hour Zero and Attack Mode meet in that fated final grand finals matchup. However, everything kind of goes out the door once you step into the lobby and get into game. And Slugsnax had a pretty good showing yesterday against some really good teams, including a good win against PW, where they actually swapped to the mirror of what PW brought to the table and actually played that mirror better. So I'm interested to see, what does Slugsnax do today in terms of their compositions? Do they do the same type of approach to Hour Zero, kind of feel them out in the first map or two and then try and replicate what they can do, if not better? But Hour Zero is just so formidable on a variety of different compositions. We saw all of the different ones come out yesterday from the couple of different games that they had. I don't really see any weaknesses in this roster, and that is partially the reason why they keep making it to these grand finals games with Attack Mode. I mean, it's not an accident that these two keep meeting. But they still have to get through Slugsnax, and they can't take them for light because they are equally formidable as well. So I'm really interested to see, as we jump into Ilios here soon enough, what these two teams have in store for us in this semifinals match.
That is absolutely true. It's going to be interesting to say the least, as we've kind of been we talked a lot about it yesterday and talked about it, and we're going to talk about it now. The fact that the higher up you get in the bracket, the more evenly matched these teams are going to be. We saw that yesterday with when PW faced off against Slugsnax. They were pretty evenly matched to start things off, and the SR differential gets smaller and smaller, and we're seeing that right now as well. Our first map is actually going to be taking us to Control Point Oasis. So go ahead and get your snacks ready, plant those buns firm in those seats, and let's go ahead and get this show on the road when the teams are ready to go. Let's go ahead and do a quick check of the chat, see how everybody is doing today. Want to give a special thank you to Tangerine for subscribing with Twitch Prime. We love Will so much, so giving that little bit of support, $4.99 or a Twitch Prime or Amazon Prime sub, will give you access to probably some incredible emotes, as well as the incredible content that Will has got on this channel. If you don't got the money, that's okay. Hitting that follow button is just as effective and gets you to be a part of this amazing community. Looking in here, it looks like we got some cheers going on for the Slugs right now. Not seeing a lot of love for Hour Zero just yet, but maybe the chat just isn't popping off just yet. So folks, we are gonna have some good Overwatch action today. So once the teams are ready to go, we'll go ahead and get started. But Beak, based on what we saw from these two teams yesterday, what kind of compositions do you think that we're going to be expecting?
Well, I think, first of all, on the chat, I think everyone's a little bit sleepy still on the support. So just wait until the game gets going, and I think we're going to see that. And also, I think Slugsnax a little bit of an underdog in this game. So that's always the more intriguing story going into any type of big match like this. But our first point, like to answer your question, is Oasis. And that might be a little bit different depending on the map type that we get. Obviously, University C is a little more brawly of a composition. So I do expect a brawl comp from Hour Zero, firmly like a Rhine Diva with a Reaper or a Tracer, or even a Sombra type of variant, as we've seen them run on with Brooks on that Sombra, like you've seen. But then also in the other 2 points, Ball is still super strong. Echo, Mercy, super strong. We actually, Hour Zero, which I think is a unique part that they've run a lot of Ana this weekend in their games, actually, whether it be Ana Brig or Ana Mercy. And like I said yesterday, everyone loves to see some really top tier Ana gameplay. So I actually think that could be an advantage to them, right? If you are getting these really big anti-nades on some key critical characters to initiate those type of hybrid dives that Hour Zero is going to be looking to have, that's going to be super effective. And of course, Slugsnax on the other side, we saw in their game against PW yesterday, is that they were going to look more into like a brawl composition in that Oasis map. But then they can play that Reaper Sombra brawl dive in a way that was really effective for them, right? So that can be applicable for all 3 different points of this Oasis control point, depending on how they want to try and match up against Hour Zero.
And one of the other big combos that we saw a lot yesterday was also the Tracer Echo. Echo right now is a powerhouse when it comes to shredding down tanks. And the way that we saw Slugsnax playing yesterday with that Tracer Echo, it was just this continuous back and forth. You know, one goes in, does a lot of damage, and then the other cleans up, or the other goes in, gets that little poke in, and then the other one swoops in with the beam, you know, from the Echo. And so, you know, there's lots of different compositions going on right now, as we've noted several times in the past couple of days. The meta is pretty new. We kind of expected the Sigma nerf. There have been a couple minor changes here and there to some heroes, and it seems like Dive is just making a comeback. And with Echo being as powerful as she is, it is just a key time to try to utilize that to its highest potential. But as you said, characters like Ana, that high risk, high reward, being able to sleep those quick characters, maybe even pulling out a Brig to make sure that your Ana's protected, to keep those main tanks going into the front line and getting the picks that need to be done, making the space that needs to be done. All those things are going to be taken into account here as soon as our match gets started. Let's go ahead and take a quick look back at the chat as we keep counting down, waiting for the teams to get ready. It looks like we are getting some love now for the for our Zero. Tenza, a controller god. I don't know if that was in my notes, Beak. Was that in your notes?
I think that was a fun fact. Yes, that was a fun fact that was actually placed in the player profiles, down in a kind of our back end producer resources. So that'd be really interesting. I don't know if he's swapped over from the console all the way to becoming a PC GM Grandmaster player, or maybe he just plays controller on PC. I don't know. I highly doubt that's the case. If so, that's even more impressive. But yeah, we are about to be entering into Oasis here. And one other thing that we did see yesterday, and I'm not sure if this will be kind of meta going forward, is we did see some Hog on Oasis, especially that University City type of brawl composition. So maybe these teams do have an idea of running that Winston with a Zarya or Winston with a Diva with a heavy kind of dive emphasis, but monkey into a Hog is never exactly a fun time unless you're playing it to the T. So I will be interested to see if one of these teams, if they're struggling, do they pull out the Hog, or maybe they pull out the Hog to begin with already. So he is playable, he is doable, and you have to watch out for him. But I have a feeling both of these teams are going to stay away from that Hog and just be a little bit more brawly, or use this ball comp that's been so popular so far.
That is true. It looks like we are ready and raring to go, and it looks like we've got some interesting comps coming out. Our Zero opting for the Rhine Ball composition. Haven't seen a lot of Reinhardt play recently, so that's going to be interesting. And Slugsnax opting for the Ball Diva. So let's go ahead and see how this is going to work out. Snozzler already on that Tracer, looking to see if they can get into that backline and be effective. But it looks like they're getting zoned out a little bit by Sluggo and Tenza on that Zenyatta Brig. And the action continuing to go strong right now as Brooks taking to the sky, looking to see if they can get those picks. And there it is. Superman being the first to fall, but Snozzler and Enigma getting those picks as well onto our Zero. Where it looks like I'm not for certain for you, Beak, but I'm having a little bit of a hiccup here on Parsec already, but we'll try to keep up as much as we can, folks. Sorry about that. Snozzler able to take Brooks out of the sky, so we know that Brooks is not indeed the inevitable powerhouse that we were seeing yesterday. And already Slugsnax has taken the objective and already gotten us up to the 40% mark.
Yeah, this is a rather interesting composition by our Zero. Can't say I like it too much with the Rhine on this at least point of Oasis. It's just so hard for him to get value. I mean, if you're Urzo in the situation, unless the entire fight is being taken on point in the low ground, where are you going to be positioning? Who are you swinging on? I mean, it's just a really hard position. I know they were being a little bit cheeky to try and reposition here as Vita goes in with these mines and trying to aggress. But it's just hard to be able to magnify this. But it does seem like the DPS are finding Pater.
That's true. Lewis being the first to fall to Brooks's beam, and the pulse bomb from My Crazy Cat does end up finding Superman, but the Transcendence now coming out from Sluggo, I think is going to go ahead and solidify the rest of this objective. The only ones left on it are Cal, but ends up finding the end of Sluggo's balls, and Tenza gets the end of their flail onto Snozzler. At the end, it looks like we're going to be at the 89% mark as we see Hour Zero take control.
Yeah, excellent initiation there by Vita with those mines, as well as coming in with kind of a sphincter move with Brooks and My Crazy Cat, just finding those kills and being able to turn the point. And this might be a little bit difficult to be able to retake. However, they do have that pulse bomb. Snozzler is going to be ready to be looking for that Zen pick, someone who's so vulnerable in so many times. But we see a beat coming out. They're going to be pushing right now.
That's right. Vita trying to go in with that slam, and Snozzler getting the double big shatter coming in there from Urzo, but without the supports to keep you up to do that additional damage as well, they're gonna fall incredibly quickly. The objective swapping back over to Slugsnax as we head into final fight territory.
And that's the problem with that Rhine pick, is that you can get a giant slam like that, but really isn't worth it. I mean, it was too little too late, and even with these ults that are gonna be coming in with, Slugsnax is in a great position to be able to hold this.
All right, well, Enigma Ori getting the first pick onto Sluggo in the backline. Big slam coming in from Vita, looking to see if they can get the follow-up damage. Superman with the Blossom, as well as the Coalescence from Cal, gonna go ahead and get those picks onto Urzo and Brooks. The only one left near the objective right now is Vita, falling incredibly low, trying to keep overtime ticking away, but not able to get back in time to help Vita out. That's gonna be 100-34 as Slugsnax takes the first point off of Hour Zero.
Snozzler was absolutely feasting on pretty much every player of Hour Zero in almost every way, every different angle. And Superman had a really important Death Blossom that we didn't see, but it really got, Brooks had his copy that he initiated and then immediately got taken out of it from that Death Blossom by Superman. So just being able to negate one of the most important game-changing ultimates that Hour Zero needed to have a lot of value in to be able to turn the tide there. And of course it didn't happen, and now 1-0 up on Oasis is Slugsnax. This is surprising.
Indeed, I am also a little bit surprised as well as to what we're seeing, because now we're looking at a double shield on the side of Hour Zero versus, once again, the dive coming out from Slugsnax. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. But Vita getting that initial pick on to Lewis is not going to be a great way for them to start off. That's a large amount of their healing. Ore taken down, and the objective, Ore being owned by Hour Zero as it gets ready to unlock. There it goes, looking to see if they can go ahead and get that lock. Enigma coming in with the big slam, but already My Crazy Cat and Brooks on that Reaper. McCree just gonna start cleaning them up. Sluggo also on that, but Baptiste being the third DPS, that OP soldier. And you hate to see it, but Limp just getting staggered out there as they try to run for the safety of the ditch. Already 15% in climbing for Hour Zero.
And this looks much more like the comp you want to run here on this map of Oasis. This super heavy brawl comp that Hour Zero is playing. It's just so hard for Slugsnax, even if they do kind of gonna get around them every angle. Being able to take the pressure on that point and take the fight on this point is going to be so tough, as they are catching Vita out here, but he is surviving so far.
That is true. Immortality Field coming out from Sluggo ends up getting taken down, but so does the mech of Limp. So we're looking at a 5.5 v6 fight right now. The Deadeye window come out from Brooks and Sluggo, zoning out the objective, but Slugsnax ain't falling for that. No sir, Bob. My Crazy Cat ends up falling to Lewis after getting the pick onto Limp, but they're going to be coming back with a mech fast and furious. Enigma coming into the side room, and there's the minefield. Immortality Field ends up getting taken down, as well as Urzo, thinking that those mines were all cleared by the Immortality, but it was not enough. And now Superman being indeed super right now, is Snozzler taking down Vita in the side room, but My Crazy Cat bringing it back with the a triple kill on the Blossom. Limp takes him out with the Diva Bomb, but Brooks locking down the objective and continuing to keep that percentage climbing as they regain control.
Yeah, even with that absolutely great 3K by my Crazy Cat on Reaper, still, you know, just being able to push through with that, and they still are in a good position to hold this point. They have this High Noon, they have this Earth Shatter, which can get a little bit more value right here with a massive slam.
The Bad Shatter! As we go ahead and see the cleanup coming in from the tanks and DPS of Hour Zero. Limp immediately after the DMAC goes for the quick reset as we head into final fight.
Oh my god,
territory.
everyone check both ways when you're playing against Orion, please. Check those corners, know what's going to happen. It's gonna see an inevitability.
Oh! High Noon coming out, ends up grabbing one after the flashbang fan. The hammer takes Superman down as well. It's a 5v4 fight as Snozzler going into the back line, looking to see if they can take my Crazy Cat down, and Cal with the Coalescence will go ahead and help with that, but the picks continuing to come in for Hour Zero. They're still holding strong right now. Superman getting ready to come out with the Blossom in the side room, but overtime ticks away. Vita slams him down with the Fire Strike, taking objective 2, 100 to 11.
I mean, that's all that Superman could try and do there, and he's just trying to save the point there. But, I mean, that slam at the end is exactly why a Rhine type of brawl composition has worked so well on University of Oasis. It's just so hard to, once you try and take the fight to the point, to try and hold that ground. And with the different ultimates they have, and they're playing that BAP Lucio, just being able to speed both tanks around and being able to get the CC onto Enigma, it was just hard to be able to sustain any longer than Hour Zero was. So this is really the big decider here. They're going to keep running with this brawl comp. I actually do like this as long as they take this high ground to begin with, but we do have to be careful that there are Lucios on this map, and if you try and take that high ground first, both Lucio is going to be looking for some free ult charge and some boot kills.
That's right, Lucia and Divas and Balls, oh my, as we go ahead and see them moving into the objective already. Vita able to finish off the pick onto Superman from the high amount of damage from Brooks. DMAC already coming in onto Limp as Sluggo follows up onto Enigma. And it looks like those initial picks are going to be just what they're looking for. Snozzler also on this Tracer having a hard time holding on right now as Brooks, you can just see patiently timing out every single McCree shot and already only 25% away from the first Deadeye.
I love this approach that Hour Zero is taking to this brawl comp. Why even go and take the high ground when you could take the fight to Slugsnax before they even rotate? And Slazlar, in response to this, like you said, he was struggling a little bit on that Tracer, and now he's going to rotate over to that Sombra, which can be pretty effective. There are lots of different characters on Hour Zero that would be devastated with getting hacked, but nevertheless, they are trying to play this a little bit more careful than they should.
That's true. We see the rotation coming out from Slugsnax, essentially going to the Hour Zero side. Deadeye coming out from Brooks, ends up grabbing Limp after the DMAC, and we're going to continue to see them hold control right now as the picks keep riding in for Hour Zero. 45% and climbing as they continue to take down Slugsnax.
Getting those bad late kills there by Slugsnax is going to be another 10 seconds to bear here, and they don't really have a ton to work with. They are coming up on that Coalescence by Cal to be able to push in and maybe put Hour Zero on their back feet here, but I mean, Hour Zero is looking really good. Crazy Cat is coming up on that Death Blossom, as well as that Shatter can be devastating on the right targets.
There it is! Big slam, ends up grabbing two, but Snozzler able to get away at the last moment. Coalescence coming out from Cal to try to help everyone else in that area, and Sluggo popping out the window to try to give some additional damage. Limp ends up finding themselves out once again as the big slam coming in from Enigma ends up helping Brooks get the Deadeye off onto Lewis. The picks just continue to come in, Brooks being the only one to fall to Cal, but it looks like this objective is going to continue to be held by Hour Zero as we head into final fight territory.
And this is it. They won't even have a chance to be able to recontest this, because this is just going to be all kind of cleanup for Hour Zero. I mean, they were investing ultimates around that 85% mark, and there's really no other way, and they see Limp Grip swapping to the Winston in desperation, and it's just not going to be enough.
I think one of the biggest focuses that we're seeing today, at least here on Oasis, is just Limp getting decimated out of mech over and over and over again. If you don't have that diva that's eating up that damage, it is going to be huge on your composition, especially when it comes to players like my Crazy Cat on that Reaper. As we saw the point getting ready to turn over to Slugsnax, but my Crazy Cat just coming in despite the diva bomb, ends up taking lives and names. Hour Zero taking an early lead 1-0 to Slugsnax.
Yeah, it's interesting, especially when you see that play of the game there with my Crazy Cat. It's always a kind of game of cat and mouse, literally, in the sense that when you're playing Reaper, you have that Death Blossom, there's a diva on the other end. You can be negated fully by that diva. But the moment he got out of mech, obviously on purpose to try and contest that point with a bomb, he saw an opportunity and he wanted to take that trade. And that is exactly the kind of smart decision-making that is proven effective and what has made Hour Zero up 1-0 in the semifinals match.
That has definitely been working out incredibly well for them. Let's go ahead and take a quick look in the chat and see what everybody's been shouting on about. It definitely has blown up since our match has started. Skyward having some poggers for Reaper play. Actually, the higher we've been going, it seems that we've been seeing a lot more of that Reaper play, only because, you know, with the tanks being as quick and formidable as it is, every single amount of damage helps. So being able to get even just 1 or 2 pot shots on a drive-by Hammond is definitely going to not only do a lot of damage to them, but also be able to heal them up as well. So it looks like our next match gonna be taking us to one of my favorite places to go, but definitely nobody's going there during quarantine. It's Blizzard World. So go ahead and get your corn dogs and hats ready, because we're gonna go ahead and have some fun on these coasters. Now, based on what we were seeing in the Oasis map, Beak, what do we expect on here? We've got some long sight lines here very early on in the map, lots of high ground potential. How does that work out for either of these teams' compositions?
Well, I think we might see a little bit more sniper prevalence here, at least on point A, but I mean, the entirety of the map does lend itself to that. But nevertheless, Slugsnax on this defense is opting to be a little bit more traditional comp that I think we have seen from them in the past couple of games, with that Ball and Diva, Superman being on the Echo, Snuzzler on that Tracer, and more of that flanky DPS. Hour Zero, though, they're going to keep with this Brawl comp, it seems like, unless they do a full swap here, which is really curious because they could get away with it on Oasis, and hey, they might get away with it here on Blizzard World. But this is going to be a lot harder just because the map geometry doesn't really lend itself that well, and Urzo on that Sigma still has to get used to the new 2.5 second cooldown with that shield, so it doesn't pop out as much, doesn't have that much sustain. But they are being smart so far with their positioning, trying to take the high ground and deny that from Slugsnax before trying to jump in and force this fight onto point.
That's right. They're using the rotation through the right side of the objective to see if they can make their way through. Brooks already in that back line, looking to see if they can get that initial support pick. And there comes the push in. Vita sending everybody in right there, trying to see if they can get those initial picks. The Discord Orb going on them as Snozzler fighting out against Brooks in this Tracer battle, seeing who can get the picks first. But it looks like it's going to be Crazy Cat taking down Cal early, so no Discord Orbs to help out the damage there. We see the dive continuing to come in from Limp and Enigma, but the shred is just too much from this team. Brooks getting ready to come up on that pulse bomb and seeing if they can stick it to a Superman before they fly away. But it looks like that pick going to come in from Tenza regardless. The objective has been captured by Hour Zero as that payload unlocks and takes us to the streets with 5 minutes on the clock.
Slugsnax cannot let Hour Zero dictate where these fights happen. Ooh. They kind of let them rotate for free on that high ground all the way to point. And once that fight is taking place on point, Hour Zero is incredibly favored on that. Of course, Snozzler and Superman can try and get the flanks, and they have all that damage coming out from Echo. And we see Superman actually swap over to McCree, so he obviously didn't feel like Echo was being worthwhile, and Brooks going to be looking for a pulse bomb here to be staggering Slugsnax even more. And there it is.
That was very close, almost stunned out that pulse bomb, but close is only in horseshoes and hand grenades, folks. Brooks able to take down Limp as well as that payload just continues moving forward. Surprisingly, it looks like the help coming out from Sluggo and My Crazy Cat is pushing that payload forward as they keep the defense in their back line. 4 minutes, 10 seconds on the clock as we're already halfway to objective 2.
And look how smart Hour Zero is with this brawl comp. They're taking the high ground away from Slugsnax already after getting all those stagger kills, right? So they're denying that to begin with. We do see some trades coming in here, so there is some signs of life from Slugsnax.
That's true. Great place to get that started. Limp getting the double kill right there as Lewis popping out the Glock to take down Sluggo as well.
Ooh.
Enigma and My Crazy Cat end up falling in the fight as well, but the res brings Enigma back for another questionable attack.
Yeah, so they finally stopped the bleeding here, Slugsnax on their defense, and this is exactly where they should be able to stop Hour Zero on this hold, provided they play their cards right. Hour Zero does have a lot of ultimates to play with. They have that pulse bomb. Brooks is looking for another victim. My Crazy Cat is looking for another fat Death Blossom here. So they have a lot of options to play with, even with Slugsnax being able to be in a good defensive position.
Look at that teleport coming out from My Crazy Cat, but Slugsnax not going to be fooled by that fake out. Already coming in, we see the Gravitic Flux being countered by the Transcendence there. I don't think it's going to be enough for them to hold as Snozzler and Brooks end up trading picks on each other's team. Brooks with the double pulse bomb, though, on Lewis and Cal is going to be exactly what they need to push this payload in. With only about 2 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock, they will grab objective 2, adding another minute and a half and another 4 minutes for them to take this objective.
I got a lot of time here for point C. I don't know where Vito was looking to shatter there, but he's kind of on his own going rogue here, and Hour Zero can only hope to support him in this back corner. But they were pretty smart there in that attack, and they only had a bunch of ultimates and only really used that pulse bomb, which got 2. And then they used that flux, which brought out Cal's Transcendence. So now they have over 3 minutes and 40 seconds to be able to take this point C, and they're in great position to do so. My Crazy Cat is going to be looking for that flank Death Blossom.
All right, Crazy Cat does grab Superman and Cal. Looks like they're going to hold on to that Death Blossom just a little bit longer. Didn't need it just yet. Snozzler now taking on the Echo themselves, but Sluggo tapping them, tap right in the back. Gonna take them out of the fight as well. The payload being cleared by Crazy Cat is gonna continue moving forward with 3 minutes on the clock.
We see a notable change here by Slugsnax. Actually, Snozzler is now on the Echo and now has that duplicate, whereas Superman was the one that started the map with it. So I'm curious to see what Snozzler, I would have to imagine a copy onto this Reinhardt would be super effective.
There it is, Snozzler coming in with the Rhine dupe. Looking to see if they can get those picks, get that fatty shatty to go ahead and lock down this objective for good. But they can't get close enough to do enough damage. They're not able to push in far enough despite having 3 shields on, or 2 shields on the field. It wasn't enough to get through all that damage, and we see Hour Zero just working through that back line. Superman, Lewis, Limp, all falling down as the payload makes its way into objective 3 with 2 minutes, 29 seconds on the clock.
My Crazy Cat had that Death Blossom, I think, halfway through Streets phase and just never needed to use it, right? He was just kind of in the face of Slugsnax pretty much every fight and just never had to feel the need to press Q, which just goes to show how clean all these engagements were for Hour Zero. Slugsnax were trying their best to contest this card. You saw Snuzzler come out with that Rhine copy, really not even to swing. He was just trying to take space for his team so Enigma can go up on that ball and that Superman can go in on the flank. So it was really hard. It seems like Slugsnax's DPS is having an extremely hard time being able to take any of the space on this map on the defense. Now they are, of course, now going to be on the attack. 2:30 is an incredible time for Hour Zero on this attack. So Slugsnax, as the pressure is on them, now that they are down 1-0 and Hour Zero has put up a formidable time, they have to do it themselves. And we see they are kind of indicating that they want to play a little bit more of that Rhine mirror. So I think Enigma's getting a little bit tired of having to go into those two more stable, sustainable tanks in Urzo and Vito and that Rhine and Sigma. And Enigma saying, you know what, screw this. I'm going to try and beat Vita straight up in this Rhine v Rhine.
And that's exactly what we're seeing in the chat as well. One of the biggest differences that we were seeing, especially with a slower composition like we're seeing from Hour Zero, is you gotta have that Lucio. You gotta be able to move your tanks in and out quickly, and Tenza was just on point with that. Even when we saw Snozzler getting that Rhine duplicate, it just ended up not working out because Tenza was just speeding everybody else like, nope, not gonna shatter my team. Getting out of here. Getting out of here. We'll re-engage in about 10 seconds. And we got a pause on the field right now. Not for certain if we're having some technical difficulties in the back line or whatnot, folks, but we'll be getting back to the action here shortly. But Beak, based on what we're seeing now, we're seeing some Ana in, we're seeing some Lucio in on Slugsnax, which we haven't seen a lot of yet in the tournament. So I don't know. What is the expectation here?
This is interesting. I mean, Hour Zero essentially is just dictating the meta in this match, right? So regardless of what the meta may look like for the rest of us and the rest of the high-level Overwatch community, Hour Zero is saying this is the comp we're going to play, and if they have problems with it, then tough, you know, it's going to be tough luck for them, right? So Slugsnax is now swapped to them, right? They're playing in a different type of gameplay now, which is what they did not exactly plan to do, but Superman and the rest of Slugsnax has flexed before to great success, so we'll see if they can do it again here.
Well, let's see if they can do it and do it better. Brooks able to get that first pick onto Cal, which is going to make it really hard for them to hold on. Superman, though, taking down Brooks in turn, so it's a 5v5 fight as we go ahead and see the push back from Hour Zero, essentially being like they are on the defense, sending them back just all the way to the spawn doors. Hour Zero are ready and raring to go to lock this down, while Snozzler is chasing around Brooks in the spawn area of their own. So already a 5v6 fight before they even re-engage.
Snozzler already tries to get that cheeky pulse bomb to no avail, but it does give up some free space for Slugsnax. So Hour Zero does use that feel, or does use amplification, which does get that out, but oh my god.
Oh, the charge coming out from Vita takes Superman down and trying to get out of the action as the rest of Slugsnax, but all they do is get shattered from behind. 2 minutes and 15 seconds remaining on the clock, and Hour Zero isn't looking to let down this defense.
I was wondering where Vita was in the when they were trying to push there, but nevertheless, he does surprise the rest of Slugsnax to be able to get that massive shatter, get that cleanup. My Crazy Cat is waiting to use this Death Blossom again. He might be just as patient as before. There's no reason to hold to be able to, you know, use it without any use. Snozzler looking for a pick again in this backline.
Woo! Blossom coming out from Crazy Cat, grabs both the healers. Pulse Bomb takes down Enigma, and everyone except for Snozzler falls until the last moment. Team kill ringing out as we see another 45 seconds off that time bank. Slugsnax, man, I don't know what they're trying to do, but they got to figure out something quick.
Well, their only next win condition here has to be a pulse grab, right? So, I mean, the only thing that can stop this, the thing Hour Zero has, is that beat, and Slugo will still have his immortality field up. So they're going to have to time this perfectly right to get the most value out of this grab and pulse.
That's right. B ends up countering the Gravitic Flux coming in as everyone ends up chasing them down, but they're just going into Limp's trap as they pop the Graviton Surge. Enigma and Snozzler end up getting the picks they need. First tick on the objective is Snozzler trying to clean up Sluggo here in the back line, trying to push them back as far as possible. Second tick, third tick, here we go. Now we've got some Overwatch going on. The objective has been captured. Another 2.5 minutes added to the time bank, and about 3 minutes for Slugsnax to get it to point 2.
Big slam there by Vita. I don't know exactly how much value he got of that, but it does. It seems like Hour Zero is going to be engaging right here, right now. Why even wait?
Yep, not waiting. We're just going to lock them at spawn doors. We've seen this a lot this weekend. I got to be completely honest with you. This is not a surprise. Whereas we see the Tracer 1v1 between Brooks and Snozzler going on in the backline. Hour Zero is taking over the payload, trying to take over this spawn entrance right out of Snackrama's. And this is Oh my gosh, this is deadly right now. Hour Zero has pushed them back, touched the spawn doors, and saying, you're not going anywhere.
Oh, Crazy Cat. Do you really think you can get away with this, man? Oh, yeah. So this is the thing. Hour Zero is obviously feeling confident in their abilities right now to the point where they're just trying to see how much they can get away with against this team.
Woo, there it is! Shatter coming in, but we see the MO trying to keep that Urzo up. Blossom now coming out from Crazy Cat, grabs the double kill as we see Snozzler swapping over to the McCree. Brooks still incredibly uncontested in this back line, trying to keep things going. Gravitic Flux coming out from Urzo ends up taking down Enigma as Cal falls soon before. 1 minute 45 seconds on the clock as the payload keeps retreating to its initial resting spot.
Brooks is just absolutely having a feast in the back line of Slugsnax. You can see in that last fight, he was just kind of having his way with Cal, even with the beat in with his window up there, but it really didn't matter.
Graviton Surge comes out, but doesn't end up grabbing anyone on Slugsnax, just a little bit outside of range. Brooks able to get that follow-up onto Cal and Limp, as Crazy Cat is essentially holding everyone else in spawn with those shotguns.
And it's amazing that my Crazy Cat is more forward than Vita is. Normally, most of the time, your Ryan and your Reaper are kind of walking and pressing W and the other team in unison. But my Crazy Cat is having no fear right now, just trying to get in every angle, every cheeky angle here on Slugsnax to cause as much chaos in the backline as possible.
All right, Pulse Bomb coming out from Brooks. Doesn't get the value that they are looking for, though. Vita able to take down Limp with the Fire Strike and a fat shatter coming in from Vita, charging straight into the action, and the rest of Hour Zero cleans it up. Another team kill in the books for Hour Zero, and Slugsnax are headed into final fight territory with only a hope and a prayer in their pocket.
Well, the one thing Slugsnax does have is that Death Blossom, and it doesn't even matter because they're going back to spawn. How can they even use these ultimates that they have banked up if they're not even being able to press W out of the spawn doors? But this is the last fight, and they got to use everything here, hopefully to just get back on the cart.
That's right, Snozzler is back on that Tracer as we see Superman trying to push the payload, but the picks are still coming in at the spawn doors. Superman and Snozzler abandoning their team just to keep that payload going in overtime, and Superman indeed pulls a Superman, grabbing the double kill, triple kill there with the Blossom combo. We now see Enigma swapping over to the Diva. Screw this, we're not going with that Rhine comp anymore. We're gonna go back to what has been working during this entire tournament, and with overtime ticking away, they've got quite a few fights to take this to second
Hour
point.
Zero just playing a little bit too aggressive there, just seeing too focused on the spawn doors. We saw Superman was able to get TP to point to be able to get the touch. That way they were actually to trigger overtime, and then also that gets a massive value from that Death Blossom, and now they're feeling themselves a certain type of way with that beat.
Ooh, Gravitic Flux almost got everyone they needed, but Enigma was under the bridge, not far enough away from that payload to make enough of a difference. Overtime continues to tick away as the DMAC comes in onto Enigma. Vita coming in with that hammer, grabbing the double kill onto Cal and Enigma. The only ones left on the objective are Limp and Snozzler, but I don't think it is going to be enough. That hammer gonna grab him. Superman, though, back in the action. Overtime continuing to tick away as they try to stay strong on this Doomfist, but with the support coming in from Tenza, it's not enough. Hour Zero, in a furious fashion, takes away Blizzard World, bringing us 2-0 in our semifinals matchup.
That was really interesting. Even with Slugsnax being able to kind of pull it back there wasn't just nearly enough. And, you know, that beat by Tenza at the end is what let them win that. Even that last fight, it became down to a grudge match in the last couple of characters, and Ryan swinging on point between a ball and a Tracer. But no matter what, the fact that Hour Zero is just dictating every piece of this match from beginning to end, from compositions, from where they're taking those fights, from how they're taking them, from how Brooks is trying to, you know, target anyone he wants, whether taking that Tracer 1v1 or just trying to target the healers in the back. Hour Zero is just putting on a masterclass showing right now. And Slugsnax, just as PW was, that we talked about yesterday, on kind of the back foot, wondering how to even come about changing this. I mean, we saw that Slugsnax came out with a couple different comp swaps, excuse me. Doesn't really matter because they're still kind of left questions unanswered here, and I don't know what else that Slugsnax has in their bag of tricks that Hour Zero can't handle.
I think that this comes to a research ahead of time. When you've got a team that's as visible as Hour Zero, you gotta know that they are one set of aggressive mothers. They have no problem taking advantage of every little opening and opportunity that you give them, and that's exactly what we're seeing here from Hour Zero. Slugsnax is having a hard time trying to stave them off, but maybe, just maybe, they might be able to do that in our next map. We are going to be heading off to Watchpoint Gibraltar, our escort map for the day, to see if they can turn this around. That provides them a lot of high ground advantage, but based on what we've been seeing from Hour Zero, high ground, low ground, any ground, it doesn't matter. They are going to just completely lock it down.
Yeah, it really didn't matter what type of geography the maps are offering. And that's why I'm even more curious what Gibraltar is going to look like. Is Hour Zero going to come back on this brawl with this Ryan Sigma comp even on Gibraltar? It's very possible. I mean, they're feeling very confident here. It's like I said during that defense. I mean, Hour Zero is just seeing how much they can get away with, and they're finding that they can get away with quite a lot right now against Slugsnax. I mean, like we said, my Crazy Cat taking pretty much every flank angle on that Reaper, ready to get all these giant Death Blossoms. Brooks is trying to attack anyone he wants. So I'm curious as to Slugsnax. They haven't run that Reaper Sombra kind of brawl with the Moira Lucio that we saw actually them playing really effectively well yesterday against PW. And honestly, Gibraltar is actually a perfect map for that. Be able to control all that high ground and be able to maybe negate any of the pressure that the main tank of Hour Zero is actually kind of be putting out, because he has just been dictating the fight pretty much at the front line every aspect, every battle of this type of between these maps. So I don't know what Slugsnax else has to do, but I feel like it's worth a try to come out and bring that comp that you played so well with yesterday on a map that would actually favor you geographically.
All right, well, it looks like we do have some swaps coming in for either side. It looks like Salty is going to be subbed in for Urzo in the tank line, as well as EMF in for Limp on Slugsnax team. So with those two new tanks in the lineup, it's going to be interesting to see how this changes things. Now, note, Vita was much more so the aggressor in many of those situations, so I cannot say that I will be surprised by this, but looks like EMF looking to get that hook ready.
Yeah, and EMF holding that hog here, though we did see him play a decent amount of Winston yesterday on that brawl Moira Lucio comp, so we might see a late swap here. But however, this could be that desperation comp swaps that we saw that we were kind of inferring to from, oh, nope, we're seeing the Ryan from Slugsnax. So they're expecting Hour Zero to match them on this Ryan when Hour Zero is actually turning the tables, and they're running their Winston here. They're not running that Reinhardt anymore.
That's right. We're seeing the dive coming out from Hour Zero right here. And my Crazy Cat already taking advantage of those early picks onto the DPS. And with that dive, they have so much mobility here on Watchpoint Gibraltar. And it looks like we're going to see some swaps coming in very quickly. Enigma on the ball, EMF on the Winston. Superman looking to go on the Genji, but opting now for that Reaper as they go ahead and start making their way into the objective. But Hour Zero still locking it down pretty hard. Brooks now in on that Sombra. We were talking about that before the cast started, that Brooks has been playing a lot of that mean Sombra today that we've been seeing from a lot of these top tier teams when we see that dive coming in. So it's going to be interesting to see how that pays off. And right now, looks like Slugsnax able to push off Hour Zero for a moment or so.
Yeah, just getting a little bit signs of life here from Slugsnax, but they got totally outgamed there from a mental perspective in the beginning. Going a comp that they thought would totally counter Hour Zero, only for Hour Zero to be something that would be way superior to them, which caused swamps to begin with. My Crazy Cat getting another kill on this payload. He had Death Blossom already!
Death Blossom ends up taking down Enigma and Lewis right there. And the rest of Hour Zero comes back just in time to help clean up the rest. 2 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock as we get ready for the next fight.
And Hour Zero is in a great position here with almost Brooks coming up on that EMP. Slugsnax Snozlar does have that pulse bomb, but it doesn't really seem like Hour Zero cares much.
Hour Zero has no worries in the world right now. Vita and Sluggo using that amp matrix to go ahead and get those initial picks onto EMF and Cal. Snozlar, though, sitting in this back line, looks like they're trying to get the attention of Hour Zero as that payload inches slowly towards its first resting spot. Superman ends up falling to Vita there in the beginning of the fight as Snozlar taking the 1v1 here against Tenza in the backline. Gonna end up working out well in their favor, but Brooks taking down EMF in the front line, not gonna be working out for them that much. Payload, though, getting ready to start moving forward, but the closer it inches, Hour Zero has more of a chance to fight back.
And the thing is, I mean, Hour Zero is taking fights in 2 different places right now, whether that's on purpose or not, but Snozlar is trying to fight on point in the back here, whereas Vita and the rest of the squad are still taking fights right here in front of their spawn. And obviously it's been pretty effective. Slugsnax has no idea what to do right now, and oh my god, EMF, that's like the 5th time he's been hacked and trying to jump in. I understand that feeling. It hurts, it's pain. But nevertheless, Slugsnax does have some ults to work with to try and turn the tide here. But Hour Zero, Brooks has another EMP ready to go. My Crazy Cat still has another Death Blossom, and they can do another EMP bomb here if they so choose to do so.
All right, well, let's see if they can make that happen. Blossom coming out from My Crazy Cat ends up grabbing Lewis once again, and we see the additional picks coming in on Superman and Cal. Enigma able to take down Brooks, but honestly, you picked one of the fastest characters to get back in the fight for Hour Zero, so we're going to be seeing them here rather shortly. My Crazy Cat still holding this front ground advantage with only 15 seconds on the clock. Slugsnax have got to pull a victory rush.
Slugsnax has the advantage in the ult economy, but that's a massive EMP. Oh my god. We got a kind of a monkey fight in the background though.
3-man EMP as we see Superman taking over the objective with Snozlar, getting those picks and those ultimates online. Blossom, Mines, and Pulse Bomb ready and raring to stick as soon as they start pushing their way in. My Crazy Cat trying to create some space right now as we see Vita in the backline just trying to take Enigma's attention away from the fight. Beat getting invested from Tenza, trying to keep them up in this fight. Big slam coming out from Enigma, but gets taken down by Sluggo as EMF follows up onto Brooks. Hour Zero continuing to fall right now despite having the advantage just due to all these ultimates coming out and shredding any kind of defense that they have. As overtime continues to tick away, we only have to hope that the feed from spawn is going to end up helping them out, but it looks like Vita, not even worried about the payload, chases down Cal, 0.89 meters, not able to get back in time with the leap, and will end up giving away 0.1 and 2.5 minutes to take away 0.2.
Slugsnax still alive here, even with that extended spawn hold by Hour Zero. And it really does seem like Hour Zero is kind of just trying to impose their mechanical ability on Slugsnax. They're not really coordinating that many ultimates. I mean, they had a lot of different ultimates to work with, from Brooks' EMP and that bomb to the Death Blossom, but they kind of all just used them in sequence without actually any coordination. I think Hour Zero could have full held that if they so choose, but it seems like they're still playing with their food, so to speak.
Yeah, that's exactly the thought that was running through my head, to be completely honest with you. There's a lot of game left to be played, and honestly, I feel that Hour Zero can turn this around at any time. Diva Bomb goes deep over the ship, but it seems like it didn't get down far enough to do anything other than clearing Enigma's proximity mines there. It looks like they're going to continue to hold strong on this defense as we see the picks come in on both of the Baptistes right there, and Salty on the mini Diva just locking down the Glock kills on Lewis. and the rest of Slugsnax heading back to spawn with 1:15 on the clock.
Oh, Jack, who needs a mech? I mean, come on, they're overrated, right?
I mean Mini D.Va is the most powerful hero.
I mean, they're also it's simultaneously the hardest hero to hit sometimes, you know. But either way, Slugsnax does have a large advantage in this ult economy. Hour Zero just kind of pouring their ultimates in from that last fight. So this is their one and only opportunity, I think, to win this. But it doesn't seem that like Hour Zero cares because Vita's just jumping in and kind of feeding a little bit in the back. But all he gets Cal, so maybe it's not so much of a feed.
That's right. Ends up grabbing Cal with the Primal Rage and starts moving back into the objective where Sluggo ends up grabbing Snozzler. And the ultimates continue to grow as the time banks dwindle down.
Oh.
Superman in that backline, but gets taken down by Brooks's Pulse Bomb. Less than 30 seconds on the clock, and Slugsnax are right back to where they started on Objective Alpha.
Yeah, this is tough. I mean, they still have plenty of those ultimates. It just seems like Hour Zero is just always taking the advantage of them to there. And Rise of Crazy Cat does get one just at the immobility field, and there are some trades coming in, but it's still, Hour Zero is just taking the fight in the spawn stairs. Like, what is this? Snozzler is kept to himself, just trying to contest the cart towards the end.
That's true. Overtime ticking away now as we see Enigma rolling in. The minefield getting ready to be unleashed as the beat from Lewis comes in early to try to keep them alive on the objective, but Brooks not even worried about it. Blossom out from Superman trying to pull a huge play right there. Ends up grabbing Tenza with the follow-ups from EMF and Snozzler. Vita able to jump in that backline, ends up grabbing Cal. That's a lot of healing not available for them on the objective, and that immortality field could prove huge with the ultimates that could have been online. Now we're seeing that minefield popping out from Enigma. Primal Rage coming out from EMF, trying to push anyone and everyone away from this objective, and it seems that the Battle of the Qs is the only way that Slugsnax is continuing to hold on to this objective. They spend all the time earning them up. They unleash him here at the very end, and they lock down this objective. Brooks being the last one to fall, and they will grab objective Bravo by the skin of their teeth, adding 1.5 minutes to the clock.
Slugsnax is just grinding their way, this torturous method to try and get to point C of Gibraltar. Salty is now swapped over to the Hog. He's actually initially swapped over to the Ball to try and touch there, and really didn't have any ultimates out at the side of Hour Zero to really win that fight on the last point of point B. But now we kind of got a big reset here for Hour Zero. They do have plenty of ultimates to work with, and they're going to take this fight on the cart.
All right, back into the cart, and Salty now on the Roadhog for this fight as we see the Primal Rage coming out from Vita, trying to push anyone and everyone away. Thankfully, most of them can just get away, not even to worry. Goes back to the payload like nothing ever happened, and Superman takes care of the big old monkey in the backline. Sluggo able to follow up onto Enigma as we see the Amp Matrix coming out. Crazy Cat, though, taking down EMF as well, and Superman is just on a feeding frenzy right now. Almost taking down Salty, but ends up getting followed up on by Tenza, and Brooks grabbing their counter tracer. 20 seconds remaining on the clock as Slugsnax again in final fight territory.
That was smart of Hour Zero to do this. I mean, of course, they've been mechanically executing perfectly well so far, but they've now swapped totally their comp line to be really anti-dive on Slugsnax, and these two mobile dive heroes on these tanks with Winston and Ball are going to have a tough time against the ultimates and the tank composition now that is in the way.
That's true. Stun comes out, and my Crazy Cat falls to Snozzler. Enigma with the huge minefield ends up grabbing Brooks and Tenza as Cal gets the follow-up onto Sluggo as overtime ticks away. Salty trapped in the side room with Superman. Believe me, that is not where you want to be. Vita now coming out as Azaria, not able to get close. And in overtime, Slugsnax takes the objective.
Slugsnax is always winning those fights when it counted. I mean, they were just as clutch yesterday against PW, and that clutch factor is now, seems to be awakening themselves now down 2-0 to Hour Zero. Even with those swaps that Hour Zero came out with, Slugsnax had the ultimate economy advantage, and that's the sad part when you are swapping heroes that often, right? So they had those mines. Enigma got 2 with them. Crazy Cat was a little bit ambitious with the Death Blossom in kind of the middle of the street there. And for all those different reasons, Slugsnax was able to push through even with no time remaining. So now the big question is, how does Slugsnax stop Hour Zero on their attack? Hour Zero has been pretty much unendingly aggressive in every way, on offense and on defense. That's what it almost seems like, right? No matter, even if they're on defense, they're going and taking the aggression to the attacking team. And now that they're on attack, how does Slugsnax handle that, sustain, and be able to push it back onto them?
Yeah, unfortunately, the strategy they were using is not going to work out well for them here. I mean, we see this a lot in lower levels of Overwatch play, teams having a very difficult time on the attack. They just store up ultimates because there's only so much damage that a team can take if it's coordinated properly. And that was working out very well for Slugsnax. They spent the entire time building up ultimates while Hour Zero kept using them, and by the end there was nothing that Hour Zero had in the bank to try to hold them off. But that is not going to work as they head in on the defense. Salty, big hook, grabbing EMF before they were able to leap away. Who needs a Sombra when you got a hook like that?
And really, everything kind of depends on, for Hour Zero, how much value Salty is getting on this hog, and we can already see he's gotten some extremely high value hook targets and kills. So I mean, it's going to be a really big important part to keep looking forward into the next fight and the rest of this map. Where is Salty? Where is he positioning? How is he going to make life hell for Slugsnax? Because just the threat of the hook being up is enough to change the behavior for Enigma and EMF and the rest of Slugsnax. And we see some changes coming in from Slugsnax. They are not going to be staying on that Winston, so they're going over. EMF is going to go into that Diva. Maybe they'll try and counteract any of the hooked targets and hooked victims that Salty finds.
That could be the case as we see ultimates starting to come out here. Brooks melting down Enigma as EMF trades out with Vita. The objective only a meter away from being captured, and there is nothing that Slugsnax can do right now. Hour Zero already pushing into their spawn as the objective is captured. The beat gets released from Tenza, and 5 minutes is on the clock.
And now we have My Crazy Cat is still looking into the next spawn, right? So he's a very forward thinker, clearly, just putting so much pressure on this front line to be able to take all this much space. Usually that's the tank's job, but Crazy Cat is taking it on himself. And they have plenty of ultimates to be able to work with. Not that Slugsnax doesn't, but they're in a great position to continue pushing through point B here.
All right, Ultimate's getting ready to come online here for both teams as they try to re-engage, and Salty really is the keeper of the payload right now, just enjoying that good old ride. Oh, but ends up missing the hook there onto Enigma. That could be costly, but Brooks ends up getting the follow-up, but now we see the Blossom out from My Crazy Cat, but gets followed up on by Snozzler as well. The mine's coming out as Brooks comes in with the Diva duplicate, looking to send down a huge bomb somewhere, but we see the Blossom coming out from Superman, looking to grab some value, but the Immortality holds everything together, and Enigma just trying to hold on to any sense of dignity, and ends up getting taken down by Vita's mines. 5 minutes, 15 seconds on the clock, and Slugsnax are just beside themselves. They have no idea what they're going to do to shut this down.
Yeah, over 5 minutes here is pretty devastating, and it's going to be a gigantic type of defensive hold for Slugsnax to be able to put this to around to another map rather. But Snozzler does have an EMP and the bomb, so EMF can, if they use this correctly, this can be a game changer.
That's true. We see the ball battle up on the high ground there as we see EMF using the bomb to take down the Immortality field. Enigma wins out the ball battle on the high ground with Vita, but Salty ends up taking down Enigma soon after. The EMP comes out from Snozzler, but gets canceled out by Tenza's beat, and it looks like the picks are just rolling in now for Hour Zero. They're rounding the bend and looking to get that 4-minute finish time here on Watchpoint Gibraltar.
Hour Zero played that EMP perfectly. Tenza know exactly that EMP was coming by Snozzler. We see the change now going back to his Tracer. But being able to hide long enough to be able to negate that, it doesn't really matter. EMF getting an early pick with the swap to Roadhog.
All right, EMF now on the Hog, able to take down My Crazy Cat, and Snozzler back on that Tracer after the EMP, and whoa! There it comes! There's the clutchness we've been waiting for! EMF, Superman, and Snozzler taking down every member of Hour Zero, and it looks like we're going to see another face-off. Who is the bigger, badder hoggy boy? Is it Salty, or is it EMF?
And we're also going to see the battle of who has the better Death Blossom. Crazy Cat and Superman both have them online. Brooks is ready to use that copy. We might get to see 2 Death Blossoms per team.
The window comes out as we go ahead and see Cal taking down Sluggo. The picks continue to come in for the backline. It is a 4v4 fight right now as we see Superman preparing to come in here. But Brooks, as the hog, going whole hog now, sending anyone and everyone away. Oh, it's a double whole hog on the objective. I didn't even notice that. We have Salty pushing him one way, Brooks pushing him the other way, and that is it. Objective 3 has been captured, giving them 4 minutes 6 seconds on the clock to make it as far as they can.
Good lord. If you ever want to give a main tank nightmares, how about looking in the face of 1 whole hog? But no, how about 2 whole hogs? To try and contest the point is absolutely unfair. That's just mean, Hour Zero. Brooks, I don't know if that was planned. I don't know if Brooks was like, hey, Salty, you know, want to do a double road hog, whole hog? That is just mean. Oh my god. I don't know. How do you stop that? I mean, you can flashbang 1 hog out of that, but you can't do both, and that is just disgusting. Oh my god. So now they're actually 4 minutes on their that they will have on their attack, but first Slugsnax has a minute to try and get it as far as humanly possible before they mount what could be the biggest defense of their lives.
Yeah, unfortunately, they don't have the time that they had during their first attack to be able to earn up those ultimates. So they have to choose the heroes they feel are going to be most effective, and I'm really kind of surprised by this.
This could be just a pull. They want to pull this hallway just to see if they can get any early pick and then swap off, because I highly doubt they're going to run this, but we don't know.
I mean, we love seeing some Marissa right there. Yeah, that was beautiful right there. EMF able to get that pick onto Crazy Cat to start things off as Enigma now swapping over to the ball, and that payload's just gonna start rolling for Salty with that hook, just waiting on the high ground, but Brooks coming in doing damage as well. The hook comes in, gets canceled out though as Brooks grabs the triple kill, and the objective already in the first 30 seconds looking to be cleared. Snozzler on that Reaper trying to hold on, but gets taken down by the Sticky Mines. Enigma soon to follow, and the res in from Tenza brings Salty back into the fight.
Brooks already has the duplicate ready to go. With 45 seconds he got that duplicate online, so Brooks is going to be able to have a feast of a time here. I don't even know if Slugsnax is aware that he can take this copy to them.
All right, Crazy Cat taking down Snozzler after the big slam, and Brooks already coming in with the duplicate in overtime, going whole hog and nothing but the hog, pushing anyone and everyone away from the objective, and that's it. 33.5 meters and 4 minutes and 6 seconds for Slugsnax to hold on to this victory. I gotta be honest with you, I'm all about the underdog story, but it's time to hang it up, Slugsnax. I think you're gonna mount the best defense as humanly possible, but to hold 30 meters for 4 minutes against a contenders level team, man, that would be a miracle and a half if I'd ever seen one.
Now, the only thing that could possibly change this is if Hour Zero tries to meme it a little bit, and then Slugsnax is able to successfully defend against that memery, and then by the time they swap, Slugsnax has that ultimate on him. But even then, Hour Zero has just proved so dominant, regardless of the type of meta. Superman is going onto the Genji. In his mind, he feels if he's going to go out in this tournament, he's going to go out playing a hero that he likes to play. Right. So, but oh my god, I want to talk about Brooks on that last fight. I mean, that was just disgusting. Being able to copy the Roadhog right as they were dying, get a killer flick hook, and then be able to take enough of take a breather to fend anyone off that point so no one can contest. It's just a series of events. That's a built different type of thing.
That's right. It's almost looked like we're looking into a Lemony Snicket novel here for Slugsnax as they go ahead and teleport into the high ground, looking to see if they can get that initial pick. Enigma, though, taking down Vita, ends up getting abandoned, but My Crazy Cat, as well as Tenza, go ahead and chase down Snozzler. Brooks already working on that high ground as well, looking to see if they can get those follow-up picks. We're already at 31 meters, folks. I'm not for certain what else we can do at this point to see them try to hold on. Salty coming in with the big hook as Brooks gets the follow-up onto Superman. Salty getting the D-Mech, taking down the Immortality, and Sluggo slugging it out on the objective. Hour Zero will not let Slugsnax feel any more pain and are going to go ahead and take this 3-0 here on Watchpoint Gibraltar, ending our first semifinals matchup and seeing Hour Zero head into the grand finals where maybe they will face off against Attack Mode for the third time.
Yeah, that was just a series of unfortunate events, like you said, for Slugsnax. I mean, we had Salty on the cart there, really just AFK, just taking a breather when he was getting any type of damage, because they, like you said, they only had what, 38 meters to go, 33 meters to go,
5 meters.
And by the time that Slugsnax was contesting, there were 31 there, so all he had to do was just stand there and look scary with a hook. Right, and the moment that they actually dropped, that's when he hooked Diva, got her out of the cart, and really it was a team diff. I mean, I don't know how else to describe it. Hour Zero pretty much had their way with Slugsnax in every which way, every which type of composition, taking fights where they wanted, how they wanted, using ultimates at will, not even needing to combine them really. They just kind of imposed their will up and down the lineup in every map against Slugsnax to be able to take it to the grand final of this Will English Invitational.
That is true. And Slugsnax, although you have lost your chance at the grand finals, you're not out of it yet. We will be having a third place matchup later in the day, so you still got your chance to get a little bit of that dough that we got passing around here for the top spots. But Hour Zero is, as we've been saying all along, it seems to be written in the stars that they are just destined to be there. Now, the question is, will destiny also continue to befall Attack Mode as we head into our next semi-finals match? Thank you so much for joining us. We're going to go ahead and take off, but more Overwatch action is going to be coming up soon. So stay tuned for more of the Will English Invitational.
And welcome back to the Will English Invitational. Again, my name is Will English IV, and we're getting into our second semifinal match between, well, I should know this, Attack Mode and the other team. I'm sorry, I'm gonna mess this up.
Weird Squad.
Yeah, the Weird Squad. I should know that. Either way, I'm Will, and we have TPPC, Ryan, and we have Charcoal on the mic. We are just our second casting team from this weekend. How are you guys doing? How was your weekend so far?
Hey, it's going great. Thank you very much, Will. This weekend has been awesome. It's been so much just good Overwatch that we've been able to observe, and I don't know. How are you doing, Cal?
I'm doing great. I'm enjoying all of these matches. I'm really glad that we got to see a really kind of high-level competitive scene right after a big meta swap, so we can see all sorts of different looks coming out from all these different teams.
Exactly.
Yeah, you just saw our 0 play against Slugsnax in the 3-0 fashion. What do you expect from this next match between Attack Mode and the Weird Squad?
I think this match is going to be super competitive. What do you think, Cal?
I'm definitely going to be looking forward to seeing Attack Mode running their Echo and Tracer compositions like they did yesterday. They really seem to love those. We haven't gotten to see Weird Squad yet, at least me and Ryan haven't, but we've heard some great things. They're both undefeated teams so far, so this is going to be a great match.
Well, that's good to know. It's good analysis. I didn't know they went undefeated.
Exactly. Both these teams are just at the highest level. Both of these teams sporting extremely high-ranked players in the 4.4 to 4.6 SR range as well.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, I don't want to get too far into your way. We got this match already queued up and ready to go. So I will let you guys do your thing. Good luck, and let's get into this next match.
Absolutely. All right, we're going to be jumping in here soon onto our first map. It will be Oasis, and let's just take a look at these two teams here. It's Attack Mode versus Weird Squad. What we know from Weird Squad is that they do seem to favor this Tracer Echo comp.
Yeah, that's right. Tracer Echo seems to be a very dominant DPS kind of combination that we've seen so far this tournament. Both of them just provide so much damage from different angles, which really renders to a very aggressive playstyle.
Right, and I mean, it's as much as you say aggressive, let's talk about Attack Mode too here. They also really, really like that Tracer Echo composition, but both of these teams play that super aggro. Attack Mode, their team name defines their entire playstyle. They will walk to your spawn door.
Yeah, they never hesitate to really embody kind of that offensive philosophy and just go in, always fighting on your half of the map, just trying to push all the way to spawn. It's really entertaining to watch them play, always with Echo up in the sky, just trying to shoot behind them, just like narrowing down on their whole team throughout the whole time.
Right, and I mean, this weekend has been such a wonderful opportunity for us to just take a look at what these compositions in this new meta is going to be. The new meta, in fact, having just changed a few weeks ago, we saw big nerfs to Wrecking Ball, big nerfs to Sigma, big nerfs to Ashe, and the only 3 of those heroes that we've seen a ton of so far is the Wrecking Ball.
Yeah, we really haven't seen Sigma or Ashe as much. We have seen a lot more Diva instead of Sigma, and then we've seen Echo a lot instead of Ashe. And that's in part just because Echo provides so much damage and really can help replace a lot of the damage that's lost with Ashe. And Diva just provides so much more mobility than Sigma does. It just allows you to commit fully into that dive with that Wrecking Ball.
Right, and I mean, let's just talk about this Echo versus Ashe thing. Now that Ashe doesn't have that mercy-pocketed, damage-boosted, one-shot capability, Echo is significantly safer up in the air, off on those off angles. You can either receive a mercy healing, damage-boosting those right-clicks, getting one-shots potentially with that, or maybe even you just have a Brigitte just throwing armor packs. We've seen that too this weekend.
Yeah, that's right. Echo really has a big advantage against Ashe in terms of her mobility. She can just move all around the map. She has tons of vertical mobility as well as horizontal. It's really hard to target, and she can just open up so many different angles that Ashe can. She can also just provide so much more pressure to the front line with her focusing beam that can deal 208 damage per second if the target is below 50% health. It can just melt through tanks when it's needed.
Absolutely, and I think the meta also is a little bit going to change depending on whatever map we're going to be on. These close range maps, we've seen a lot of different stylistic picks. Zaryas have been picked this meta. We've seen a few Reinhardts, but Reaper, we just saw in Hour 0 proving to be one of the most effective picks this week.
Yeah, Reaper is very strong, particularly on these closed maps where you can really shut down a point. You see a lot of these brawl compositions coming out sometimes. It's looking like on this more open point on Oasis, we're going to be seeing dive compositions from both teams with an Echo, and then very likely a Tracer once they swap off. Yeah, we see both teams come out with a Tracer. We do see Weird Squad coming in on the Sombra, and they're going to be looking to really try to set up these dive targets with those hacks.
Absolutely. Emerin is going to have to find some picks in the backline, but Chime, he has been a superstar all weekend long alongside Rocket here. If they can get this first initiation, it seems like they might be able to take the point. They've got the high ground control for the moment, and it's already going to be a DMAC, though Chime, he's already going to go down. First blood going the way of Weird Squad.
Yeah, that's right. We see Chris just kind of roaming the low ground on point, trying to pressure out any of attack mode who's just trying to set up a dive here. And that's allowing them to kind of open this up a little bit more.
Right, Rocket, though, he's not going to go bested. Chris going down to his hand, and it's just going to be a very brawly fight here. They're pushing people off the point, and it looks like attack mode, they're going to get control of this point.
Yeah, they're able to fall back and just quickly do a soft reset and then immediately go in. Now they're capping it, and then you can see they're already starting to push in to the Weird Squad side of the point. So you can see this aggression starting to come out already so early in this match.
Right, and it seems like it's going to be a little difficult for Weird Squad, especially if they're losing these fights, for Emerin to build that EMP.
That's right. There's not really any DPS that they can grind. They really just have to focus on the Wrecking Ball, and all of their DPS are just kind of too mobile to really like track down. Even the Wrecking Ball can just move around so much quicker. It's going to be difficult for them to build it up.
Exactly. That's not going to stop Emerin, though, from getting that hack onto Chime. He's going to sit safely there onto the high ground. Crimson, though, he's found a big slam off onto the left, and Chime right there alongside him, following it up with that focusing beam. Emerin down before he even gets that EMP. It is going to be a duplicate committed here, but it doesn't look like it's going to matter. Oh, that is one poor D.Va getting run over by the cars.
Yeah, that's the rare car kill that we don't often see, unfortunately, though. One thing that we really haven't talked about a whole lot is the role that Crimson plays in this team. He's just so good at disrupting and going in and just getting these pile drives on the team that will just kind of either finish off these kills or really create the opportunities for Chime and Rocket to go in.
Right, that is a big EMP initiation, though, from Emerin. He's going to catch 4 members on the side of attack mode. Skyward, though, doesn't want to let his team fall. He's going to use that sound barrier. Baz is going to find a sound barrier of his own, but Ship, he's going to be forced to use that self-destruct to keep his mech alive for now. Weird Squad, they've committed so many ults to this fight, but no picks have been found yet. Attack mode just sustaining here in the back. It looks like Chime, though, those sticky bombs taking out Baz in the backline. Now no supports lie on the side of Weird Squad.
Yeah, now at this point, this fight is definitely lost. They're just going to be pushing in, trying to get these respawn kills, just to try to get as much percent on the point here as possible. We are going to be looking at this final fight. Weird Squad only has the Wrecking Ball mines, but attack mode really only has kind of these 2 key ultimates. We're going to really need to see Rocket getting some kind of pick with his ultimate here.
Right, the last second touch here from Weird Squad. Unfortunately, they don't have the feet, they don't have the people on the point to be able to contest as much as they'd like. Chris trying to commit that pulse bomb and save this fight for their side, but Lunacy is going to lose his mech as well. Chris not quite able to do enough quite yet. Chime, though, consistently finding these kills, copping onto that Tracer, making sure that this is a 100-0 first round.
Yeah, as soon as attack mode was able to just win that first fight by just falling back and then going in quickly with all that burst aggression, they've just been totally dominant on this round. They just utilized the high ground so well, and they're always willing to push in. If Weird Squad gave them an inch, they took a mile. So they're just constantly moving forward.
Right, we will see a little bit of different compositions coming out probably from this next round. It's going to be a lot more close quarters. Emerin deciding the Sombra is not quite getting the value and going for the Mei, potentially.
Yeah, this is one of those more enclosed points where you're going to start to see some of these teams run this kind of brawl style with the Reinhardt and the Mei and the McCree. This will allow them to just really kind of bunker down on point and just hold it very effectively. It's going to be a little bit more difficult to deal with the tanks here, but they'll be able to deal with their attack mode DPS, Chime, and Rocket very well with this McCree.
Right, and we'll see if they can benefit at all from the anti-dive measures that they have. Chris trying to take a little bit of a cheeky flank here. Chime not going to quite let that happen. Neptune keeping him well and alive, that is, until Chime finds the extra shots onto the back. Emeren's going to take out Neptune in return, and now there's no supports left for attack mode here. This might spell a very easy fight win for Weird Squad as they take control of the point.
Yeah, that's right, and that's a crucial loss there for attack mode, just because now Weird Squad is going to be in a really strong position. Their composition really relies on them having that point control to be able to do really well here. So now they're really in a strong position. They're going to be building up their ults in this next fight and the one after, and we're going to start to see really some magic happen for the side of Weird Squad.
Right, Weird Squad, they're menacingly sitting up on this high ground, waiting for attack mode to contest. They're willing to give them a little bit of that control because they are still building up that percentage point, but now they're going to be forced to drop for the moment. It looks like Shift, though, he's going to be frozen in the backline. A lot of ultimates coming online for attack mode very soon. A slam coming down, but no follow-up quite yet. Chris going to fall to that focusing beam. Chime potentially building up this duplicate for the fight. This fight, though, is still 49%, 41%. For Weird Squad.
Yeah, that's right. You can see Weird Squad is playing here very defensively. They're not trying to push in and go in for these like big picks or anything, and that's one of the reasons why you saw them lose this point. Now attack mode's in a really strong position here because they have that short high ground there. They have a couple different angles that they can work with. We know that Chime and Rocket both really enjoy working with these different angles, and especially this verticality on point. So it's going to be a little bit more difficult for Weird Squad to push in here, even though they have a couple key ultimates coming up.
Right, Chime just always abusing those angles from above menacingly. He's like a hawk, a falcon, just swooping down to get those kills. But Emeren opening up this point for their team. Skyward is going to receive that res, but Weird Squad, they're committing a few ultimates here. The beat and that freeze coming in is going to be like Crimson is a little bit caught out, but Skyward protecting everyone in the backline. Chime's copied the McCree, and he does manage to find a pick with that high noon, but this fight is not over yet. Weird Squad just sustaining in this room, and they've got a few ultimates to try to win this back.
Yeah, they're willing to commit these ultimates just to develop some space here on point. And we see the same thing coming out from Shift here, just using that Depot Bomb to try to clear out a little bit more room so they can initiate a dive.
Right, and they don't have exactly as much value from those ultimates as they want. It looks like attack mode, they're just going to take advantage, slowly back off, give them a little bit of time, but they haven't lost control of the point. They have 73%. This is looking to be close to last fight territory.
Yeah, Rocket is very close to his ultimate, which is going to be very helpful here just because it can allow you to get one key pick, potentially even more because Weird Squad is all focused around playing very close together as a team. And now we're going to need to see some kind of very aggressive look here just so they can try to end this fight quickly and it doesn't draw out.
Right, and it looks like that pulse bomb is going to come out, not quite getting a ton of value in the backline. Weird Squad, they're taking a position onto this fight, and Chime keenly picked off in the backline. Neptune is going to keep him resurrected, but while that is being done, Rocket is going to be picked off in the backline. Weird Squad, they've managed to flip it for now. Attack mode, they're just chilling on this high ground. They can wait until they have those resources back.
Yeah, that's right. Emeren really opened up that point with that kind of opening pick on Rocket, which really allowed them to just move in and take all the space and occupy this point. Now it's going to be a little bit harder for attack mode to push in.
Right, attack mode, they're going to have to be walking straight into Emeren's May freeze here onto the point. The Blizzard going to prove extremely good on this low ground point. Attack mode, they are going to push forward here. Skyward not quite finding the beat onto that many players, but Neptune making sure that everybody is alive with that Valkyrie as well. And here we see it, the Emeren May freeze coming out. Chris going to take advantage of that and find the pick onto Rocket. Both mobile DPS and Crimson are going to be low or dead, and that is a fight win for Weird Squad.
Yeah, now it's coming up on Weird Squad's final fight. They have still both tank ultimates and their Lucio beat, and this is going to be really easy for them to hold potentially. If they can just push in, just get some early picks, then it could be over here.
Oh no, the Shatter's gonna miss it. Frog Skyward is just a little too sneaky there. He does get that last second touch, and it's gonna buy attack mode enough time to walk forward onto this point, but Chris has had enough of those shenanigans. Pops the high noon and takes out Skyward. D.Va Bomb trying to keep this point alive for attack mode. This is the final fight. Whoever takes this will take this first, or rather second map, and Weird Squad, they're taking this back.
Yeah, and this is where we can see a lot of kind of the power of just playing to the map here. They really just were able to utilize kind of the smaller area on the point, and they're able to just deal so much more damage in close environments compared to attack mode's kind of more spread out composition that relies on encircling your opponent and just going in for the execution.
Right, absolutely. Look at that. It's just so much harder for attack mode to get those clean dives. It's so much harder for Crimson to get into the backline. Think about how many CCs he's now got to deal with, especially the flashbang and the May freeze.
Yeah, May just really kind of does a lot to shut down attack mode's composition. They're able to just really put a lot of pressure on the D.Va and the Wrecking Ball just because of the slow. As well, they're able to just kind of, we saw a couple times the May was able to deal with Rocket and Chime both. So the May can just do so much work here.
Right, and especially with the freezes, it encompasses almost that entire point, and if they're able to catch anybody in that, a quick left click alongside the ult instantly freezes one of those targets and just makes Chime's and Rocket's life so much harder. If they don't have that space from Crimson and their D.Va, they can't walk forward, they can't get those finishing kills.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So now for this next point is going to be a little bit more open. So we're going to be potentially seeing attack mode kind of do better if they're just going to be committing onto this same kind of composition. But there is still some room for Weird Squad to play if they want to really kind of commit onto their brawl. But we did see some kind of adaptability from them as well. So it's very possible that they could also swap over and try to mirror.
Exactly. This map is going to be a bit more of a hybrid. We're going to be going to Gardens here just shortly after the pause. It's going to be so crazy to see. We have Dive on one hand winning out that first round, and we have this brawly CC-based comp on the other hand winning out that close range second round. And when you mix the two, we're going to have to see how these teams adapt. But remember, Weird Squad, they do have the momentum here. They turned that back from almost an entire point capture. It was a one-fight win for attack mode, and they completely turned that around.
Yeah, we do have to kind of look at the mental side of this too. They are in a really good position. They did lose the first one, but they're on kind of the upswing now on the second one. It's totally possible that they could win the third here. They could have the kind of the energy and the momentum just to be able to kind of go in and just really dominate on this next one.
Right, and I just want to talk a bit about the supports that we're seeing here as well. Specifically, I want to talk about Neptune because it doesn't look like you're seeing too much here, but a lot of times in these fights, either through a Valkyrie keeping everybody alive or even just sticking with Chime, Neptune's having a lot of impact. They're getting so much damage boosted, and that's probably what's allowing Chime to go in so aggressively and get these picks. And maybe that last round they might have struggled a little bit, but that first round really proved that they do have that capability.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. The good Mercy pocket can just do so much to really enable your DPS, especially when you have that plus 30% damage boost on a hero that already does so much damage like Echo. I mean, Echo can just melt through kind of any opponent with that additional kind of pocket.
Right, absolutely. We're going to be rolling out here, and it does look like we're going to see a very similar look from attack mode, although Weird Squad, they've swapped up their tanks a little bit.
Yeah, it's looking like they're going to be going with these dive tanks, but with the same DPS that they had last time. They're really going to be trying to focus on shutting down attack mode's tanks and just pressuring them out, and then just letting them fight on point from there.
Right, and it looks like attack mode, they are really favoring this high ground for the moment. They've got control of the point, but the point has yet to unlock. They're just waiting on Weird Squad to try to find an opening pick, and Chrissy's already built up 50% of that high noon here. Look at that, that's spam.
Yeah, that's right. Chris is just doing so much work here at this medium range. He's able to pressure out the tanks. He's able to pressure out both DPS. He is really just a good kind of counter pick.
Right, and it looks like attack mode, they are getting a little pressured back for the moment. Super Gomez is going to find the slam onto Crimson. Crimson looking extremely low health, and now it is hit 0. Rocket following soon after. Chime has found that pick onto the mech, but it looks like Weird Squad, though, getting so much value out of this ranged poke. They just have way better poke than attack mode.
Yeah, that's right. These two DPS from Weird Squad, Chris and Emran, just these picks allow them to play a little bit more slowly and just kind of move in and at a slower pace, which lets them basically just poke their way through this fight. By the time they're ready to fully commit with their tanks, attack mode has already lost a lot of resources, and it makes it much more difficult for them to kind of engage in a long, sustained fight.
Right, but Chime, he really understands what he needs to do here. They are prepping for the dive onto the backline. They do have that duplicate ready. It's going to fall straight onto the Diva. Chris popping that high noon, but it's going to get eaten up straight by the duplicate. They almost have that self-destruct online, but Chris actually did manage to find Skyward in the back. Follow that soon after with a headshot straight onto Rocket, signing his name straight into his skull.
Yeah, and attack mode has to immediately fall back here. It's just too difficult for them to push up onto this point. Both of these DPS are really just shutting them down. The Mei is just able to pressure their tanks so much, and Chris on the McCree is just able to deal with both of their DPS so effectively. I mean, Chime is now trying to focus him down and force him out of position so he can't get as much value as he is, and to open up something for their team.
Right, we are looking very, very close to this last fight. If Weird Squad wins this here, Emran, they know exactly what to do. Attack mode is going to commit the bomb with Ship and this Lucio beat as well. They're going to push straight back in, but that's not enough. Chris always managing to find those early picks into the fight.
That's right. Chris is really kind of shining here. Every single fight, he's getting at least like 1, 2, 3 picks even. And that was really almost the final fight. There's only 97% remaining.
Oh no, look at Crimson. He's just trying to make his way through that point, but it doesn't look like he's going to be able to. Weird Squad smushing him straight there with the body blocks. That is going to be a 2-1 victory on Oasis for Weird Squad.
Yeah, it really does look like Weird Squad kind of has this really nice look that works with this hybrid composition. They were really able to kind of adapt to the map very well and carry that momentum from that second round win into that third.
Absolutely, that dive was so effective. That initial surprise of burst damage that you see from Chime was unexpected maybe on that first round, especially when there's so many high ground angles to work with, but adaptation is always going to be key, and Weird Squad, they seem to have mastered it, at least on that map.
That's absolutely right. Weird Squad really found a look that works against attack mode, and it seems to be putting Chris on this McCree and Emran on this Mei. It just does so much to pressure their tanks and deal with their DPS. Both of their DPS from Weird Squad can deal with Chime and Rocket on attack mode.
Right, and that ranged poke is just really allowing no space to be gained from the side of attack mode. It'll be interesting to see how they decide to run that, though, on this next one. We know that attack mode, they do have this other composition in their pocket. They can pull out the Torbjorn and the Orisa. They had been known to do that. But attack mode, they're just not able to be as aggressive. Weird Squad must have watched the VODs and looked at them and seen that attack mode, they get super aggressive. They are not having any of that.
Yeah, the real question is going to be if Weird Squad can keep up this look into different kinds of maps. We saw that a lot of these kind of compositions that they pulled out were somewhat map dependent, working better on closed maps rather than open ones. So if they're able to kind of keep this success rolling into different kinds of maps coming up, then maybe they'll be able to deal with kind of attack mode's aggression in the same way that they did here. But otherwise, attack mode might just be able to kind of dominate them just going through if they aren't able to come up with some kind of solution to this overwhelming pressure that they provide.
Exactly, and speaking of maps, I believe we will be going on to a hybrid here shortly. We will be loading into Blizzard World, and that first point is a little bit different here, though. We have to, we know that the Mei is extremely strong against attack mode's comp, but on this first point, it might be very difficult to find a choke there. We might even see Weird Squad try to run a bit more of an aggressive comp just so they can speed into that Mei wall that they've got, at least for this first point.
Yeah, we might see them commit to this full kind of brawl style, perhaps with a Reinhardt, but definitely with a Lucio if they go for this option. And then they'll be able to just kind of bypass any of those chokes and just focus on just trying to fight closer to point. That'll allow them to really not kind of get stalled out in these more narrow areas where attack mode's dive will really have an advantage.
Right, and I just really think that the duplicate just needs to be getting a lot more value during these fights. Chime is able to find a lot of key, defensive options with his duplicate, a lot of times eating the ultimate of Chris, but not really able to get that offensive value that we've seen from him before.
Yeah, their composition pick is really forcing them to play in a more defensive style, which is inhibiting how much value he can get from the duplicate ultimate on Echo.
Right, and it's just like, I wonder if we'll see a different composition here from Attack Mode. It's really all on them to try to see if they can change up the style of play. Maybe they're more comfortable on this map, though, and maybe they've got better strategies going forward here.
Yeah, it's very possible we'll see a different look. The game before this, we saw 0 Hour pull out the double barrier with Sigma and Reinhardt on this map. So it's very possible that we could see an entirely different look from either team, especially because 0 Hour did get some success with that.
Right, and we're going to be loading up here once again very shortly. We will be starting. I don't know. I also think that we see from Attack Mode, we had a lot less healing output with that Mercy and that Lucio. It seems like the Moira is just such a high value pick when it comes to the healing.
Yeah, that's right. Moira just allows your team to really kind of play the fight for the long game. You don't have to deal with, or you don't have to rely on so much burst damage and immediate value. You can really kind of play it a little bit slower, which is what they're trying to do with that McCree, and moving in at kind of a more steady pace, and just eat all that kind of poke damage that Echo will provide them. We are seeing Attack Mode pulling out this Torbjorn Orisa composition to really try to kind of anti-dive what they expect Weird Squad is going to do here on the dive. But it looks like Weird Squad is going to be sticking with that final composition that we saw in the last map.
Exactly. Gates opening up here. 4 minutes on the attack for Weird Squad to push into this. Crimson, again, onto that. Orisa going to be able to provide a bit more of that ranged poke damage skyward as well, allowing his team so much more healing and ranged pressure.
Yeah, we're seeing Attack Mode rotate a little bit back to point just to give up a little bit of space and keep that range.
Right, and it looks like an initiation comes in from Super Gomez. Not going to quite find anything for the moment, but Chris going to make good work of that, and Skyward, while distracted, is going to go down. They've already got that first super critical pick, and now they have no more supports for the side of Attack Mode. Weird Squad rolling up straight in. That is a very clean first point fight.
Yeah, the problem with this composition from Weird Squad for Attack Mode is just the fact that their DPS can do so much work up close and at kind of a medium range distance. So it's really hard to exist whenever you're trying to like stay back and just very kind of spam them out. They're eventually going to be forced to move in up close where they're going to have a disadvantage.
Absolutely nasty shot from Chime, who has switched back onto the McCree. I'm not sure that Baz was quite expecting that one. Attack Mode, they are starting to adapt a little bit to this more medium range shield-based composition, and they are very cleanly pushing that advantage onto the point. It is 5 minutes still, a very staggering amount of time to look forward into.
They do have plenty of ultimates, though, coming up here. I mean, they have their Torbjorn ultimate, which is definitely going to help them, as well as that Bongo, which will give 50% damage boost to everyone on their team within LOS.
Right, and exactly as you say that, Super Gomez is going to try to get the initial initiation here, slamming back down onto them with the mines. Rocket going to cover that point with the lava, and it's not going to make a difference, though. It looks like Weird Squad pushing straight past everybody, straight past the hot floor. Chime, all he can do is try to get some exit picks here on the back end, but Attack Mode, they're just stalling the point for now.
That's right. They were able to just kind of overcome the Orisa there, and that allowed them to just open up so much space for their DPS to do some work. Now they're going to be setting up on this high ground. Weird Squad themselves have a couple ultimates, which will allow them to just kind of keep this space open and then slowly collapse on Attack Mode.
Right, and we always see Weird Squad, they're always using these ultimates first in these fights, so it's going to be interesting to see Attack Mode. They really need to get some value out of this Orisa Bongo. It's going to be Chime popping his ultimate first, though. He's staring straight into the back of a self-destruct, though, going to fall immediately to that no immortality field to keep him alive, and that is exactly what Weird Squad wanted, using both of these support ultimates to continue this aggression. Neptune going to try to keep everybody back alive. It's all already to the end of this second point. They have to make this fight work if they want to hold it here. 3 minutes and 26 seconds. Weird Squad trying to finish out this fight, but it looks like attack mode, they've managed to make a stance on the point.
Yeah, Weird Squad definitely still has an opportunity here, although it's looking like they're going to try to fall back now that they lost Super Gomez. They don't want to lose anyone else. Oh, and it looks like Baz was trapped on the Emran's May wall there.
It's just a distraction while the enemy team backed out for a little bit.
Yes, of course. So now Emran does have that May ultimate, which is really going to help them try to push in onto the point and shut down that space. But Rocket also does have his Torbjorn ultimate, which can be used for the exact same reason. So it's really going to be interesting to see who uses it first.
Right, Super Gomez, he switched over to this Reinhardt pick, and remember that Rocket Torbjorn ultimate is going to be dealing extra damage to that armor, but Super Gomez doesn't want to have any of it, is walking completely away from that, and that is all red in the kill feed. Weird Squad completely finishing out this fight. Ship only managing to find Emerin here. Chime trying to, you know, save the point for his team here. He is one of the best characters to stall, and this respawn advantage is super powerful. But it looks like Weird Squad, they commit a few more ultimates, and they do get it across that second point line.
Yeah, we did see a different look from Chime coming here with the May, and that just really helps kind of enable their team to fight a little bit more close, just get a little bit more value. Unfortunately, they weren't able to hold here, but now they are going to be able to kind of get an opportunity to take a breath, regroup, and then go in as a full team. They still have their Orisa Bongo to work with, that 50% damage, which is going to be really powerful, especially for their Orisa, just with all that spam damage there.
Exactly, but Weird Squad, you have to see Super Gomez getting so much value out of Reinhardt. That is a one-fight built shatter. He's gonna pop it straight onto 5 members of Attack Squad there. The initiation comes in. Emerin finding the pick onto the backline, following up on that, and Chris doubling down on it with that high noon. What an absolutely massive play, completely counteracting the Bongo.
Yeah, that was an incredible shatter there. That got, I believe, 5 people there, except everyone except for Chime on the side of attack mode. And he was able to put up that May wall just to kind of help mitigate some of the damage. Now we're looking at Emran's May ultimate coming up here as kind of being the star of the show here. They could potentially win it here with that ultimate.
Super Gomez already back up to 50%, but he's gonna fall to that Maze Freeze. Chime in the back line, trying to separate him out from his team and being very successful at that. They are able to hang on for the moment, but Weird Squad has 2 minutes left to try to break this hold.
Yeah, now attack mode does have a couple more ultimates built up, which will really help them out here. They really need it. They have 2 minutes to hold, and they can't lose a single fight. Weird Squad is looking pretty strong, though, here with this Reinhardt. They're just able to really speed up onto attack mode, and they don't have kind of the same mobility with their main tank.
Oh, and that sneaky May ult from the side. Weird Squad wasn't quite expecting that one, especially Chris sitting there in the freeze with his high noon. Everybody on the attack mode gonna walk forward, Ship especially making sure that nobody can get out, and Lunacy especially. No, the stagger.
Yeah, staggers like that are brutal. They can be really key to help just wear down the clock. Now they have to wait for Lunacy to respawn in order to go in as a full team. Weird Squad does, however, have 5 ultimates going in here. They can use any number of them to just win this fight here. They'll still have a little bit to push now that the card has rolled back, but it's still totally winnable here.
Exactly, this is make or break right now, and Super Gomez is gonna open it up with that shatter. Every ultimate on the side of red being popped, and you will see the value just in the kill feed alone in the top right. Everybody going down from attack mode. They have to swap to some stall picks to try to make this work.
Yeah, we're seeing those swaps come in. It's looking like we have a Wrecking Ball now just to barely touch, and he goes flying into the air.
Absolutely, it's just gonna be not quite enough here. Attack mode not able to step onto the cart even though they had a few ultimates banked up. What a crazy attack from Weird Squad.
Yeah, that was an incredible attack to watch. But it's still important to remember that they only have 42 seconds left on their time bank. So it's really important that they have a very good defense here, because they don't want to have to go into a situation where they have to defend, or where they have to take multiple points with just a minute on the clock.
Right, and we'll see if attack mode opts for their other more dive-styled composition, because we saw the Orisa being a lot more effective on defense, or typically will be significantly more effective on that defense.
Yeah, Orisa is really much more valuable whenever you have the ability to use these kind of lines of sight and these angles that are already pre-established, that you don't have to fight for, that you just have by default. And that's the big advantage of playing her on defense. It's looking like it's a possibility that they're going to run the same composition with that Orisa on attack, which will be interesting to see how they're going to push up and take the space. Weird Squad is looking pretty comfortable on this composition that we saw, except with the Wrecking Ball instead of the Reinhardt. So we're seeing the same picks from their DPS, which seem to be getting so much value here.
Chris sporting that London Spitfire skin as well as that golden gun, just getting so much value in all of these fights, absolutely being enabled by the rest of his team to work for those kills.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Their composition really enables their DPS extremely well, which is very interesting because their tanks really kind of, you wouldn't expect that you would see this kind of combination between the DPS and the tanks. Their tanks are really much more dive-centered rather than brawl-centered.
Exactly. Weird Squad gonna try to back up on the point here. They do want to give attack mode a little bit of space. Wait for Crimson to commit that Orisa shield so that they can make sure Super Gomez gets a clean engage here. And he's already gonna be finding a lot of disruptation here. Walled off is Crimson. He cannot receive any of those heals. And Weird Squad gonna push forward. Everybody in attack mode now trapped in this right room. They don't have that main tank presence to protect them anymore.
Yeah, you know, it's pretty rare to see a Mei with the dive composition being used so effectively, but sometimes these walls can just really come in and just cut someone off like that, and then suddenly you just lose kind of your main tank. There's not a whole lot you can do. It's really hard to recover from a loss like that.
Right, and Mei just being so impactful. If you're able to get those walls, you turn it from a 6v6 to a 1v6, and then you quickly clean up the 5v6 after.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. That just basically allowed them to kind of get so much ult charge just because that was such an easy fight once they were able to kill Crimson on Orisa.
Exactly, and ultimates are online here for Weird Squad. They are going to try to get into this right room attack mode that is, but it looks like the freeze is going to follow them straight into the room. Everybody is blue, everybody is icy, but it doesn't matter if Chime puts up that wall. Everybody's going to fall on the side of attack mode once again.
Yeah, so now that is half of the time bank. The first 2 minutes are gone. Chris has his high noon, which we have seen that he's able to get some effect, as well as we see both tanks on the side of Weird Squad just able to use these ultimates coming up in this next fight. Attack mode's ultimates are also coming online though, so we can see if they are going to end up with some kind of value here, but it's looking like they're going to be trying to use the same line of attack that they've been using the previous 2 times and failing to kind of get any value from.
Right, I mean, they know that they don't have that Mei ultimate online, but Super Gomez, he does still have these hamster mines. They're going to commit that immortality field, make sure nobody goes down to the 120 damage burst, but it looks like a wall is going to be put up. Attack mode committing absolutely everything that they have here to this fight, not getting any picks out of it yet, though. Chris still finding kills in the back.
Yeah, that's right. This fight is really kind of drawing on here. We're seeing so many ultimates being used. I believe every ultimate that was available is used except for Ship's Diva Bomb. So now we're going to see attack mode still hold with 1 minute to go. There's not really a whole lot of kind of left that attack mode can really do. We need to see kind of a different line of attack. This same route just doesn't seem to be working. There are too many chokes that Weird Squad can exploit.
Right, and grouping up right here for this last fight, they have to make this one count here. This is make or break on this first point of Blizzard World. Looks like Emerin, he has been able to build up that Mei freeze, but it looks like attack mode, they are taking this different path. It's worked out for them so far. Rocket finding that quick pick onto Chris in the back line, and the freeze getting a lot of value. Crimson beaming down Emerin in the back, not quite able to get anything from that Mei ult of his own. Chime has one ready, and it looks like they've finally been able to break this defense.
Yeah, that quick Lucio speed boost over to the opposite side that they've been attacking from really kind of allowed them to catch Weird Squad off guard. On top of that, with the 50% damage boost from Orisa's Bongo, they're just able to burst through so many of their players. It was a very, very clean fight win.
Right, I don't even think Weird Squad expected them to go that way. I mean, they'd gone that left route so many times that it's good on attack mode to finally find the opening. Now they have a bit more of an open area to fight in. Looks like Super Gomez, he wants to try to initiate here, but it looks like he's overextended just a little too much. Ship managing to pick him off. Rocket keeping that damage going for the side of attack mode and getting a lot of value out of this Mei themselves.
Yeah, that's right. Chris really tried to use his Deadeye just to open up some space there, but as soon as his team pressed kind of out of his LOS, they were really unable to do anything. So they got kind of burst down really quickly after that. So they really need to try to kind of stick closer together and open up these angles together as a team so they can exploit them.
Attack mode, they do have the momentum now mentally and in the ultimate charge race here. They are playing a really aggressive stance. It's back to their roots here. It seems like they found their pacing. That wall's not going to be quite enough to block off every angle from Rocket, but he's still not able to quite find anything. Crimson taking advantage of that, and you know, Orissa's got a minigun too. He's almost like a Bastion, right? The initiation keeps coming out, and Neptune really wants to make sure that Chris is not on his team. They do commit a beat from Weird Squad, but it's not enough. Attack mode pressing forward.
Yeah, so now there are like two really important factors about these comps. Now Super Gomez has swapped over to the Reinhardt, so he's going to get a lot more value just kind of immediately whenever they're up close. And then now that now that attack mode is kind of pushing this point, they are effectively defending it, and that will give them kind of the ability to pick these fights better. So they're going to have more of an advantage with that Orisa.
Right, Weird Squad, this is their last point to defend on here. They do have 2 minutes on the side of attack mode, committing both this window and a lot of damage straight through that to try to press Weird Squad off. And this Bongo now, they are just taking so much space, and Rocket capitalizing fully off of that, finding two onto the backline. He's off on this flank angle. He knows what he's doing, but Weird Squad, they don't know where he's at all.
That won't stop Weird Squad from pushing up, though. They're just pushing straight into that Orisa, knowing that when they're that close, the Reinhardt just has such an advantage.
Right, and Super Gomez, he does get that shatter off, and it does buy them a few kills. Finally, Rocket in that backline is caught out, but Weird Squad, they are still defending the point for now. They have to back off a little bit, though, because attack mode has built up their resources.
Yeah, attack mode now has both of their DPS ultimates, which they're going to start to use here to open up some space.
On a speed boost, pressing Rocket straight forward. It's going to be Super Gomez's shield to fall, but Rocket is going to trade his life for that. I'm not sure that quite is a good value trade. Emerin taking two, and Chime, unfortunately, committing his Mei ult to a lost fight.
Yeah, Emerin actually was on the flank right behind Rocket as he used his ult and headshot him twice with it. He was able to kill him just right off the bat and then just go on this rampage in their backline. That was an incredible kind of small play that really won them the fight there.
Right, 48 seconds left. If this goes on as a long fight, this could be the very last that attack mode gets, and they do still have to push it to the very end here. Chris is going to go ahead and pop this high noon attack mode. They do know they have a bit of time, though, and they're going to take advantage of that. Chris trying to reposition onto the high ground as attack mode tries to take their stance on the point. They've got a few ultimates to work with. Watch as this this square comes through. Rocket shooting straight through that, and one tapping Chris as well. Chime takes the second pick of this fight. It looks like attack mode, they might be finally pressing forward on this third point.
Yeah, but they only have 10 seconds remaining. They have one kind of key ultimate coming up, which is Crimson's Bongo, which should allow them to help push on point. But now they are going to be in overtime. They're not going to get any extra time after if they cap this. One
slight step off of this carton, we could be seeing the map go towards Weird Squad once again, but attack mode, they're not giving up yet here. Crimson, you're right, has this Bongo available, and they're pressuring everybody off. Weird Squad decides to push out, but a little bit too far. Emerin stands, and it looks like Weird Squad, those support ultimates are not going to keep everybody alive. High noon damages straight through that big Bongo, committing 50% damage to everybody. That is so much value, and I think this might just be a final push. They managed to get it to the end.
That's right, and now a minute has been added to both teams' attacks, so they each have a chance to attack one more time. This is really going to be what this map comes down to, just one last attack. There's really only time for one push on each side.
Right, and attack mode, we finally see them break out of their last map stance, and they finally find the composition and this playstyle that works for them. They had a very hard time struggling on this first point, though, so it might be Weird Squad with a minute 42 taking this.
Yeah, I mean, we really need to see attack mode kind of show us really something different that we didn't see on their first attack. This Orisa, I think, needs to play differently. They can't keep trying to go on that left side. And I don't know if they're going to be able to replicate that right push again. There's a really kind of open opportunity that was just kind of unfortunate for Weird Squad that they didn't catch it.
Right, in attack mode, I think they are still, though, significantly more comfortable when they are able to be as aggressive as they are. Remember when they finally won and broke through that first point, it was on the back of them being extremely aggressive, and we never stopped seeing them hold the gas pedal after that.
Yeah, that's exactly right. As soon as they were able to set the pace, set the tempo for the whole match, they were able to really kind of get as much value as they needed to keep winning. So we really need to see them kind of pull something out here. It's looking like they're going to be using this same Orisa composition, so we're not going to see any swaps there, but hopefully we're going to see kind of different approach here. They're just trying to spam out this high ground to force back Weird Squad to fight on point.
Right, Shit making sure to catch everybody in the back, checking every different angle, but it looks like attack mode. They're opting for this left push once again. They don't commit to that left inside room, though, and that is the difference here, making sure that they can all bunker onto this point behind the Crimson Orisa shield. That is exactly what they needed. It was a little different than what they did last time, just enough to surprise them and just enough to win them the fight.
Yeah, it's that kind of aggressive positioning that really kind of is what won them there. Not waiting to just kind of try to play in that room and just spam them out. Just going in and just setting up on point and saying, no, this is mine. We're going to fight here. So now Weird Squad has swapped their Mei over to Pharah. So we're going to be seeing a lot more kind of spam damage and just a little bit of kind of CC with that boop too.
Right, and it'll be up to Chime and Ship to see if they can shut down the damage coming in from Emerin, because now Crimson's shield is just going to melt extremely quickly in here, and as soon as they can get some damage off onto the backline, that might be Super Gomez's time to go in and initiate. But again, Ship doing a pretty good job keeping that Pharah at bay, at least for the moment here. Attack mode, though, unfortunately, they are in overtime, and they need to be on this cart right now. Emerin finding so much value right now. Rocket, though, he does manage to build up that Torbjorn ultimate, and through that window is able to get a lot of double damage boosted kills. I think they did win this. Neptune did commit the beat, though.
Yeah, that was a very scrappy fight, which means it was a very costly fight. They did end up having to commit that beat right there at the end when there's only 4 members of them left pushing this payload. They can't give it up to go regroup, so they have to hope that their teammates can catch up with them in time for the next fight. Weird Squad might have an advantage coming up here.
Right, attack mode, though, they do understand where they're at. They keep people on the cart, but they have the aggression still. Emerin managing to catch out Neptune. He's alone on the cart, no shield, the bunker behind, almost narrowly making sure that they stay on the cart, narrowly losing that. But Emerin just continuing to poke in the back line. The cart does still move forward for the moment.
Yeah, we see both of these high noons coming out just to help open up space on the cart, as well as Diva Bomb from the side of Weird Squad coming in behind the cart. They're still trying to pressure out these flanks, and Chime does just eliminate Chris.
Oh, and they have only 3 players remaining on the card, but it might be exactly the 3 players that they need alive. 1 healer, 1 tank, 1 DPS, and that is exactly right. Crimson skyward and Chime beaming everybody off just long enough for Rocket to come in and finish off that fight. They're already on to the 3rd point.
Yeah, so they've pushed a whole point in overtime. Now they're going to be pushing a whole nother one potentially in just a moment. They cannot leave this cart, otherwise they lose. Weird Squad does have this Mei ultimate, which could be instrumental in trying to get them off this cart here. But they attack mode does have this Torbjorn ultimate, which can do the same thing, and they're going to be looking for a really aggressive use of it right here.
You know what they say, fight ice with fire here. Rocket throwing his ultimate straight in. Super Gomez landing right on top of that and following with that armor-piercing capability. Rocket just completely pressing forward, not even remotely scared of this Emerin Mayfreeze. He's got the overload ready, and unfortunately, Chris's high noon's not going to get the value he wants. Rocket trying to get that BM hammer kill. They know they have this momentum, and they've already almost pushed it to the end.
Yeah, you know that they're in a good mental state when you see the Torbjorn hammer start to come out. I feel like attack mode is still, despite kind of pushing this in overtime, they're feeling pretty good about this. They are in a decent position. They are coming up on this bongo, which will give them so much damage boost, as well as that Baptiste window.
Right, early bongo does come out here. He's going to force everybody off the cart, which means that this is the absolute last fight. Weird Squad has to touch right now. Maywall comes out to try to stop them, and it separates just enough people for Emerin to go down into that fight. Real Boss Baby does want to keep everybody alive here on their team. That Coalescence doing a great job of that. Diva Bomb maybe being able to pressure off attack mode, but a wall protecting absolutely everyone. And now it's Ship's Bomb in the backline catching off Baz. Everybody eliminated. Attack mode, they've turned this series around.
They really have. This whole 6-point push is going to be really difficult for Weird Squad to try to replicate. They have to at least push all the way through if they're going to try to draw at this point, I believe. There's no more time after this, I don't think. So they have about the same amount of time that attack mode had, only 42 seconds more. It's about time for maybe one push if you are quick, but they really only have one chance to mess this up.
Right, and you have to be thinking about where Weird Squad is right now. You go into that round with such an advantage, another additional, basically double the time on the clock, and running into that attack mode just completely runs you over.
Yeah, that has to be demoralizing too. This is going to be potentially difficult just for their mental to try to push in. We might be seeing this them just roll out with this Reinhardt composition, which seems like what they tried to default to when their Wrecking Ball isn't working out. The gloves kind of could be coming off here, so to say.
Right, Weird Squad, they do know what worked for them in the past, though, and they are going to try to keep with that. Chris and Emerin sticking with this May and McCree, and Super Gomez maybe trying to speed in and get a lot of value on that Reinhardt.
Yeah, attack mode is going to be sticking with this Orisa on the defense, which will have more of an advantage for that character. Really what Weird Squad needs to do is be really aggressive and just try to get that Orisa on the back foot. Force them to fall back and not... and basically occupy these lines of sight that she needs to get value.
Right, it is going to be spamming all down the left lane, rather right lane for attack mode pushing in here. They did use that wall quite early, though. It doesn't catch anybody, and Weird Squad knows that this is their opportunity to move in, though. Chris stepping a little bit away from his Reinhardt shield, and Chime is going to take full advantage of that. This May pick just being so lethal at range.
That's right. Yeah, May, her right click can just do so much damage. She's almost like McCree herself with that. Or a Torbjorn maybe would be a good kind of comparison. So now there's only 1 minute left for Weird Squad. There's no ultimates coming up, except they'll be getting their Coalescence very soon. Attack mode doesn't really have anything either. They just have very strong positioning here for this defense.
Exactly, and this Coalescence is going to have to be make or break. It will be likely the first ultimate to come up on this point, but again, 38 seconds remains here. They are pushing straight forward, and they need to get a very aggressive speed in onto the enemy team. They're going to catch this turret out first so that Rocket doesn't have that extra source of damage, but the speed in comes straight in. The wall cuts off 3 of them for the moment, but they will just walk all the way around that. The sound barrier keeping everybody on attack mode alive and pushes the aggression straight back onto them. It looks like Weird Squad, no, they've been forced off the point here. Chris, all he can do is poke in the backline. He's got Lucio with him, but 9 seconds remain. I don't think they're going to be able to touch.
I don't think so either. It's so close. No, none of the respawns can, and I believe the last two... Oh, there's one person left on point that was able to touch. Now we're starting to see these ultimates come out. It's going to be really hard. I don't think that Weird Squad can cap this.
Oh my goodness, what an incredible set, and that puts it to a 1-to-1 attack mode having taken that map. What an incredible turnaround we just saw.
Yeah, this is such a competitive series so far. Both teams just have incredible players, and they're able to do so much just kind of given these different situations.
Right, and we see here Real Boss Baby, as much as when they had the advantage when it looked like attack mode was trying to go into these small corridors to get so much value out of this Coalescence, but unfortunately that didn't stay true with them onto the first point there.
Yeah, one thing we didn't really talk a whole lot about is just kind of where the supports are in this meta. Whenever you're playing this kind of like brawl style composition, you're typically going to see that Lucio with a Reinhardt, and then you're seeing this Moira here just for all of those heals. Attack mode ran this Lucio as well, but they ran a Baptiste in part just to help with the extra damage output. I mean, Baptiste himself can just do so much damage. He's practically a third DPS.
Exactly, and we will be right back here. We're going to be throwing it to a brief break, but we stay with us. This is an extremely competitive set. We hope to see you soon. Welcome back to the semi-finals match here between Attack Mode and Weird Squad. When we left off, we just saw Attack Mode tie up this series 1-1 on Blizzard World, and it has been an extremely hard-fought series so far.
That's absolutely right. These fights have been going both ways a lot of the time. There's just so much kind of potential for both teams to really kind of pop off and win out fights. There's a lot of clutch factor in here just with these kind of DPS picks from both teams.
Right, and we saw on that first map was very decisive towards Weird Squad when they found that composition that worked for you. Emerin on that Mei and Chris on the McCree being key factors, proving that their damage at mid-range is just dominant. But Attack Mode changed up their entire playstyle to match what they did yesterday on Blizzard World, and it just completely wiped out Weird Squad.
Yeah, it was really impressive to see them just entirely swap over to this anti-dive kind of composition, just to play slower and farther back and just deal all of this damage.
Right, and as much as that dive comp was their Crimson, that Orisa pick did work out for him. They allowed Chime and Rocket to get significantly closer in these fights, protected behind that shield, and a lot of these Orisa pulls were making a lot the key difference in the fights.
Yeah, when there's just so much damage here, these pulls can just be devastating. You can see people just get melted as soon as they get pulled in with that right click there. There's just so much damage coming out, especially because they're swapping over even one of their support players over to try to match with this amount of damage that they're outputting.
Exactly, and we'll have to see what each team pulls out here next. We will be going to our escort map, our payload map rather, and it will be Watch Point Gibraltar. And this point is going to be significantly different than what we just saw from Blizzard World. The high grounds are way more powerful on this map, significantly higher and way harder to control, but much more important to control.
That's right, and that's one of the reasons why we typically see dive kind of compositions really be dominant on this map. I mean, this is the prototypical dive map, but it's very possible that we could see Attack Mode's Orisa look here. I mean, Orisa can also very well utilize these high grounds, and there's a lot of them to be used. So we can very well see that these kind of teams don't necessarily have to adapt.
Right, but we do know that mobile characters are going to be able to get up to that high ground much more quickly. Crimson, at least initially in the spawn, looking to stay on that Orisa, and why swap? It's worked for them so far, especially because Ship and Crimson, they can just completely hard pocket their DPS alongside their supports and allow Chime and Rocket to get value out of their characters.
Yeah, and we're seeing a very kind of aggressive look from Weird Squad here, just with the Reinhardt. They're going to have to play super close before the high grounds are really a factor, because Reinhardt doesn't get a whole lot of value on the high grounds.
I'll be surprised if they stick with this one for now, but potentially we could be seeing Emerin stick to the Sombra. He did have it early on, but actually, just as I say that, I noticed Super Gomez, he's already stuck to this Reinhardt. They're already close in. They're looking for a little bit of a sneaky play here. And just as they say that the initiation does come out, they don't really want to be sneaky, but they are going to be very adamantly holding this cart. Super Gomez does get walled off by Chime, but it is not going to matter. They're going to melt through that quickly enough to keep him alive for the moment. Rocket finding the first pick onto Baz.
Yeah, Attack Mode was very disciplined and not just rushing on to set up on point where they would be vulnerable to a Weird Squad's brawl. They kind of played slower back, recognizing that there was going to be something going on here.
Exactly, and Rocket just getting that hammer whipped out once again. That confidence truly showing for them here. They have the motivation to push forward, and they have that first fight under their belt.
Yeah, and I mean, how can you not be confident when you won the last map by pushing all the way through in overtime? I mean, I'm sure that they are really kind of riding high here. They're very confident with this setup, and it looks like they know exactly where they need to be setting up their Orisa for this composition. They're pushing up ahead, and now we kind of see Super Gomez wrap around the back of the cart and just trying to play a bit kind of farther down.
Exactly, Super Gomez, it looks like they just want to stall the cart at all given cost. They've done a bit of a flip around here. Weird Squad, they've taken the side of the attack. The cart is being stopped for the moment, so Attack Mode, they will have to do something about it. Chime here has his Mei ultimate online. It looks like he's gonna go for it. Is not eaten out, and McCree, Chris gonna fall early into the fight. It's all going red with the Mei ult.
Yeah, as soon as that ultimate comes out, we just see the kill feed just light up with all red. we can see that they're just really able to follow up on that ultimate extremely well. They just have so much patience here. Oh, and we do see the hammer kill on Lunacy.
First hammer kill of the day.
Yes, they're just, but attack mode is just so patient and just willing to wait at the distance that they need to be playing.
Right, a big EMP comes out onto 4 members, but Neptune, he really understands that that's there. He's going to keep everybody alive, but not himself there. Chris on a massive flank in the backline. Rocket taking 4 in that fight, though. It looks like he's just completely cleaning house.
Yeah, Torbjorn as a character is someone that you don't really expect to be as menacing as he is. I mean, he has the ability to kind of play at a medium and even to long range, as well as a very kind of short range with his burst right click. He can play like Reaper and McCree at the same time.
Right, and they're going to take advantage of that spamming down the lane with the Crimson Bongo, but it looks like Weird Squad, they've tried to take a bit of a different approach here. Super Gomez is going to stay onto the Orisa, swapping over there, but Emerin onto the Turb. They've matched this composition from the side of Weird Squad. Initiation does come in here. Chime trying to take onto the point. He's almost built up this May ult, but it looks like the beat is going to keep everybody alive from Weird Squad for the moment. A Diva Bomb trying to follow up with extra kills, and it's gonna find 2 in the back. Attack mode take this fight cleanly.
Yeah, they're still able to kind of play very aggressively, even though they have this kind of more slow style. We see this hammer coming out again. Will he get the kill? And
you can't tell me that you're not gonna take the opportunity when it comes up, right?
Yeah, that's absolutely right. I mean, if I was playing Torbjorn right here, I would definitely be trying to get these kills.
Right, but it looks like they are taking such a fast attack here. Attack mode again with this momentum, and it is staying true to them. Weird Squad, they're trying to make adaptations, but it's not working out for them so far. They haven't built up any ultimates though, so it could be just that they need one critical fight.
Yeah, Weird Squad will have a moment to maybe stabilize here and spawn and then go out as a team. They are swapping over to this Orisa, so maybe they'll be able to kind of help keep attack mode at a distance and prevent these DPS like Torbjorn and May from getting in close and doing a lot of damage.
Right, but it's hard to keep them at a distance when attack mode has complete control over this cart right now. It's gonna be Weird Squad. They have to take the fight to attack mode. The Torbjorn comes out here. Rocket making sure that everybody in this right room is melting, especially Super Gomez sitting there as Orisa. And it looks like they've only got a few more resources from Weird Squad trying to fight this out. Chris taking the stall. Tracer maybe trying to find them a last fight to work with.
Yeah, but I don't think it's going to be very successful. It is so close, and with that May wall, I don't think anyone's going to be able to touch, and that means that attack mode has 3 minutes and 32 seconds left on their time bank after pushing 3 points.
Absolutely. Weird Squad, they did try to go with that mentality of if you can't beat them, join them, I guess, right? But it seems like attack mode is just so much more practiced on this composition, at least on this map so far. And Weird Squad, they're going to have to change something up, even if it's remaining on this comp, playing in a different way.
Yeah, on this attack, we know that attack mode is comfortable playing this same Orisa composition. So we need to see something from Weird Squad. We don't know if attack mode will be playing this. We have seen that they can play a dive composition, which is still very strong here. It could utilize all of these high grounds. But Weird Squad really needs to be prepared. There's a lot of different things that they can be trying to play against and try to counter.
Right, and it looks like Weird Squad, they want to at least be looking at this dive comp, and it might be something they are more comfortable with, something they're more practiced on here. That is what we saw on the very first map against Attack Mode initially when they were playing that dive style.
Yeah, that's right. We're seeing this Sombra come out with that Tracer, and that's going to really let them really surround these people and then pull out these, or rather, we're going to see the Echo instead of the Sombra. I mean, that's just going to let them spam so much damage and just kind of get behind attack mode's shield.
Right, and it'll be interesting to see how they manage to set up this dive, because if they're not able to isolate any given one target at attack mode, they have so many resources to stay alive right now. Looks like Super Gomez wants to try to find that slam, just barely misses it on the bridge there, and attack mode is just bundled up behind the shield.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough for Weird Squad to just push up through here and force them off of this high ground.
It looks like Ship, though, he's going to punish out Super Gomez, trying to go a little too aggressive there, making sure to follow that up with a kill onto Chris. That is both of your both of your tracking type characters down in this fight, and a clean shot onto Emerin. 2 tap, and Chime is just going to keep this cart at bay.
Yeah, this Mei seems to be really powerful in this kind of tunnel here, just because the wall can cut people off. Everyone's kind of at close range to be frozen. She can just get a lot of value here, especially with those right clicks at a distance.
Right, it does look though that attack mode has been forced a bit further back. They want to take this pressure into the server room where they can prevent the dive from coming out, and a quick pull onto the supports makes Baz take that shot for Real Boss Baby, who does manage to get out.
Yeah, that's right. Now they're forced to kind of fall back and reset, and this is kind of a position that I think attack mode is actually pretty comfortable in. Kind of setting up in this server room, we saw that they chose to fight here on their attack, so I think that they are actually pretty happy to be here. I think that they've really kind of prepared for this spot. It gives them a lot of different angles on different areas and access to the high ground pretty quickly.
Right, and with that access means that this is the closest possible position that they can hold right now, where they can just completely run onto the side of Weird Squad and run them down. Chris, though, he is successful in finding that initial dive. Skyward's going to try to follow through with that Amp Matrix, but it's not going to be enough there. They take out the Immortality Field, and both supports go down for attack mode. Lunacy cleaning up in the backline, and Weird Squad has finally found a successful dive.
Yeah, as soon as that pulse bomb comes in, that just gets everyone so low that the wrecking ball going in is just able to really kind of get so much value in terms of this dive. So now they've been able to push the first point. If they're able to set up on this second point on that high ground ship there, they are going to be in a very strong position, because that is one of the strongest places a dive can set up from.
Right, taking that high ground just allows Weird Squad to initiate just whenever they would like. They do commit this Valkyrie here. They want to be as aggressive as possible, try to take it back to attack mode, but it looks like a beat is going to keep everybody in attack mode pushed forward. They counter that back with a Zenyatta Transcendence, and everybody is staying alive. Emerin taking a copy onto the Baptiste here. He's almost built up that Amp Matrix, but more importantly, he's keeping everybody on his team alive here, and attack mode has just pressed everybody through this choke point.
Yeah, you know, you don't often see duplicates on supports, but sometimes you can get enough value with it, especially with someone like Baptiste that can do plenty of damage and healing. They can just provide their team with enough kind of resources that they don't really have right now.
Right, and Lunacy is trying to take this fight into his own hands, make that the third kill that he's got. He's also eliminated that Torbjorn turret. He's basically carried the fight on the side of Weird Squad. They're pushing them out here. Respawn's coming through for Weird Squad, and now they are in a very good position to cap out this second point.
Yeah, especially because they can just kind of take the time to set up where they want to be. They have their Diva on the cart, they have their Wrecking Ball up on that high ground, booping attack mode off. It's just a very strong position to hold.
Right, big window coming through though. Chime on the low ground trying to find anything. He's found Real Boss Baby. What a clean headshot onto the back line, taking out two. Emerin going down as well with that bongo. That is so much damage with the window and a bongo.
Yeah, as soon as you lose your Zenyatta in this composition from Weird Squad, you really lose a big source of damage and healing. Zenyatta doesn't typically do like a whole lot of healing, but over time he can really kind of enable his DPS to do a lot, especially when you have someone mobile like Echo. Although, as I say that, we are swapping over to the Mei, or the Sombra rather, just to really kind of help this dive even further, deal with some of these like resources that
and a big boop. Lunacy taking the Torbjorn straight off that high ground is going to force attack mode to drop and commit the beat just to keep everybody alive here, but it's put them in a very, very poor position here. Chris managing to find the pick onto Crimson. Mines lay across the map right now, and it is just a few more meters before they're able to touch, but Chime taking this fight on his own, headshots left and right, and he's won the fight. Attack mode hold here just barely.
Yeah, that's right. Chime with those picks just really helped to kind of finish up this fight. Now they're in a pretty good position here. They can set up on this high ground again. Rocket just has his Molten Core, and that's really the only ultimate in the game right now. So they do have kind of the ability to just shut down this space at will.
Exactly. Lucy's just doing so much for his team right now, always opening up these picks, and I think as what exactly set up Chris right now, taking out Neptune in the backline. They do still have the healing coming through from Skyward, but Rocket's gonna find the pick onto Real Boss Baby. That is a trade, one healer on either side right now. Chime left uncontested on this high ground, and that respawn advantage is gonna push attack mode one more fight left potentially.
Yeah, this is last fight territory now. This anti-dive composition from attack mode really does seem to be working. We're seeing some objective pressure here from Emran, just trying to build up that EMP desperately for this last fight. If they can get that EMP off, then that can be a huge factor in winning this and capping it so they can get some more time here, which is crucial for them to win this map.
Right, Crimson, he does have to take a stance on the point right now before they cap it, just so that they can't push forward. It's going to allow Super Gomez to get a clean initiation onto the back line, although he does trade his life for that. Baz is able to find the back line. Skyward goes down, but it doesn't look like attack mode is ready to give up this point yet. 14 seconds. It's going to be on Weird Squad to be able to touch now.
Yeah, Weird Squad does have this EMP as well as this Lucio beat, which will allow them to just kind of stall on point more and potentially do something with this EMP. We see it come out and we see it get 3 people on the side of attack mode.
Right, big EMP comes through. Crimson gonna take out Emran, though he has to stay on that cart to make sure this overtime doesn't tick down. Lunacy gonna throw his cart forward, but all it's gonna catch is a turret and a shield rocket, getting so much value out of this molten core, making sure that nobody can touch it. He's going for his 3rd hammer kill this map. That is a hold on the 2nd point from attack mode. Rather make that a win for attack mode.
That's absolutely right. It's both a hold and a win. But I wish we had a statistic for the sidebar of hammer kills from Rocket here. Hopefully we're going to see something here in this play of the game.
Right, he is going to showcase. Rocket has just performed so well on this Torbjorn so far this set, which hasn't, I mean, he's been relevant in the past few metas, but had you told me a year ago that Torbjorn was going to be one of the most dominant picks in this new meta, I would have not believed you at all.
No, I wouldn't have either. He's really kind of typically thought of as a niche pick, sometimes thought as a throw pick. He's just because a lot of people focus on the value that he gets with his turret as the main thing. And that's not really something that you see at this high level. He can just do so much damage up close and at kind of medium distance that really he does provide a lot of value.
Exactly, those left clicks, remember, don't have any fall-off damage and deal the same exact damage as the McCree left click. So combined with the power of Chime on the McCree, they just have so much pressure. Skyward as well, putting in just as much damage in the backline.
Yeah, that's right. Both of these teams were really good, but attack mode's anti-dive just really seemed to work very well against Weird Squad. Whenever Weird Squad won, they had to invest many ultimates. Particularly the Pulse Bomb was one that was used a lot to really get these wins. And if your composition really relies on kind of a litany of ultimates being used, it's not really that solid of a composition against kind of what you're running against.
Right, but not all hope is lost here. Weird Squad, they did have a very big glimmer of hope there, especially because of Lunacy there, taking the fights into his own hand, oftentimes either getting that first pick initially, booping somebody out of position, or just clearly just carrying the fight on his own. I think Weird Squad can still come back in the series.
Yeah, there's definitely the possibility that this could go to a map 5. If Weird Squad is able to win this next one, I believe we're going to be going to Assault next, then we should be able to potentially see a Weird Squad victory here.
Exactly, and it's just going to be very interesting to see. We've this high ground map, even though there was so much high ground to work with, we did still see attack mode. They favored this Torbjorn and Orisa comp, which you wouldn't really typically think favors that high ground.
Yeah, no, Orisa typically likes to play kind of farther back and with these longer distances here. And that isn't really what you kind of see on Gibraltar. You see a lot of kind of up and down verticality here. When they really kind of had to put a lot of work in to find these positions where they could play farther back and just kind of spam out their opponents here.
Exactly. In this next map, we will be taking it to Assault. The Temple of Anubis, I believe, will be rolling up next. This is going to be so different from every map type that we've seen so far. These points are going to be flipped attack favored and then defense favored. On the first point, you have such a long walk back from that defensive spawn, but as soon as you hit that second point, you've completely flipped it around, and now you're just a few inches from the point.
Yeah, that's right. It's going to be so difficult. This is one of the strangest kind of map types. Some will say the most unbalanced map type, just because you have to basically, you can lose first point so easily and you can just hold second point so easily as well. So this next one could go kind of either way, honestly. Both of these teams are doing really well. I wouldn't be surprised if you told me from the future that Weird Squad wins this map.
Right, and it is, I really hope that we see some different picks here. This meta is very interesting to watch, but watching someone take a specialist pick, maybe like a Widowmaker or a Genji, we know both of those heroes are extremely powerful on this map, maybe even a Junkrat or something. That would be a lot more creative, I think, but it seems like both of these teams might just be comfortable in the compositions they're running.
Yeah, we haven't seen much variance since the first map on Oasis. We saw a lot there kind of dependent on what specific map they're running in the round, but it seems like since then they've been pretty comfortable in the compositions that they have kind of discovered are really effective against the opponent. Attack mode, running this anti-dive composition with this Torbjorn and Orisa, and Weird Squad running this kind of dive composition.
Right, and I want to point out real quick also, not only just the compositions that we're seeing, but also how being on high or low ground is significantly impacting the win rates of these fights. It seems that when attack mode is able to initiate from that high ground, or rather when either team is initiating from that high ground, it's so much easier for them to finish out the fight and take the win. But when something disturbs that, such as what we saw from Lunacy pushing people off, it just completely turns it around.
That's right. High grounds should provide such an advantage just because they open up all of the angles that you can really kind of occupy in the space that you can threaten as a character, particularly for like these more kind of mid to long range characters like Torbjorn or McCree.
Right, and let's look at attack mode here. They are sticking with this very similar comp that we saw last map. If it ain't broke, then why fix it here? That rocket turret actually finding itself in quite an annoying spot. It is going to be the top left of your screen right now, just out of view. But Rocket and Chime just managing to spam down the lane. Weird Squad, they want to get in on this fight, deciding that they're going to take this middle lane with the Reinhardt. It looks like it's going to be enough for now to keep them alive. That is until Baz is caught out. Rocket taking down Super very shortly after. I think that is 30 seconds off the clock for Weird Squad.
Yeah, Weird Squad really relied on trying to get a boop from the high ground onto that low ground and then just trying to run in and just kind of destroy attack mode there. Unfortunately, attack mode was, unfortunately for Weird Squad, attack mode was able to stabilize there with that Baptiste immortality field, and they were able to counter push and just kill them.
Right, and exactly, if that boop had come through, Super Gomez was just sitting there waiting to swing that big 85 damage rocket hammer. But for now, they're going to be trying to look for a very similar play here. Baz going on the backline, but he's getting beamed down by that Lucio, that Torbjorn turret. He's going to have to wait around at least for that. Does look like they finally get an initiation, though, but this time it's on the side of attack mode. They pop Rocket's Torbjorn ultimate, and lots of players walking straight into that, spelling fight win for attack mode.
Yeah, whenever we have an Orisa on this kind of middle high ground like this, it's super difficult to push in and take that space really quickly like Weird Squad's composition really requires. They absolutely need to get out of this middle space. They cannot occupy there for very long. They don't have the resources, they don't have the damage to pressure attack mode. They really have to move quickly, and they're just not able to when Orisa can pull you back to your previous location.
Exactly, they're going to be forced into this left room. It looked like they maybe wanted to go down the middle lane again, but they're committing to this Reinhardt. They're trying to get this Shatter online, but it's going to be a window coming up from Skyward with a beat to keep everybody right behind that here, spamming straight through that, and there's not much Weird Squad can do. They do try to pop this Coalescence. Boss Baby trying to take a stance on the point here, but it looks like it's already expired. The Weird Squad, they have a few people on the point though, and if they can get everybody into the back line, that's a Shatter. It goes down onto ship, but it's not going to be enough. Orisa using that Fortify to stand strong and sit there with the minigun. Looks like this fight could still go the way of Weird Squad though.
Yeah, now that some of these ultimates are coming in and these respawns are coming in, you can see why this point is so much attacker friendly. Just because as soon as you can get like 1 or 2 picks and just some kind of objective stabilizing, you can just get all of your players that you lost in the process back so quickly in comparison to how long it takes for your opponents to.
Exactly, but it wasn't without taking off 3 minutes from that clock. Now only 4 minutes remain for the Weird Squad to try to push in. Super Chemist, he's almost built up another Shatter.
Yeah, and this point for Weird Squad should actually be a little bit easier to attack just because they don't have to deal with that pesky middle high ground. It'll be easier for them to rotate around and try to push in.
Right, and just as you say that, Real Boss Baby has also built up another ultimate of his own. Rocket trying to lay out the lava so that nobody can get close, and Chime trying to throw, Emeren trying to throw down that Mei ult to catch out somebody. Doesn't look like attack mode is going to give yet. Rocket making sure to clean up the fight. Lunacy walking straight into the fire so that not to get staggered again. And hammer killed.
That's absolutely right. No one wants to get hammer killed, especially in a kind of tournament like this. So now we're seeing Emeren coming out on this Junkrat just to provide a bit more spam pressure on the Orisa. It's really hard to deal with all of the damage that Junkrat can provide. We see this pick on Chris immediately, and we're seeing Weird Squad just wait it out. They don't want to give up any more time by taking on a fight that they know that they're going to lose.
Right, and that spam damage is equally just as potent if Rocket is hitting headshots at range. Same with Chime here. At Crimson, they're going to back up for now, but it doesn't look like they're ready to give this up. They're just waiting until they get that bongo online. Wait till they have a few ultimates. Red Squad, they do want to go through this right room, but it's already going to be Chris getting himself found by that Crimson's pull, and straight up, it just looks like Weird Squad's going to have to give this up.
Yeah, Chime on Mei is just giving Weird Squad such a hard time just because he can at a moment's notice just cut off the route that they were planning on trying to rotate through, and that's going to be so difficult because playing into this kind of composition really requires you to masterfully rotate around your opponent, and if you aren't able to do that, or if you can suddenly be cut off with no kind of alternate plan, then there's nothing that you can really do except lose.
Exactly, and it's all on Weird Squad being together and being in that close range proximity, making sure that Super Gomez gets a lot of value out of this Reinhardt here. Otherwise, Crimson's just going to spam you down from range.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Now, Weird Squad has an opportunity here with all of these ultimates. It looks like they're going to be trying to push mid now that they were cut off.
Right, big flashbang trying to be used, but it's going to be Skyward jumping over to avoid that Neptune. It wouldn't have killed through that sound barrier anyway. They do clean up that fight quite quickly. Only a minute and 30 seconds remain, but Weird Squad, they do have a couple ults to work with.
As well does attack mode though. Rocket does have his Torbjorn ultimate, and we have seen that he can do a lot with it. Skyward as well also has his window, which will just really amplify all of the damage that attack mode is already doing.
Right, Chris, they are looking for a bit of spam damage on this high ground, but exactly as you said, that window completely doubles all damage through it. Chris finding himself at the wrong place at the wrong time, and it's going to be Real Boss Baby picking off Neptune, though. He stepped forward a little too far.
Yeah, that's right. So now Weird Squad does have a lot of ultimates coming up there and they have 1 minute remaining, so they really only have one more opportunity to kind of win this point.
Right, it's going to be a few picks on both sides, DPS down on both sides. It's going to favor this defense here, but it's already Weird Squad standing strong on this point until Ship takes down Super Gomez in the back. Like, no amount of healing will save you from that, it looks like. Rocket just making sure that extra man and his right clicks are just going to keep them in this.
We are seeing Prime come in quickly on the Doomfist. It looks like he's going to swap back over to the Mei just because they're getting so much more value there, and they don't want to accidentally let Weird Squad rotate through at the very last moment. Weird Squad does still have a lot of ultimates here, both DPS ultimates and their Diva Bomb, which will really allow them to open up some space if they can use it properly.
Exactly. Here comes in the high noon as well as this Riptire here. Looks like Ship wanted to try to punish out that Riptire, but steps a little too far forward. Is going to use that Diva Bomb to try to stay safe, and Emeren has found himself in the middle of the blast radius. He's gonna fall. Looks like Real Boss Baby has made his way back onto this point, but lots of Diva Bombs always getting value here. Lunacy taking out Rocket, one of the biggest factors in these fights, and Weird Squad finally getting kills on this point.
That's right. Now that they've gotten all of their players killed, there is a chance still for a retouch. Unless you kill really every player all at once, it's going to be almost impossible to cap it from 0%.
Right, Crimson, he wants to touch there, but everybody's going to focus him out. Weird Squad keeps this team alive with the sound barrier. Neptune tried to counter with one of his own, but there's not enough people on the point to focus out Weird Squad. They have everybody alive, all the damage available to them, and Emeren is just punching people left and right. Rocket going down, Ship going down. It is only a matter of time before they cap out this last tick of the point. They just have to take out Neptune here.
Yeah, this is such a close stall here. I don't think attack mode really kind of has a plan anymore. They're just trying to go in and touch, just to try to find some opening that they can exploit from the side of Weird Squad.
Right, and it's just stagger after stagger here. They are managing to keep this time bank alive, but no kills are going the way of attack mode for this last point. Overtime is ticking down, but they are able to cap the second point.
That's right. So now we are going to be going into attack mode's own attack. So we should be able to see kind of a very interesting level of aggression here. We might see the same anti-dive composition with this Orisa and Torbjorn as they've shown to be extremely comfortable with. And the real question is if they can get any time left over. If they can, then it's very likely that they're going to win this map. If Weird Squad can hold them at all, or even just get them down to overtime, then we might be looking at a draw or a loss for the side of attack mode, meaning a win for Weird Squad and map 5 for the series.
Right, and Weird Squad, they've just got a composition that kind of locks them into one style of play, at least for that last round, right? They have the Reinhardt on their side, which when it works, it is getting a lot of value. That Shatter goes down, you can get 85 damage, cleave hits on the point, but it's so difficult for them to get past all that spam damage, and that's probably why you're not seeing a ton of Rein played right now.
Yeah, just with all of the heroes that can deal so much damage from a distance, it's really hard to do anything as Reinhardt. You really relies on you getting really close in to get the value that you need, and you're just not able to. Right now, Weird Squad is running this Roadhog and an Ashe with this Torbjorn and D.Va. So they're going to be trying to play this kind of spam composition from a distance, with D.Va just trying to kind of go in potentially on any picks that Zen gets with that Discord.
Right, and I'm wondering if Chris got the memo here. Ashe just no longer has those one-shots, but she is going to be firing at a faster rate to make up for that lost DPS. It looks like Weird Squad, they just want to try to spam everybody out here. Attack mode trying to take over this left side of the point, though.
Yeah, they're just trying to rush through and rotate to try to take this kind of middle high ground, which will allow them to then leverage that position to some point pressure here. We see that Chris has been forced to rotate to a more secure location, and now we're going to probably see D.Va go up and try to pressure him out.
Right, they've made a stance onto the point that it looks like they have the Orisa ready to protect everybody, but the high ground is just controlled completely by Weird Squad right now. Emerin is going to be popped off that high ground with the Orisa pole, but they're not going to be able to quite find him yet. It manages to finally go down. Supergum is managing to touch the point, but not for long before he gets absolutely shredded here. Crimson taking this fight all on his own, essentially, with that left click.
That's right, we do see this Bob come out, but he is burst down very quickly by this Reaper-like Torbjorn right click, and now we are just seeing this push straight up to the second point. I believe Chris is still back behind, yeah.
Oh no, this is such a bad stagger. Now he's going to be pushing into a 5v6 here. Window comes out in attack mode, knows that they have this advantage. It's going to be up to Chris to see if he can get back on point in time, but everybody else just has to stand their ground and defend for the moment. Looks like attack mode, they've already built up 2 ticks. They've had to give that up for the moment, and they continue to build more time as they get more kills here. The beat sustaining everybody through Emerin's spam damage, but Emerin could build up a Riptire to try to turn this around. That is until Chime freezes him into the back, into the respawn room, and that is such a quick cap. 5 minutes for attack mode.
This is the kind of aggression that we were talking about when we were talking about attack mode at the very beginning. This is a team that really just loves going in and just setting up on point and saying, no, this is mine. You have to fight for it. They're just so able to move in, take this space, take these opportunities that they're making for themselves, and deliver so much damage and healing. They have a 5-minute, 8-second time bank compared to 0 seconds from the side of Weird Squad. Right. They have a huge opportunity to just cap the first tick on this first point to win the series.
This is absolutely attack mode's game to lose here, or rather draw, because that's all that Weird Squad can hope for at the moment. They've got to defend for the entire 5 minutes and 8 seconds. Otherwise, attack mode will be taking the series.
That's right. Now we're Gonna be probably trying to see some more experimental picks, some more long shots from the side of Weird Squad. Just something that they can hope and put their kind of cards in, or their money on rather, just to see if they can get some kind of value here to stall for 5 minutes. They
Right.
can't lose a single tick here.
I don't like it though. I think that Chris, watching the last fight go down, their ship just completely shut down all the spam that Chris had, especially eating that dynamite, which would have otherwise built him that Bob significantly faster. It might work though. They've changed it up and they have this Junkrat.
Yeah, it's very possible. The Junkrat will provide them with a lot more spam damage that could potentially open up opportunities for this Ashe. But there's still, I don't like it either. It's not a great kind of pick since she has been nerfed. This is going to be really hard for them to apply enough damage to really force attack mode back or to kind of relent their aggression.
Exactly, but I guess Weird Squad in their moments of desperation know what they want to try. Emerin, he is still going to fall though, following that quickly up with the other DPS. One of them should be able to get resurrected out. Rather, actually, that's Weird Squad not having that mercy. It's almost completely taken. That's 4 minutes and 22 seconds. A 40-second push, winning attack mode that fight, winning attack mode that series.
That's right. This was an incredible series, but ultimately attack mode did come out on top. We see another Torbjorn Pog from Rocket here. Unfortunately, I don't think he got any hammer kills, so there's no chance for him for us to see that in this round here.
So, okay, we got to see plenty of that earlier in the game, making sure that he can style on the enemy team. They do definitely have the skill to back that up there. Attack mode, what a well-played and coordinated team there. It seems like they did have moments of struggle. They did have some time where they needed to figure things out, but once they have momentum, that is exactly what they need. They just push it to the maximum, get so much value, and consistently win fight after fight when they are in the lead.
That's right. That's maybe the greatest trait that you can have in a team. When they're down kind of really close on the wire, they are just able to really pull it out. They are able to push in on their second map and really kind of take it back on Blizzard World, push all the way through overtime. Now they're able to get a 5-minute time bank. This is just incredible, the level of kind of aggression that they're able to show and the momentum that they're able to carry through.
Exactly, and attack mode stepping up there, that is going to win them a spot into the next round here. That is both of your semifinals done, and both of these teams will be competing attack mode and Hour Zero soon, but not first. We will first be having the 3rd and 4th place match. That will be between the losing team of this match, Weird Squad, and the winning team of the previous match. Sorry, the losing team of the previous match, which will be Slugsnax.
That's right. Then after that, we will see the grand final match of Hour Zero versus Attack Mode here. That is going to be an incredible match. I know that I'm going to enjoy watching it.
Absolutely. It's going to be such good Overwatch, I bet. And please be sure to stick with us then. We will be right back with our next game. Thank you guys all for watching.
And welcome back to the Will English Invitational. My name is Will English the Fourth. On the microphone with me is the one, the only, the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Chris Labasco. How are you doing this afternoon?
I'm doing great, Will. I'm excited. We've got our third place game that's going to be going on here in just a second. Slugsnax versus the Weird Squad. We watch both of these teams play against two teams that are really, really well known. They're both teams that have been in the contenders, the tier 2 scene for quite a bit. So it's not bad to be here in this third place game after having to go against such stiff competition.
Yeah, it's just like before this tournament even began, I didn't know who Hour Zero or Attack Mode were, and both teams ended up in the tournament. And then I was worried that we wouldn't have this result that we're going to have now, which is, I mean, at the third place match, but the grand finals match between those two teams, because then in the random draw, they ended up in different groups. And then they ended up on different sides of the bracket in the challenger bracket. So I'm just like, how is this working? You know, and then I find out later after I get them all in, that they were the top two teams in the Tranquility tournament. I'm like, all right, well,
Yeah.
you know, I don't want to predict anything, but, you know, Hour Zero and Attack Mode will be in grand finals, and here we are. But let's not ignore the other two teams that we're going to be watching in a couple seconds here, the Slugsnax and the Weird Squad. Both teams have shown a lot of heart and a lot of just dominant play, especially in the group stages. But, you know, we're just a little less little less better than the other two teams, and so here we are, and they do have something to play for. You know, this is not a consolation game.
Well, and here's the thing, too. It's not like these two teams don't have their own players who are pretty good as well, or don't have some tier 2 experience or anything like that. I mean, Slugsnax is basically UC Santa Cruz, right? So that's one thing we have on one side. And then the Weird Squad, Basilisk is a player who's been around for quite a long time, has been around the tier 2 scene as well. So there are players on both of these teams that have some merit. Chris was playing really well in the McGee for the Weird Squad against Attack Mode. He just didn't have enough to get through to the end. But when you look at it here, when you look at it, a third place, a consolation prize still on the line, like, there's still pride to be fought for here, Will.
Absolutely. So the winner of this match will get the so we have we have a $500 prize pool, and it kind of got split down the middle. Oh, not down the middle, but it's split between first, second, and third. And so the third place team, whoever wins this, will get the $50, and like basically it would be a team entry for another tournament. So like so again, there and not only that, there's also pride as well, because, you know, like, again, you just ran into a brick wall today. Like you just happened to write. Like, I'm sure that if either as Hour Zero or Attack Mode, we're not in this tournament, it would be a different result that we're seeing here. But this is going to be good either way. I mean, like, that last match was extremely competitive, and I'm looking forward to seeing what the Weird Squad can do against Slugsnax. But like, the scorelines don't dictate what happened in those past two matches. They were extremely close. They were back and forth. I mean, the last hybrid map went the distance twice. You know, so it's just like, you know, I expect to see a lot from these two teams.
I think one of the things to think about here, Will, is like, what are these teams going to show, right? Like you want to get that. You still want to get that money. You want to be in the money. You don't want to be just outside of the money. So there's still something that you're playing for, but also that, like, composition-wise, we've seen a lot of different things come out here with I mean, this is what happens, right? When literally right before this tournament gets going, you've got a patch that drastically changes things that are considered important in the meta. So there's a lot that goes into that as far as figuring things out. Like, the Weird Squad have looked best when they were running that McCree composition where they were really kind of playing around. Chris was able to create for them on that DPS. Obviously, they had a lot of harass and everything else, but the way that this is going to go here, I don't know how these teams are going to match up just yet, and I think that's the best part when we get to jump in here to our first map. And Control is sort of the great outlier, though, of course, too. But Lijiang Tower offers us, Will, like, a lot of different styles of composition that you can see based on which point we get.
Oh, and one other thing that's going to be changing from the earlier matches is that now it was a coin flip for the first map, so that's why I have Lijiang Tower. And you can see that the rest of the maps are to be determined, because the losing team will get to pick the next map, and then the winning team will get to pick side depending on the game type. So we don't know what we're going to see in the next, like, 4 maps here, but I mean, obviously it's going to be exciting either way.
But Lijiang Tower is a map that I think everybody should be able to get excited for. In my opinion, it's one of the best maps. A lot of the Control maps are some of the best maps. I think it's the most fun type of Overwatch or match type of Overwatch, in my opinion. So
Now we're going to get to see this here, and the doors have already opened up, and Snozzler already on the Tracer, getting to the point, seeing the Wrecking Ball from Super Gomez.
Absolutely, absolutely. So look, it looks like here that we're going with the same comps that we saw in the early matches here. Chris on the Tracer, though, as opposed to the McCree. Like, I want to see him back in that McCree. And then Emerald on the Sombra, which has been wrecking house in here. You were talking about different compositions in this entire tournament. Like, it's just changed everything. We've seen everything. We've seen Torbjorn. We've seen every single combination of DPS on the matches here.
And Chris, no slouch here on the Tracer, already has a kill, helping to finish off EMF as well. The Weird Squad starting to maybe get control here. Super Gomez on that Wrecking Ball starting to make a difference too. The hacks not coming through there at the end, and they're starting to maybe turn this back for Slugsnax. Snozzler on the Tracer as well. Back into the fight, helps get down Super Gomez. It's a back and forth fight here, but finally the flip comes through for Slugsnax.
Absolutely, absolutely. I see Superman on that Genji as well. I'm looking forward to see what he can pull out some of the blades. I was looking for that the entire tournament. As Snozzler also on that Tracer has just been dominant play here. But also Chris pulls out the Pulse Bomb as well. It gets one off of that blast.
So a pretty good start at the very least to give yourself an advantage, but Snozzler will get down one of the main supports for Weird Squad. So now Slugsnax have a bit of an advantage as far as the healing is concerned. You have the blade coming up for Superman as well. Has to be careful of the mines there. They still have control of the point for the side of Slugsnax. And now you can see they start to re-engage. They have the Winston almost getting the Primal Rage for EMF. They almost give up that point, but now the blade gets pulled by Superman. 2 quick kills, and this will stay for Slugsnax as they are up to 43%.
I mean, Lunacy wanted no part of that blade. He just jumped off the side of the ledge, just like, no, I want no part of it. But 2 kills coming in from that blade, and I think this is the first blade we've seen the entire tournament, so I'm very happy about that. But meanwhile, it's 54% for the side of Slugsnax, and the Weird Squad, if they're going to do anything right now, this is the time to turn it up.
Well, they have to avoid getting stuck there. The stick comes through for Chris, which helps with take down EMF. So the Weird Squad, maybe this is their opportunity to get back in. Super Gomez already with 2 kills on the point as well. And now you have the sound barrier being committed by Slugsnax in desperation to try and keep this going. Superman building up to another blade too, but Real Boss Baby with the Coalescence will get a kill as well. So Snozzler coming back in, but there's so many players left alive for the Weird Squad, but they come back in. Enigma with the double kill to start and turn this back around for Slugsnax.
Absolutely. So, like, we're in last fight territory here. Slugsnax is at 93%, and it looks like the Weird Squad is not going to be able to flip this point. They're just fighting extremely hard, and the desperation plays are coming in, and they have no ult advantage either. We're going into overtime, and it's just very close. 99% on the side of Slugsnax. They just need to hold on and clear off these last set of kills, and they will get this win. But it looks like Lunacy is trying to play, but then the blade has come out as well. He gets 2, and it's going to the side. A little white. Last second plays. That Tracer is just looming over the point, but the overtime is ticking down. It looks like we're going to get, in a minute, Slugsnax. I don't want to be prophetic. Almost there. Somebody else is on the point. I'm not sure, but...
Yeah, the stall keeps going, but it's over now, Will.
It's finally.
It took a little bit.
It took a little bit of time, but Slugsnax captures his first point, and they're going to be up 1-0 on this map.
Yeah, and when you look at it, Will, too, I mean, pretty similar styles as far as, dive style compositions that we saw from both teams, but Snozzler and Superman were able to get the better, at least at the beginning.
Yeah, at least at the beginning of this. So we're going to see a little bit of adjustment here in the Weird Squad. Again, they have another point to give at the very least, but not a lot of changes coming in from either side. Again, Chris is going to still stay on that Tracer. I'm still looking for the McCree because that's when he was wrecking house. And then, of course, the Symmetra one trick is going to come out as well for the teleport.
Yeah, gotta use that teleport, get there a little bit quicker. Nothing changing on the side of Slugsnax, which I don't think is too much of a surprise, Will. They were pretty successful with this composition when they ran it on the last point. Gardens isn't too much different from Night Market. Obviously, you have the bigger skybox, but we're not seeing that come into play here as Slugsnax is in control at the beginning of this fight, getting a bunch of players low for Weird Squad. They've got to back away. Slugsnax now, well, just keeping things going. Chris trying to get in aggressively, but Basilisk goes down for the Weird Squad instead. Get a hack off onto the Wrecking Ball, but players already falling for the Weird Squad. It doesn't matter if Emeren's able to get those hacks if you can't follow up on them.
Absolutely. I think the word you were looking for there, Bosco, is if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So Slugsnax stays with the same composition, and they're just going to continue to dominate here and just taking down all the players. Like everyone is being really good on those hacks, but I mean, again, if you can't follow up, if you don't have the team play, you can't work.
Definitely can't, but the Pulse Bomb available for Chris. Has to use the recall, though, to stay alive in this fight. Now is found out by Snozzler. They're going to push each other away from where that main fight is happening. In the meantime, Superman will pull the blade, just swiping, desperately trying to get anything with it. They finally will get the D.Va low, but they don't ever get the D.Va out of mech. So this might be the opportunity for the Weird Squad with this. With the players going down, they finally are going to be able to get some control.
It looks like the Weird Squad is actually becoming weirder, right? Because they're finally getting some action here in this point. They might be able to flip it if they can clear off these last couple of kills. That Lucio is just growing on the backside, and finally he goes down, and there we got the flip, the 2% and climbing.
So now you've got to come back in, but you've got 46%, Will, if you're Slugsnax, so they're still in a good position, and there's a lot of ults.
Right, they got some room to give here. They can do a couple of resets, you know. They can try some things out. If it doesn't work out, they got some time to play with.
Yeah, so up to 18% for the side of the Weird Squad. Snozzler just poking and prodding, looking for that opportunity to come in with that Pulse Bomb, and Superman halfway to another blade. So they've got almost those DPS ults up. The Pulse Bomb comes out, misses the target, but now the EMP is what Weird Squad will use to try and get in. They can't get Lewis, though, so Sound Barrier v Sound Barrier. The later one came from Slugsnax, but the boop off for Cal. Both of the main supports down in this fight. Self-destruct coming through will clear players off of the point, but it's starting to go for Slugsnax's way. Emerin just desperately trying to get some players down. Snozzler, though, wreaking havoc on the point, and now the blade comes out from Superman, but goes down immediately with it. The Weird Squad will maintain control.
Absolutely. It looks like the Slugsnax emptied the clip from all their ultimates. The Primal Rage came out as well, along with the Blade, just an immediate shutdown. It was almost like he was targeted, and now it looks like, well, almost a flip back, but then they didn't finish the point. What happened?
Yeah, they just didn't quite have enough. Chris staying aggressive here, too. Throws the Pulse Bomb out, misses, but that's okay. Snozzler coming back in, trying to deal with that Sombra. Can't get her, though, as she has that health back to keep her alive. Snozzler just trying to regroup with his team, but he can't do it. Gets taken out by Super Gomez, and somebody fell off the map for Slugsnax. So now this is entering last fight territory, and the hack coming over the pit for Superman. Can't dash away, and now they're scrambling for Slugsnax.
What an adaptation. It's 95% in climbing here, and no one is touching this point. It's not even being contested, but here we go. We're into overtime now. It's a 99% on the side of Weird Squad, and they're just trying to keep this alive here, use this game alive here. They get another kill, but that's the three are coming in, and it looks like it's just all over for Slugsnax. We're going to tie this up 1-1.
Emerin came in with a hack at the end, too, on the EMP to ensure that anybody on the point wasn't going to be able to do anything. And we're all tied up 1-1, Will. So the Weird Squad answers back on Gardens. What's that mean? We're going to Control Center to find our winner on Lijiang Tower. Absolutely.
I appreciate the fact that the Weird Squad came in with the adaptation. It's just like, look, you know, we understand what we just faced in Slugsnax. They took the information, they kind of warmed their hands up a little bit, and now they're going to come back into this Control Center and see what they can do.
When you look at it, too, obviously Control Center is going to change maybe what compositions we see. We can see both teams, Will, going over to Reinhardt as the main tank.
Absolutely. So they're just going to stand strong on that point. I'm looking forward to it. Also, I see the Zarya come out for Lunacy. We'll see what happens here.
Rushing to the point, getting there first will be Slugsnax, so they will start there. High ground control is going to be for Weird Squad, though. They're on those stairs in front. Chris is staying on the Symmetra here, too. Gets a kill onto Cal, so you're without your main support again. You're without all of that healing that the Moira provides. This is looking really good for Weird Squad and can just now burst down the Reinhardt and EMF with the help of the other players on the side of Weird Squad. Looking really good here, but now as that's happening, Slugsnax coming back. Snozzler and Cal with 2 kills. Cal able to get back quickly on that Moira to start and make a difference. And now what was looking like a team fight win for the side of Weird Squad starting to look good for Slugsnax. It's a back and forth battle.
Absolutely, it's like Slugsnax the Weird Squad just didn't finish their plate. Slugsnax able to come out with 2 kills and wait, but then as we say that, then the Weird Squad layers on their players onto the point, and they're going to capture it and start their percentage. What an interesting battle! Just went back and forth, and the Weird Squad, oddly enough, got it back on top. I'm going to use these punts the entire match. I'm just going to do it.
Weird Squad also having Emran switch over to the Torbjorn as well. So
boy, here we go.
No more Sombra this time. But Slugsnax, they have a lot of ultimates that they're going to be re-engaging back with. Already have the Blade basically for Superman, so he can come back in with that at any moment. And there it is, pulls it out. Sound barrier used in response. Shatter comes out to allow him to continue swiping through these players. Finally gets paid on to Basilisk. They fight through the sound barrier. They had enough to win the fight and take the point.
Good morning, Weird Squad. Here's Superman with his blade and just taking down 3 and just commanding the fight, the Shatter as well. But like Slugsnax had to pay a lot of ultimate economy to get that fight in. Even though they have flipped the percentage now they have to defend against the Weird Squad attack, who will have 4 ultimates going in this next fight, along with both of their tank supports.
Yeah, a lot that's on the side of the Weird Squad to try and retake this. They're up to 34% for the Weird Squad. Shatter going to get used first from Weird Squad. Superman just biding his time, building up to another blade, but it gets taken down by Lunacy. In the meantime, Graviton Surge throws out, and a lot of players caught in it. Weird Squad taking back control on the back of Lunacy's ult.
Absolutely, that was just a clutch ult from Real Boss Baby from the Moira and just getting players down, just taking that down. So now the point's going to flip back. We're now at 41% and climbing, and it looks like the Weird Squad is trying to get back into the fight here.
Yeah, now we have the Tracers meeting up in that server room on the high ground. Now having some other players get involved too. Snozzler building up to that Pulse Bomb. Weird Squad up to 55%. Snozzler being forced away by multiple players and now coming back around on the flank. Shatter gets used, doesn't get anything though for the side of Weird Squad. Slugsnax now will use theirs, and now we'll have the Molten Core from Emran make it really difficult to get onto that point. Still a pretty even fight though. Chris hits the Pulse Bomb for Weird Squad, keeping them in this, and they will maintain control.
It looks like that pocket pick from Torbjorn. Do not cut out Torbjorn. We seen in this last match that Torbjorn can wreck shop and get some kills. And Emran in the clutch on his ultimate as well to get the control back. And we're at 95%, and it's looking pretty grim. I'm sorry, 80% but it's looking pretty grim for Slugsnax at this point when they were just doing so well at the beginning of this map.
Yeah, not going so well right now, that's for sure. Weird Squad well in control. Snozzler, though, not done fighting. Super Gomez getting the kill onto EMF. Now the blade being popped by Superman. Trades going either way. Overtime has started for Weird Squad. They are moments away from winning map number 1 here in our 3rd place game. Snozzler desperately fighting in, gets the kill onto Chris, and now focusing down, gets the kill onto the Moira, uses the recall, another kill for Snozzler, throws the Pulse Bomb out, forces out both bubbles from the Zarya. Has to stay on the point, though. There's not many players left. Graviton Surge comes out. Basilisk and Lunacy make the difference at the end, and the Weird Squad will take a 1-0 lead.
Absolutely. I appreciate, again, the Superman tried to do the clutch play at the end of the game there, but it was just not enough. The numbers were not there. And although he's standing strong after that blade, he just got shut down, and that was the last 2 players who were on that point. So congratulations to the Weird Squad for taking this first map. And then this might be, an indication of what's to come. I mean, again, this match was extremely close and extremely competitive. So, I mean, again, it's not going to be, I don't think it's going to be easy for either squad.
Yeah, it definitely feels like it's going to be a battle if our control map is any indication for how this is going to go. So we're going to take a quick timeout. When we come back, we will have map number 2. We'll see where Slugsnax decides to take us.
And we welcome back to the Will English Invitational. Again, my name is Will English IV, and we are in the middle of the third place match here between the Weird Squad and Slugsnax. The Weird Squad is up 1-0 in this matchup, and we're about to go over to Teams Row. We had a little bit of a technical difficulty in the background, so we were subbing in Tangerine back from Monday. How you doing, Tangerine?
Hey, I'm doing great, and even though it's unexpected, you know, I'm looking forward to just getting to cast a little bit more fantastic Overwatch for the day. I've been watching the matches throughout the day, and they have been on fire, Will. It has been amazing to see what some of these teams have been able to pull out, and the Weird Squad versus Slugsnax match that we're watching right now is amazing to see.
Absolutely. It's just like the star of the show seems to be Torbjorn for all these matches. You know, like it's just unexpected. It's just like I watched the last match, and you know, the Torbjorn getting the hammer kills on the Lucy and the Diva. I'm just like, what is going on here? Is this just the troll? What is going on? But either way, we are going to be heading into King's Row for our second map. And again, in this matchup, the losing team gets to pick the next map. So we're going to go to King's Row for our hybrid map. And you know, again, one of my favorite hybrid maps in the world. But just like I think we've seen both of these teams play on it, so we have some information regarding them, right?
Yeah, we have, I believe, seen both of these teams play on it, but I wouldn't also be surprised if some of that ended up changing after the map that we just saw, actually, because I saw Emerald get a lot more use out of the Mei. Out of any other hero that they've been getting use out of. Namely, they played like the Sombra, they occasionally stall out with the Doomfist, but they pulled out the Mei today up against their match against Attack, and they ended up doing very, very well by running those Mei strategies. So honestly, I would not be surprised if we saw some more Mei decide to come out from the Weird Squad. And as far as Slugsnax is concerned, I mean, anything's fair game for them. They've seemed like a pretty flexible team, Will.
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen the Genji is come out. We've seen the Maze. We've seen the Torbjorns. Like literally, as I was getting to this tournament, I was hoping to see a 6K blade from somebody, right? Because we saw it all in the last tournament that we did online, but like just nobody pulled it out up until like it's kind of like you save your pocket strats, you know, because you're the king of the pocket strat puns. Towards the last match, you know, when it matters and when it counts. So Superman and their squad and Slugsnax versus the Weird Squad, and they're going to be in the attack on King's Row.
Yeah, they're also going to be, it looks like Slugsnax sticking out with this Widow. Probably going to switch probably immediately after. I see the Zarya also getting picked. However, I can't really trust too much that's coming out for the attacking side right now. The focus a little bit more on the defense and on the fact that Emerin is on a Bastion. Will?
Oh,
this is quite interesting.
Oh no, this is another troll pick. Come on.
This is interesting.
This is going to be interesting.
Yeah, Emerin is, as I've been watching Emerin today, I have noticed that it's a little bit of a silly hero champ, kind of player. They like to play the Mei, they like to play the Bastion, they like playing all these heroes that a lot of other DPSers don't usually feel incredibly comfortable with playing, and props out to Emerin. It looks like the shield missed just a little bit there, so Emerin's going to be a little bit out in the open. However, the sightline coming out, being covered by Chris, is definitely going to be able to stifle out that damage while the shields get put back up.
There's the shield. There's the double shield. Here you go.
Yeah, it's there now. Slugsnax are at a little bit of a loss as to what to do here. I mean, it's an odd comp that you see coming out here from the Weird Squad. Living up to their name.
Like I'm just gonna use all the weird puns anyway, but even a weird odd strategy here, just coming in the back line, and Slugsnax is just gonna walk on this point, like they must have scouted the Bastion up high, and just gonna walk on the point. And what's the worst part gonna do about that? Nothing. But Snazla's just gonna stand there with the McCree and just shoot at the shield, just giving him ult charge along with the shield as well, and no one's touching this point just yet.
No, it doesn't seem like it. It looks like what the Weird Squad want to do right now is just kind of rain damage from up above as Emerin and Real Boss Baby really get some work done on this field. It doesn't come without a few picks coming out from the side of Slugsnax, though, and they ended up getting a tick and a half. So I mean, a good defense coming out from the Weird Squad here, but Slugsnax are starting to figure out how to break into this Weird Squad Bastion comp by countering it out a little bit with some pressure damage.
Here's my thing, though. Like, me as a tank, if I see a Bastion on the other side, that's my target. It's so squishy, right? Even if they can heal themselves, just, like, take them down first.
Yeah, that's very true. I mean, prioritizing the highest damage output on the team is definitely going to be something that you want to look out for. But I don't think that Slugsnax were quite prepared to go in for an all-out assault dive onto that Bastion.
And here comes
taking
tank mode.
point in this instance seems to be doing them well, but Emerid pops the tank configuration mode and ends up finding 2 picks. If Chris can just find a few more shots onto this very slippery baby diva, maybe they're going to be able to do it. Does find the melee kill. This is still winnable for Weird Squad, Will. However, I don't think it's going to pan out. Well, maybe.
Well, maybe. Like, there's been so much like back and forth to this, but we finally, after all the weird compositions, and finally Emerin switches back to the Tracer. Here we go. Slugsnax is going to be on the street space.
Superman. What an amazing volley of shots coming out there, showing some prowess on this Hanzo. And now Slugsnax are coming up on a good amount of ultimates. They have 3. Weird Squad don't seem to have any on the field for this moment. Gonna be getting that bongo pretty soon though, so it's gonna kind of kick into gear their ult economy once that bongo gets placed down. But it does mean that Weird Squad don't really have the opportunity to hold Slugsnax over at the choke, and it looks like Lunacy is getting a little bit caught out here. We're gonna see if Lunacy is able to get out. Does not manage to get out, and that's gonna stifle this push probably even further, Will, unless the bongo comes out.
Yeah, unless the bongo comes out as well. And then Chris also gets those knife off, just standing right in the middle of the field, just takes out the head of Snozlar. And here we go again. They're going to fight in the street space here. There's another fight comes in, and Emerin on that Hanzo just switches again. It's just all over the map here with different characters. But the double sniper comp coming out, just like look, we have nothing to lose here. We're just going to keep trying to see if it works until we get challenged and shut down.
Chris and Emerin are putting the fight on their back right now. They didn't even need to invest a bongo in for that fight. I mean, as soon as Lunacy fell, Chris was there to find the pick to make sure that the Weird Squad would still be in this fight. And then from there, Chris and Emerin just kept finding these picks seemingly out of nowhere, and Slugsnax didn't really have a way to respond. But right now, Chris is under a lot of pressure, doesn't seem to be able to be saved after that dive comes out from Slugsnax. Wonderfully well executed, Will.
Absolutely. Finally, Chris gets challenged. He was just standing there this entire time, just taking pot shots at everyone and gets down. But then also the Dragon is going to come off on the side of Slugsnax as well, and he just seems to be winning this fight. He just been contested on the cart as well. And Superman with that Hanzo is trying to get some value out of that play, but it's not going to work. And the Trace is going to track down some players as well. It gets the 2 more kills, but at least they know what a payload is. The payload is moving towards this point. We're going to get the second point here in King's Row.
Yeah, we're going to be getting into this final point here on King's Row, the most notoriously hard point to break on King's Row, and because of that, you can actually see Snozlar going off to switch off to the Korean, Lewis going on the Lucio. An interesting decision coming out there, but primarily used probably to just output a little bit more damage since Tracer doesn't have as much mobility within these small spaces, but the Weird Squad are defending incredibly close, and quite honestly, I'm not sure how to feel about it because the cart hasn't even moved anywhere yet.
I mean, maybe they're just focusing on just cleaning up their act, you know, finishing the plate and then moving the cart, you know. But at the same time, like, Chris is now back on that signature McCree. That was what he was using all through the group stages to shut down players and teams, and I think finally he's taking it seriously because now, you know, like, it seems like they're on the back foot here as they're going to this last phase.
Yeah, going to be kind of disengaging here until they can get a full attack coming off. The Weird Squad are able to hold at this choke now, which is very nice for them. Window is popped out from Cal as well as a self-destruct from Libcrim. Not finding any value from either of them, but the Coalesce, it seems like Lunacy was actually just stranded into the back line of Slugsnax there, caught out of position just a little bit. No tanks left for the side of the Weird Squad, and a Dragon comes out to respond and clean up that fight even more from Slugsnax. And off of the back of a nice couple of picks, Slugsnax are definitely going to be taking this fight, moving King's Row into one fight territory here.
Absolutely. Like, Slugsnax just finally coming back from the brink here. Like, that last match was a little bit hairy. Maybe it was close, but just a little bit hairy inside of Slugsnax. Again, it looked like they just needed one more match just to warm up here, and now they're just pushing this payload towards the end here. 1:56 left in the clock. It might get a really good time bank if they can finish this map.
Yeah, the Weird Squad are taking a lot of poke damage right now, though. You can see the health bar is down a little bit low, but the window is definitely going to change the tempo just a little bit. A nice beat, too, comes out, as well as a bongo from Slugsnax. They're investing everything they have into this, but the Weird Squad still have 4 ultimates of their own. The cart is so close to point, though, Will. Basilisk is going to need to beat out of spawn to be able to stay in, and that's exactly what happens. The beat comes out, but the bongo does also get destroyed. Blizzard zones some people off a point, as well as the Deadeye. 3 3 ults committed here, but only 1 pick found, and now Lunacy is out of mech as well, so this is kind of the go button right now for Slugsnax. However, a shatter coming out from Super Gomez to knock everybody on the side of Slugsnax down, seals the fate for that team, but not without a double pull coming out from EMF there.
Absolutely. So it looked very grim for the Weird Squad. Super Gomez just decides to jump off the side of the ledge here. But either way, it looked very grim for Weird Squad. It looked like we're gonna have to take this take, but they come back. They come back and with all their ultimates. They paid a lot of ult economy to get that fight out the middle. But at the very least, they're gonna hold strong here. 46 seconds left on the clock, and Slugsnax is in final fight territory. They got a couple ultimates to work with, but I don't know how much time they have left.
We're going into last fight here. A few ults coming out from the side of Slugsnax. However, it doesn't look like they're even going to be able to get any use of them right now. Now Slugsnax are in a tough position. They need to wipe as fast as possible and get back to this point if at all possible. Lewis cannot be staggered here. Lewis has to get back into spawn. And they do manage to get back into spawn. Slugsnax do have a few ults to be able to use on this next push, but it's going to be rather rushed.
I mean, you got 15 seconds left to go. I mean, there's no one on this card. I'm not sure what is going on inside of Slugsnax, but like, come on, you guys can see the timer just like I can.
Oh, no.
What are we doing here? Is there no going to touch this point? It's 5 minutes? Okay, there we go. Now I got some people touching the card.
The D.Va ends up touching card here, will get out of mech, however, throwing out the bomb to make sure that they don't get out of it, and gets the kill. 2 picks up from Slugsnax, but the shatter will end up securing 2 picks off from Weird Squad as well. Bongo out from EMF to try and turn this fight into the favor of Slugsnax. The bomb out in response of the Bongo! Finds 2 and the Bongo. Great bomb coming out there from Lunacy to seal the deal and this defense here in the favor of Weird Squad. Slugsnax are not going to be able to finish out King's Row.
Wow. I mean, that, like what a bomb. What a clutch play coming in from Lunacy just to finish this map here. So here we go. Now the Weird Squad are in the position of, if they could push their cart further along than Slugsnax could in their attack, they're going to win this map and to go up 2-0. And it could put Slugsnax in a very interesting position.
Yeah, it definitely could. And based off of what we saw from the Weird Squad either, they don't really give up, as it seems. Well, I mean, the Weird Squad were in a very lengthy game up against attack mode just a few minutes ago, as it seems, and they're putting out all of the stops right now. These guys are running like a freight train through these teams right now, regardless of results that came out from prior maps. Props out to Weird Squad for being able to stick it out throughout all this Overwatch, because as we all know, it can get somewhat exhausting.
Yeah, it can be. I mean, we've been playing for three days and almost 11 plus hours of gameplay, and some of these teams have had to wait because other matches have gone extremely quickly. But okay, we're grateful we're all here. We're about to see what the Weird Squad can do on their attack, and then Chris is switching back over to the Symmetra. I was gonna say the Widow's coming out, but it's just my dreams are not coming true. But Everett on the Doomfist, I'm not sure if they're gonna commit to this decision, but we will see as the time ticks down. We'll see what Weird Squad can do on their attack.
I actually don't know what the Weird Squad are going for here. I'm actually, like, is this to set up a Doomfist rollout, maybe? Or they're just going to TP right to point while Emerin fights a little bit on the front ground. May is stranded on point right now, but EMF saw that coming, was able to pick off Emerin, and Chris also falls. No DPS left on the side of Weird Squad. Most likely going to have to take a reset here because of that. So well done. A nice response coming out from Slugsnax, and now Superman is going to be switching over to that Hanzo for some extra shield break, and also going to try to be able to play this comp from at a distance, which is exactly what you want to do.
I mean, Chris is still committed to the Symmetra pick, and I'm not sure what's going on here, but I hope that it works out well for either one of them.
It looks like as of right now, Slugsnax just cleaning up this point right now on the defense. Lunacy wants to get a little bit of extra poke damage coming out. EMF is taking a decent amount of damage, though. Will just end up feeding just a bit more ult charge over to Lewis, though. Just a bit more healing coming out. And now I want to take a look at the ultimates coming out from the side of Slugsnax. They have 3 coming up, pretty much about 4. Once this fight is done, Bongo will definitely be up. The Weird Squad do have a couple of ultimates on their own. However, we're going to see how much value they get. Super Gomez just TPs, though, to point and gets beamed down absolutely immediately.
It's almost as if Chris is just saying, look, I'm going to stand this in the metro until you force me off of it. And he gets the ultimate as well for the big wall, but like, not sure what was going on here. And then Lunacy is just going to pop Primaration, not doing anything with it. I mean, is it just confidence? They haven't captured the point yet. They're just going to stand here and, troll on the point. What is going on? I want these. Okay, now Chris has switched over to the Widow. Okay, maybe it's going to take this a little bit more seriously than we were expecting earlier.
Yeah, this is interesting. The Lunacy is literally just like at the spawn of Slugsnax right now. I think they're going to be going in for a pinch dive, but Super Gomez doesn't have any support to be able to break through the choke. You can't break through the choke as an Orisa by yourself. You need to have some support coming out through the rest of your team to be able to push you through that. Either an organized speed boost, maybe rushing around the statue instead of just trying to take that far close push. Might have been a little bit better in their favor.
Absolutely. It looks like we have a little bit of a technical difficulty here, but at least Slugsnax has the ult advantage going into this next fight, and I can imagine that like the Weird Squad is still trying to these weird compositions and just trying to figure out like how we're gonna go break the wall that is Slugsnax. Now, again, at least Chris switched off into the Widow, right, at the very least. But outside of that, I mean, I'm not sure what else was going through their heads, as they're setting this up. I mean, I hope that they at least capture the point and get into the street space, but we're not going to be sure at all. I mean, we're just gonna have to imagine with the freeze. Oh wait a minute, now we have another frame.
There we go. The frames are loading slowly but surely.
I do hear some, and it looks like we're back. So. And again, not much has changed. We're still with a minute 43 left in the clock here, and they have not even touched this point, but it looks like they're going to take it seriously now. Chris is on the Widow, and Vimmeren's still in the Doomfist. The bomb's going to come in from Limp Grip, whatever. It's just going to clear 2 off of this point. What is going on here? This looks like the last fight territory coming in soon for the Weird Squad.
Yep, the Weird Squad definitely finding the picks that are needed within that fight. Real Boss Baby finding 2 just on their own. They were able to pull together an attack, Will, which is incredible based on what we were just starting to see. It was starting to get a little bit dire coming out from the side of the Weird Squad, but as of right now, from what we saw earlier, it looks like the Weird Squad most likely were able to win out that fight.
Absolutely. So, I mean, it's a Weird Squad. Like, I would assume that they're just mounting their attack, but at least a couple of players were on the point. I mean, I hear some stuff going on. There is a pause coming into play, and they are into the streets phase. Well, congratulations. And it looks like they only had to it looks like Slugsnax emptied their ult economy to do so. So, we're going to go back to the map set real quick here. We're just waiting for the technical difficulty to return. But again, it looks like that the Weird Squad finally took this thing seriously, and now they're back in the street space. So I'm looking forward to what the next steps are going to be for that team.
Yeah, they ended up doing so with a very odd comp, though. It seemed a little bit niche. However, I think that comp is going to work a lot better for them, actually, once they start to get onto these street phases where they can kind of just stay on the cart and are able to almost semi-pirate ship it over along with the Orisa that they do have. They have these heroes that give them such incredible control over the point that I think as street phases continues, this is really where the Weird Squad's comp is going to shine when going up against the comp that Slugsnax are running. So Slugsnax really have to adapt to what the Weird Squad are starting to pull out, and they did end up pulling out like the Hanzo to make sure they can get some more range damage, and as long as the spam comes through appropriately, Slugsnax do have a chance to take this. However, I think that the Weird Squad definitely have a decent comp to be able to deal with street phase.
So we're going to take a quick break while we resolve some technical issues with our production team, and we'll be right back after this. We welcome you back to the Weird Squad versus the Slugsnax on Kings Row. And again, thank you for sticking with us for all these technical issues. But like the internet seems, Murphy's Law seems to want to have a piece of me today, Tangerine. But that's okay. I still stand to survive. Either way, when we last left our teams here, the Weird Squad did start on their attack and they did capture the point. And it looks like they're moving forward here. So it looks like the Weird Squad is taking this match seriously.
Yeah, and they're sticking with this comp that they decided to roll out on. It looks like a bongo is going to be popped up from Super Gomez, but is met with so much pressure that Super Gomez just falls immediately, and the bongo goes with it. As of right now, Slugsnax just put on the aggression, pressed the go button, and wiped the Weird Squad basically off of the face of the earth.
Yeah, it's just like a kind of a overkill response to them capturing the point here. So Slugsnax burying the Weird Squad along with their ultimates. So either way, we're still stuck in this cart here, and it's just I'm not sure what is going on. It's just like we have the Deadeye coming out for Snozlar. No, I'm not sure he's going to get any value out of that. And then Chris is also going to activate the wall hacks, and then Lucy is also going to pop the Primal Rage as well. I'm not seeing a lot of things in kill feed here other than Chris just staying in the back line, getting 2. Okay, all right. He's like, okay, I'm committed to this. That's 3, and there's almost the 4th, almost the 4th one.
I was hoping for it.
I was hoping for it too. So the Weird Squad answers back, and the payload is moving forward. A minute 55 left in the clock. I mean, they just wasted a ton of time just messing around. But like, I'm hoping they're taking it seriously, trying to finish this map. Again, the golden box of victory is standing in front of them. All they have to do is push it further than Slugsnax, and they can win this map and go up 2-0 in the series.
Yeah, but look at Weird Squad's ultimates. They have just about nothing. Slugsnax are at least about to come up to that beat, and with the threat of the Nano Blade, though, just being a possibility on the field for the Weird Squad, Slugsnax might choose not to invest it within this current point in time. There's an odd main tank battle just going on within the back of everything, though. Looks like EMF and Lunacy were having a little zip-zap battle, just kind of tickling each other a little bit. But in the meantime, a fight has been breaking down over on point. Lewis still has that beat waiting for this blade to come out. However, the beat comes out from Basilisk first, so the beat has to be dropped from Lewis if Slugsnax want a chance to keep holding on with this defense. Emerin now has this blade in his back pocket, but will get zapped down by EMF before it even becomes a possibility. On the fight, things still breaking down. A Baby Diva and Lucio on point will both fall to Basilisk. And it looks like the Weird Squad are going to be able to stabilize here and still have Nano Blade for next fight, and the blade's getting popped out.
I mean, Lucio got a couple of kills there. I mean, like, don't think of a support as another DPS player, but here we go, proving us all wrong. And Emerin on that blade is just standing up and standing strong and just trying to see if we can push this card a little bit further. They'll have an ult economy advantage coming into this, and the grab is also online as well, so we'll see what they come up with.
The Nano Lucio comes out! What a good use of the Nano from Real Boss, baby. Nano's up onto the Lucio, and Super Gomez throws out a nice grab, is able to catch a few people, but not without a response from Snozlar. Picking up 2 people now within the back. There is now no main heals on the side of the Weird Squad, just Lucio to be able to heal everybody up with. So this attack might be a little bit difficult. Emerin not able to pick off the Ana 2 to make sure that the main heal trade comes out. So it looks like it's going to be a disengage for the time being for the Weird Squad.
I never thought you would say these 2 words in order, the Nano and the Lucio, like at the same time. And it's just like they got nothing for it. The Weird Squad is living up to their name and just all these weird compositions and plays. I mean, I don't even know if they're being trolled right now. I mean, I feel like a Rickroll thing is going to play after this match. But either way, Slugsnax he's got 2 more kills, and this payload is just stalled out. 53 seconds left of the clock, and it's just like the Weird Squad is just. I mean, are they going to finish the map? I mean, are we playing a match here, or are we just tickle fighting, as you like to say?
Yeah, but I mean, Snozlar, I'm gonna take a big look over here. I think the biggest battle that we have going on right now is Super Gomez versus Snozlar. Super Gomez has been getting so much charge within the middle of these fights, usually finds an opening pick for the Weird Squad, only for Snozlar, who just got picked off, to find 2 picks in the middle of the fight. But that pattern is not going to be repeated as the Nano Blade comes out, but it's met with the grab by Super Gomez and a beat. There was no way that blade was going to get any value with the response that Weird Squad did. And now there's only 15 seconds left to cap. Slugsnax have to get back on here if they want to win.
So the Weird Squad just shutting down all the ultimates. Nope. But right as we say that, the Weird Squad, I don't even want to call this a victory. I just want to call it like this is finally over. The madness has come to an end. Yeah, no camps. So either way, we Weird Squad is up 2-0, and we have potentially one more map to go here, whatever they end up picking. But I hope it's a little bit better than this slop fest that we had and whatever. I mean, this is gonna go down for the ages. I never thought I would see this in a professional broadcast.
This is definitely interesting to be seeing, and it looks like Weird Squad are definitely starting to come alive. The Weird Squad have been doing incredibly well, meeting everything with proper responses, using their ult combos properly. Well done from the Weird Squad, but it's definitely not going to count out Slugsnax just yet.
Well, while we figure out what just happened and where we are in the map, we figure out our next map. Let's go to a quick break. Let's sort this all out. We'll figure out what Slugsnax is going to pick for their escort map coming up after this. And welcome back to the Willingness Invitational. Again, my name is Willingness the Fourth, and we finally have back Labasco. I mean, after again, Murphy's Law is once a piece of me today. I am not having a piece. I'm not having anything to do with it. But welcome back to the cast. While you were gone, while you were sleeping, the Weird Squad is up 2-0, and it looks like we're gonna go to our last map. Well, hopefully our last map here. I mean, this has been an odd match. Let's just put it like that. And I think they're just performing for the crowd, but that's okay. That's okay. We're gonna finish this out, and it's gonna be cool. Now I'll try to like talk to the players, like what happened, you know, like we just like I feel like the Winstons in the background were playing patty cake back there. So it looks like our next map is gonna be Route 66 on Escort. So man, it's been an interesting day so far.
Well, Route 66 a great map, so we get to finish off, potentially finish off, I should say, on an awesome map, a very good map too, as far as Blizzard shorts have gone too, as far as Overwatch shorts. I was just thinking about the one where we're introduced to Ash and Bob, so you know, very good lore on this map, but more importantly, this is a map where there's a lot of options as far as compositions that they'll be able to play. We can see more of the Winstons. Maybe they'll play a little bit more Patty Cake Will. That's definitely in the cards.
Like somebody was just standing and just watching it. It was all the way in the back line, and I'm just like, what's going on here? I wish I had a first person POV to see like what was going on, but like it's just kind of like oh, are we interrupting something? I'm not sure. But either way, whether they're trolling me or not, we still have one more game, at least one more game to play, and it looks like that. No, I'm sorry. Well, I was going to see if who was going to be the attack here, but either way, we're going to see Route 66. We hopefully will see some good action here. I mean, like a lot of different characters have come out. I mean, we have had the Symmetra, we've had the Torbjorn. Chris ended up being on the Widowmaker, which got a lot of value off of. And I forgot what other DPS he played towards the beginning of the map, but then he ended up switching. No, you played the Symmetra for a while, and then switched over to the Widowmaker. And then I was like, okay, now you're taking this seriously. So I appreciated all of that.
Right. Well, you know, at the end of the day, you got to make some swaps sometimes to win. So even when you're having some fun, sometimes you have to swap to something that's going to make it a little bit easier for you to win when the competition's, you know, Slugsnax, they're not slouches, you know. They might be down 2-0, but they're still a pretty good team. They're showing us the Tracer and the Echo, which has been all too common throughout Overwatch currently, Will. And then on the other side, we get to see more Chris's Widow on the defense. So that's going to be super nice.
Yeah, absolutely. So Slugsnax will be on the attack here, and the Weird Squad will be on defense to start off with, and it looks like we're going to get some a little bit more serious. The other odd character for the Weird Squad has been the Genji as well from Emerin. So Chris is on that Widowmaker and is going to make a statement play here, and Superman and Ionix looks like they're taking this seriously as well. So they got the Tracer and the Echo. We'll see how it goes.
I think we saw Superman play some Genji at some point in this tournament as well.
Yes.
So Genji has popped up a couple of times. So it's not super crazy to see some Genji. Superman finding a Wrecking Ball to throw a clip into in the moment, but just backing away currently, just trying to get into a position to get onto those players who are on the high ground. You can see the bubble coming through to allow for the dive to come through from EMF, but you have that Tracer going all the way around to probably find Chris. Will probably be the target. Has that very smart place where the trap was right on him, so if the Tracer got close, it would get hit by it, so knew where it was, and now everybody just kind of backs away, and the dives will reset here in a second, and we'll see how it can go. Ionic chasing down Lunacy, who cannot get away on the Wrecking Ball.
Not at all. So it looks like the Slugsnax is having a very good attack route here. They're going to probably get too close to this first point, and the Primal Race gets popped off from EMF. It gets very little value. I mean, they're pushing people away, but I'm not sure if they're going to get any kills. I mean, just kind of translate that. Well, there's the kill in the battle, so that's cool. So the kills are coming in for Slugsnax, although Chris somehow picked off the Ana with it, and it's just like, wait, but now Slugsnax is down for 3 kills, and it looks like the Weird Squad's going to come out of this fight on top.
Yeah, Real Boss Baby coming there, but EMF with the double Goomba Stomp kill. Huge for the side of the attacking team in Slugsnax. So Slugsnax now will be able to complete this first part of the map, and they've got a massive time bank to attack the second part with.
Absolutely. I mean, the first attack route kind of went extremely quickly, but then, of course, Chris with the wall hacks coming into play, and just try to see if he can get somebody walking. There it goes. It was almost like, dead it. There it goes again. Almost takes the head off of the Zarya there as well, but not much of value outside of that place. It has to go down. And then Emerin has also switched over to the McCree, and again, the McCree getting a lot of play and a lot of value in this tournament.
Yeah, a lot of play coming out. Chris just waiting for that bubble to go down. Pops the shot into EMF, who gets finished off in the air by Real Boss Baby. Superman gets the stick onto Emerin, though. Gives him a little crouching salute before he goes. But in the meantime, on the cart, the attacking team in Slugsnax, they are keeping this going. They've got the duplicate to have the Brigitte out there to give them the extra support that they need to keep this cart moving.
Absolutely. I mean, it looked like that pulse bomb kill was kind of personal here. It's just like, wait, you know, like, don't take me for jokes. I also think there was a substitution on the side of Slugsnax. I mean, Ionic here on this Echo is putting in work. And also, Limp Grip has the Graviton Surge in place, and also EMF has the Primal Rage. So we'll see if they're going to use this in this next fight here. But it's looking pretty good for Slugsnax so far.
Just continuing to push this cart forward. Have to worry about the mines, though. They get dropped on the cart by Lunacy. Lunacy gets slept in the meantime, but Superman going again, poking and prodding towards that back line, almost falling off the map there. Recalls to stay on it, and now can chase down, or sorry, Chris who's chasing down, who's made the switch over to the Tracer now. So we got Superman and Tracer both on this, and the defense seems to be solidifying themselves now here in the streets phase.
And of course, Emerin now is pulling out the Tourbillon. Okay, now I see where this is going. Now we're just
no more
delving
Tracer
deeper
running
into
around
madness.
for Superman. That's for sure. Makes it a little harder when you got that Torb turn to try and deal with as a Tracer. That's for sure.
Absolutely. So Superman is now going to have the pulse bomb on deck. I mean, Slugsnax they saved their ultimates for this next fight here. They didn't have to give out a lot of value here. I'm hoping that they're going to push the card forward, and at least they know what the payload is.
Well,
There's the grab.
In the meantime, though, is going to get kills, and then the Graviton Surge coming out isn't going to do enough from Limp Grimp, so they will lose this fight. Will Slugsnax and the Weird Scott, they are in control finally. They've made some swaps that have helped out. Emerin used a very late Molten Core there, though. Probably wishes he had that one back.
Yeah, probably sure that was a misplay. Just wish we held that off for the next fight. I mean, it wasn't going too well for Slugsnax to begin with, and now they're a little bit on the back foot here. I mean, you got 2 minutes. You got enough maybe for one more fight, and one more push. But at the same time, you know, you're gonna be down in ult economy, and you got to come up with some hero plays here to see if we can push this card to this next point.
Yeah, both teams are pretty hard down for some ultimates, that's for sure. But there's the first ultimate to come through with a pulse bomb kill for Superman. The very aggressive defensive hold that was coming out for the Weird Squad. It'll give them an opportunity to have another defense here, though, before that cart reaches the doors.
Absolutely, absolutely. So here it goes again, and then Ionic is going to copy the Winston and see if he can get the Primal Rage off while in duplicate mode. And then, of course, in response, Super Gomez is going to pop the Primal Rage as well. So it's going to be monkey battle. And who's going to come out on top if not sure here?
Well, unfortunately, Ionic lives through it the entire way, doesn't lose out on the ultimate, but just doesn't get the value that's needed. And Chris is happy to do that and see that, because that's a 3K for Chris. Now with that fourth, hitting the Ionic before can get away on that Echo. So now the Weird Squad, again, back into control.
Absolutely. It looks like Chris is now, again, taking this seriously now, is back on the Tracer. I mean, again, we've seen him recruiting. Tracer seems to be the two big heroes for Chris. And just the 3 kills in that last fight is making a difference here. We got 35 seconds left of the clock, and there's no one from the side of Slugsnax on this point here. So it looks like the Weird Squad is in control and in command. And if they can hold on a little bit, they'll have an opportunity to finish this match.
Well, they lose Emerin at the beginning of the fight. Ionic back into the sky, chasing down the Roadhog, getting him really low. Take a breather gets used, but it's not enough to keep Super Gomez alive. Big Boss, the real Boss Baby. I don't know why I said Big Boss Baby, but it's real Boss Baby, not getting any value out of the ultimate. Does manage to kill EMF, but it's just being chased down. Superman's just going to go to the cart, start moving it again with no time left on as we're into overtime. But Chris still wreaking havoc in the backline, focusing now on the Ana. Gets slapped. That will slow things down. Emerin so desperately trying to get a hammer kill. Will throw the ultimate out. Overtime starts to go. EMF not done, though. Using that Primal Rage, gets 2 kills, keeps this going at least for the moment for Slugsnax, but can't keep it going long enough. They don't get past the streets phase, and the Weird Squad will have a chance here to finish this off if they can push to where that cart finished off.
Absolutely, absolutely. So, I mean, this could be the final push here for the Weird Squad and deliver us from this very interesting, very odd level of Overwatch they're seeing here in the play. Again, congratulations to both these teams for making it this far, but we have to say goodbye to one of them, and I'm hoping it's not Slugsnax. I hope they come back here and at least make a hold and just play for the tournament lives here as we get into the attacking side for the Weird Squad.
Like you said, $50 on the line for both of these teams, Will. So that's you know, maybe it'll give you a meal at Chipotle for everybody on the team, but like, or half the meal for, depending on how much you spend at Chipotle. I spend a lot of money at Chipotle, man. But,
Yeah, of course.
But like you said, you know, gives you another tournament bid. You can put that $50 towards entering another tournament.
Yeah, I mean, and you have the pride. You have the pride of coming into this tournament, you know, unknown, random draw, group stages, the whole 9 yards, and making it all the way to 3rd and 4th place. And it just I would take it as a thing. I mean, heck, this tournament is even listed on Wikipedia, so it's definitely legit. You know, like
Yeah.
it's not just some fly-by-night operation here. It's just like we're very professional here. Either way, we're looking forward to see what the Weird Squad can do. And again, as Labosco mentioned, all they have to do to win this map and win the match and get 3rd place prize is just push the cart further than Slugsnax did on their attack. And here we go.
Just have to get to that golden box of victory. They're going to come out with the wrecking ball again. Lunacy finds himself a couple of targets, sees that they're having that aggressive hold with the Bastion. Emerin will be able to get some help from Chris, and now Emerin is just getting set up so that way when they start to come back on the respawn, he's already in position to deal with them.
Absolutely, that Bastion play is coming out, and again, it shows a little bit of confidence. I don't know if it's confidence or again they're still trolling us, but just Emerin on that Bastion, I mean, can get a lot of value out of it as well. But that Superman is going to come in with the hacks. There's also some interesting picks coming out the side of Slugsnax. They've gone with the Sombra and Reaper combination. Let's see how much value they can get out of their defense.
Well, almost up to that EMP already is Superman, so that may be able to get a lot of value. Emerin in the back line, though, still something that they have to try and deal with that Bastion. Real Boss Baby is getting kills on the Baptiste like it's his job as a DPS. So this cart cruising here at the beginning for the side of the Weird Squad.
Absolutely, and look at that Bastion just posted up there in front of the point here. It looks like the Weird Squad is just going to just have control of the time. But another kill coming in from Chris. It's just standing there, not being contested. It's just like, look, I don't care. You're going to have to push me off of this high ground. He's just going to stand there and just wait.
Yep. Oh, getting shot, though. Not going to be able to deal with Superman there. Standing still for a little bit too long, maybe, but Superman gets torn down himself as he gets hooked in. So even when they get a good kill, the Weird Squad is there to answer. And now we've entered into the real weird area, the real weird zone.
See, this was happening on the last map. It was just the kind of a melee battle. They're just playing patty cake in the back line here. I'm not sure if these guys agreed to this beforehand or something. I have no clue what's going on. But either way, that's what we're saying this. It looks like the Weird Squad is going to complete the first point, and maybe, just maybe, we might get a map completion as well, but I'm not sure. Maybe they just want to spend these last 4 minutes and 24 seconds just trolling us and just showing off for all the cameras and all the audience here. So I hope you guys enjoyed the show.
Well, Superman has an EMP to maybe try and slow things down for the side of the Weird Squad, but Chris still on the flank, finding headshot after headshot. It doesn't even matter. Doesn't matter if you dance like that. He knows exactly what he needs to do to find heads, click heads, and continues to do so. Misses the shot on the Baby Diva there. Watches the self-destruct. Probably wasn't going to be able to get out because I think he missed with his grapple. But regardless, you've got the Weird Squad. They're taking their time now. Well, they haven't even moved the cart yet.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, enjoy the moment, enjoy for what it is. It looks like the Weird Squad is going to finally complete this map and deliver us from whatever this whole thing is. But at the same time, it's been great. It's been great to watch all this stuff. And Chris, Emerit's going to set up the Bastion on top of the high ground and try to take down that Diva.
Super Gomez has to be a little bit careful. The Lunacy coming in for the dive in just a moment. Real Boss Baby keeping everybody healthy on the team. Chris looking for the Tracer, misses the shot, gets the burst down with the help of his using the semi-automatic version of his gun. But either way, now Emerin set up in behind to try and get that Bastion to be really effective. But Superman and co, they're keeping this going. They're keeping the defense going, and Emerin just trying to jump away and off the map to try and regroup.
I mean, but like not a lot of time left. This card has not moved. But I mean, if the Weird Squad doesn't do anything, I mean, at least they should know what a payload is. They've gotten this far into the tournament, and look, we'll see if they pull out the ultimate for the Ever and maybe switch off of that to see if they can finish this out. But again, 2 kills are coming in. Like Slugsnax is down to 3 players, and the cart still hasn't moved. I'm not sure if someone's standing on the cart right now.
It's contested, yeah. Ionic has been contesting it for a little bit there. Real Boss Baby will finish that. And that might be enough to finish this map off. Maybe one more recontest available for Slugsnax. As you
I mean,
still
Desperation
have
players have to come in now because like they're just very, very close to finishing it. They're at 63 meters and they need 71 to go. And the whole Hawk's gonna come out for Super Gomez, and again it sounds personal as he takes down Superman. And then the Tank Mode's gonna come out for Everett as well. It's gonna get 2 kills and finally, as they're doing is as they're cleaning off Slugsnax, they're still not moving this point. It's like less than like 5 minutes to go. Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Now we're gonna finish this. And congratulations to the Weird Squad. Now what a game. All I have to say is what a game, what a match. Congratulations for coming out in 3rd place in odd and semi non-dramatic fashion. Congratulations and thank you so much for participating. Slugsnax got so close to winning this, but you know, they just got edged out just a little bit in 4th place.
Yeah, a very, very talented squad for the Weird Squad, for sure. Slugsnax, though, for UC Santa Cruz, you know, this is a learning experience. That's what tournaments like this can do for a team like that once they go back into TESPA, or into the collegiate ranks, I should say, that you have a lot that you can draw on, and a lot of good teams that they got to play. And for the Weird Squad, they get the money. They get that $50. They got to enjoy themselves there at the end, play some compositions that they probably don't normally get to play. But, you know, when there's the skill gap that can happen sometimes between teams, you know, sometimes you get to have a little bit of fun.
Yeah, sometimes. But at the very least, you know, it looks like we're going to get the result that we're all looking for. I mean, like outside of these 2 teams playing, again, congratulations to both teams for making it this far. And I hope you had a really good experience in the tournament and everything else, and the competition you guys get to see. But, you know, that's not all we have. We have one more game, Labasco. We have played over 3 days, and we are finally down to the last game, the grand finals, which is going to be between Hour Zero and Attack Mode. We're going to take a quick break to sub ourselves out and sub myself out, and I hope you guys stick around for the last match of the day between Hour Zero and Attack Mode. See you in a bit. Welcome back to the Will English Invitational. Again, my name is Will English IV, and finally for our last match between Attack Mode and Hour Zero, we have Labasco, we have Tangerine, and they're going to carry you home into the grand finals. But what a tournament this has been. We started off on Friday with 20 plus teams, over 200 players, and definitely a whole huge staff of 25 plus people working on this tournament. And we're finally down to the last two teams. And what a tournament it has been so far. What an experience has been for all of us. And again, I'm extremely grateful to the Overwatch community for tuning in, sticking with us all throughout this weekend. But that, this is the last game, and I'm almost sad. I'm almost sad, guys, because this is the result we could possibly, the best result we could have possibly asked for between these two teams, and I'm looking forward to the competition. How about you guys?
Definitely. I mean, you look at it to this point, Attack Mode and Hour Zero, these are two teams that competed to get into the gauntlet, almost made it. Both of them made it pretty far in that. They've also competed in tournaments up until this point as well. These are two teams that people are looking forward to see how they're going to grow into 2021. So this being one of the first tournaments that we get to see in this year, it's really cool to see them meeting here. It was sort of fated that these two teams would meet here too, guys.
Absolutely. And again, it has been an honor and a pleasure to have all these teams. I mean, like I said, I did not expect this when it got started. We ended up with all this action. And again, I like, despite the fact that it was being a random draw, see, this is what blows my mind, is that it was a random draw. And like, how could you get a better result than this? How could you get these two teams in the grand finals? And it just like, and I'm sure they're going to perform well. Again, this is not just the constellation match we just saw. This is for the money. This is a money match now. It's $150, goes to whoever wins the team. But either way, no matter what happens, no matter which team wins, or we go 3 maps or 5, it has been amazing for both of these teams, and I'm looking forward to the competition. So, look, you guys, I will wish you guys the best of luck. Why don't you guys take it away and take us home to the grand finals?
Thanks, Will. Well, that's what you heard him say. Tangerine, Attack Mode versus Hour Zero is where we're at right now. What are the expectations we should have here for this grand finals game?
Oh my lord, sparks are going to be flying everywhere, Labasco. Hour Zero just has this unbridled aggression and incredibly aggressive playstyle about them. Attack Mode has these kind of odd comps, but they come together by playing out these odd methodical styles of play. These two teams directly clash against each other so much that there is just going to be some obscene Overwatch going on that's about to happen in just a few minutes. So excited to get into it.
Yep, we can look at these teams too. Hour Zero, a team that DPS-wise, Brooks and My Crazy Cat have been the two that have been carrying the torch for them. Sort of one of the engines that drive this team forward. We've seen both of these players play at incredibly high levels and play a multitude of DPS heroes, but we've seen a lot from them. We've seen a lot of Reaper. We saw a lot of, we've seen some Echo too. We've seen some Tracer. We've seen a lot of different DPS get thrown out by Hour Zero.
Yeah, absolutely. The flexibility that comes in with their DPS line on Hour Zero has been just sending them over the moon, quite frankly. That coupled with the aggression that comes out from both their tank and support line, and that's a very odd sentence to say that they have an aggressive support line. But when you have Tensa, I mean, that support line is just going to keep beaming on forward. And coupled with their incredible raw DPS talent, it's been propelling them further. But it's definitely not to count out Attack Mode's just sheer flexibility and raw playmaking ability that they seem to have. They always seem to have an answer for any given situation.
Yeah, they've got a lot of talented players on their side too. I mean, Chime and Rocket have been two for the DPS. Neptune and Skyward, as far as the support line goes, that's a pretty veteran support line that they have. The support lines of both of these teams are players that are pretty experienced. I mean, you were mentioning Tensa. Tensa, of course, somebody who's been around the Tier 2 scene for what feels like forever. I mean, this is a guy who was part of the OG GOATS team. That's right, the team that created GOATS. He was a part of teams prior to that. I don't know if people will remember Fractal Esports or any of the other teams that Tensa has been on, who have been really just pushing at the door of the Tier 2 scene, and he's been around for a very long time. And Lucio has been something we've seen be pretty important for both of these teams, Tangerine, and I think that bodes well if you have somebody like Tenza, who is known for his Lucio play.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Lucio has been a staple coming out from both of these teams here. You often too see them, see Our Zero specifically try and go out for that Brig. But Neptune also has been coming out on this Mercy. A Lucio Mercy seems to be the kind of support line that attack mode really likes to stick with. It gives you a lot of pocket potential to go out onto all of your DPS that have been shining so brightly for attack mode. But Our Zero, definitely do not count them out just yet as we start to roll into the first map here. Control center on Lijiang Tower. This is going to be an incredibly close quarters matchup, but coming out with the Pharah is a little bit odd, don't you think, Labasco?
Well, there is a bigger skybox on Control Center than people realize, so it isn't completely crazy to see somebody do this. The question is going to be, how will Our Zero answer to it? You can see right now that in the skies controlling above is attack mode with Chime with that pharmacy comp. Rocket now putting a lot of pressure on with the Tracer, but it's Brooks who's coming through first, gets those sticky bombs on at the end to help take down Ship, and they will take this point first for Our Zero. Our Zero really clean here, handling everything attack mode threw at them.
Yeah, incredibly clean, Labasco. Brooks, namely, has just been doing so well on this Echo all tournament. And it was why I was so shocked to see Chime just roll out on this Pharah. Echo can definitely counter that Pharah, if not careful enough. So, I mean, Brooks has been putting on an absolute show, but My Crazy Cat is already almost up to that Death Blossom, and Sluggo has that window to be able to use in the middle of the fight as well. Crimson's rather low here just to start out this fight right now.
Yeah, we'll see if they ever switch Chime off of this. About to get up to the Rocket Barrage, though, is Rocket on this Tracer trying to make a difference. Chime going down in the air to Sluggo. This time, throws down the Immortality Field to stay alive, then keep his other teammates up. Brooks, in the meantime, fighting outside, trying to get away. Skyward chases him down, punches him out of the fight, but this is still well in control of Our Zero. Need more to come through if you're attack mode. Rocket coming in, gets the kill onto Sluggo, so that's a lot of healing down. And now the barrage from Chime comes through. Now you see the value of the Pharah there when you can get an ult off like that.
Well done from the support line of attack mode. They were actually finding a couple picks, even though they were down in that fight originally. Losing Chime early on gets rid of a lot of applied pressure that attack mode would have over Our Zero, but Skyward and Neptune just turned that absolutely on its head. Now coming up on a few ultimates themselves, attack mode are definitely starting to get into a good position with this minefield and this beat that might be able to come out as they start to aggress in through White Room.
Chime quickly building up to another barrage, too. Has to be careful. Brooks gets the direct rocket on to get him down. My Crazy Cat coming in, though, with that Blossom. Doesn't get anything. Graviton Surge coming out. Our Zero throwing a lot into this. It's starting to turn in their favor now. Chime trying to escape. Brooks starting to come back into this fight, too. Rocket waving hello to the tanks that are left on the side of attack mode. They do have a lead as far as percentage for attack mode, but the flip did going to come through unless they can turn it around.
Yeah, as of right now, the fight's just looking like a little bit of cleanup. Great job from Chime there, definitely showing why they decided to pick the Pharah coming onto this map, landing a few direct rockets to have a nice couple opening picks, but that's such an incredible pick coming out from My Crazy Cat.
Yeah, it's not done yet. My Crazy Cat going over to this McCree and making a difference quickly for Our Zero. Now the Pharah having to deal with that McCree, not going to help out a lot, and Tracer has to be careful of the flashbang, and now it's Our Zero back in control, but it's 78% for attack mode. We're getting close to last fight territory, Tangerine.
Yeah, definitely. We're getting incredibly close. Chime does have this rocket barrage. We're going to see what they want to do with it, but a shatter actually comes through early onto attack mode, lays a couple of people flat on the side of attack mode, and it looks like Our Zero are just going to clean it up immediately.
Yeah, they didn't even give us time to really catch our breath, Tangerine, and they've already got to regroup for attack mode, and you're seeing quick swaps come through, and now we're definitely in last fight territory with 87% on the board.
Yep, just rearing up for this attack right now are Hour Zero. They're going to try and get to point as early as possible to make sure that they can take on this upcoming push coming out from attack mode. They want to try and play on point here with this Reinhardt and speed boost through any chokes, as well as try to play through the minefield that Crimson just dropped down, though.
So self-destruct up on the high ground. My Crazy Cat has to avoid it. Gets the kill onto Ship before he can drop down from his self-destruct. Huge start for the side of Hour Zero. Attack mode desperately trying to hold on. Skyward able to get My Crazy Cat out from that high ground. Crimson gets a kill to even things up. They're starting to turn it around for attack mode. Tenza will come back with the kill onto Crimson, though. Salty staying on the point for Hour Zero. Keep this going. Overtime meter starts, but you can see that it's 99 to 99. It's all about whoever can finish this fight off. Have to be careful. The flip comes through back over to Hour Zero. Self-destruct kill onto Neptune. Salty right back in, and now you've got two divas assaulting Chime. Throws out that flashbang in desperation, but you can only do so much against the double diva. And now you have the self-destruct come through from Brooks as well. It's too much. Hour Zero in control. They clear the players off and they'll take this first point, but boy, did it get difficult there at the end.
Yeah, incredibly scrappy fight coming through at the end there. 99 to 99, both teams on their last life there in terms of that round, and it ended up going down to the wire. Something that I want to highlight, though, on the side of Hour Zero is that Vita has been incredibly fast to pick this Reinhardt or even pick the Winston. It hasn't seemed like Vita has run a lot of ball throughout this tournament, but we're actually going to see, as I say that, the switch come through on Vita into this more meta comp that we've usually been seeing throughout this tournament with the Diva ball kind of core to kind of wrap around and make sure that your DPS are able to just kind of cause chaos, and that's the entire purpose of this comp. But attack mode, we need to see whether or not they're going to be able to weather the storm right now that Hour Zero are going to be outputting with this incredible lineup that they have going on for them.
They're going to throw the Torb out there, so you have the turret that can help contest in the air a little bit onto Brooks, but it makes it where it's something you have to try and focus on. You can see that Vita's going to do that pretty quickly. Chime trying to stay alive in the air, though, has that Mercy pocket on either side. Sluggo is actually playing on the Zenyatta now, too, so that's one of the differences for Hour Zero, and it's paying off here quickly as they will have control of this point first.
It is so hard if you're Crimson in this comp playing the Orisa. Yeah, as soon as I say that, they're going to be switching off right away. That Discord orb focus makes that Orisa last on the field like a microsecond if you're all focusing the Orisa and the shield is down. So a good switch comes out here from attack mode, rolling out, actually pretty much going pretty close to a mirror comp despite the difference in support. Skyward chooses the Lucio, and Sluggo is definitely still sticking on the Zenyatta for the applied Discord damage. But we're going to see how this plays out. However, Skyward falls first.
Already losing out on your speed. Chime now just in the middle of everyone on the side of Hour Zero, and in the meantime, you have My Crazy Cat and Salty combining to get plenty of kills, and you can see the retreat got called by attack mode. Looking dominant now in the second point for Hour Zero, that's for sure.
Yeah, and also Hour Zero have 5 ultimates coming into this next push. Attack mode only just about to get 2. Chime has to make something work here with this copy, or they have to try and force out some ults from attack mode, or find an early pick, just like Chime just did.
Tracer will be able to get back quick, though, so My Crazy Cat, it's not the worst player to have go down first, but how do you handle the pressure that's coming for Hour Zero? Salty, you can see, throwed out that self-destruct to try and slow things down. Gets back in the mech. Brooks used the copy on the Tracer, trying to build up a quick pulse bomb. Now has to find a target. Misses as he went after the player in the sky, but that's okay. His team is still controlling the point, getting the kills. The focusing beam kill onto Skyward, too. And Hour Zero, they've now got one fight left before they can win this, and a nice little salute as you go off the map to reset.
Yeah, Salty. I definitely want to highlight Salty here from Hour Zero, peeling for the supports almost every single time. I very rarely see Sluggo or Tensa starting to fall in these fights, so it's just mad props to the positioning coming out from the supports of Hour Zero as well as Salty.
And you can see Brooks completely obliterating Crimson before anything can get done on the Wrecking Ball. Chime will use the duplicate onto a Tracer to try and get this turned around for the side of attack mode, but it is overtime. They've got to have something positive here, but it's going the other way. Hour Zero in control. Rocket gets a kill onto Sluggo at the end, but it's one player too little. The Pulse Bomb puts a lot of damage onto the Wrecking Ball, forcing Crimson away. Chime coming back in, but it's not enough. Hour Zero just keeping control of this point, not giving it up. They will take a 1-0 lead.
My lord, I was talking about aggression earlier coming out from Hour Zero, but they were just unrelenting on their pushes, consistently finding these picks first off in the fight. DPS doing an incredible job of that, but the supports are constantly sticking with their DPS duos as well and receiving peeling from Salty and Vita applying so much pressure just in the front line alone. I mean, this aggression that's coming out from Hour Zero is just proving to be a little bit too much for attack mode to handle.
I guess at this point, it's like, okay, it's attack mode's opportunity to pick a map. What is it that you try to do here? We've seen, like, when Hour Zero wants to play meta, they can play it pretty darn well. I mean, they haven't had to up until this point. Different level of competition we're seeing definitely with attack mode on the other side, but even with that, it's a little bit difficult. Blizzard World seems to be the answer, though, Tangerine. So Blizzard World as the map choice, what does this give us as far as the other hybrid maps, as far as what you can do?
You know, I just am going to say here that I think that this just means that we're going to be seeing more Torbjorn come out from Rocket.
Probably.
Rocket was a huge fan of the Torbjorn coming out onto the last match that they ended up playing to get into the grand finals. They stuck with that Torbjorn for so long. So I'm thinking that they want to just try and stick to what they think they're the best at. And it's obviously that kind of Orisa, more bunkery kind of comp that comes down, and then they try to rein in the aggression coming out from Hour Zero, only to just push back in on them once Hour Zero have used all of their cooldowns to come in.
Yeah, we've seen too that Hour Zero Sluggo on the Zenyatta, super good. The orbs making a difference as far as the Discord orbs on taking targets down and taking them down quickly, especially in combination with the Echo that Brooks has been playing, where you get that focus, you get that half-life target, and then you focusing beam them down. We saw Crimson in particular was somebody that they target quite a bit when the Wrecking Ball was the choice for Crimson.
Yeah, Crimson was definitely being hard focused down quite a lot within that last map, and that was evident even by the last minefield that Crimson was putting out. It's so hard for Crimson to find a nice opening to actually lay down the minefield that they ended up laying it down on the entrance coming in to the main building on Night Market, and all of the mines just got congealed up in that top area because of the amount of pressure that Hour Zero were putting out on them. So if Hour Zero keeps keying into this aggression on the main tank of attack mode, this could keep going the way of Hour Zero.
And we're going to see Hour Zero on the defense here first, so they've swapped as far as who's red and who is who for this one, Tangerine. So defensively, I don't think it should be a surprise. They're not changing anything for Hour Zero.
Yeah, not surprised whatsoever from that. I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Salty and Vita have been doing wonders with this tank line. Sluggo finding these crazy Discord ores to be able to get off and just follow up damage with their DPS, who have just been unleashing on every single area of attack mode.
Yeah, let's talk about this tank line real fast for Hour Zero. It was the one area we didn't highlight the most, but they are also incredibly good on this team.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Vita specifically has just been creating so much space that Salty can just worry about protecting the supports, and that's exactly what they've been doing. They've been having Vita run through this front line, create all of this pressure, and take up all of this space for them. And meanwhile, Salty has just been peeling for their backline, making sure that they stay up, and the Discord focus continues to go off from there. It looks like, though, attack mode, in order to try and key in some of this aggression, are going to take the swiftest route to point possible with this comp.
And they're going to have My Crazy Cat on the backline. Brooks focusing beam double kill onto two players in Chime and onto Rocket, so they don't even get a chance for their DPS to do anything before they just get blown up.
My lord, that was quick. That was over within the blink of an eye. Vita just put in a pile drive down and everybody on the side of Hour Zero aggressing before attack mode could even get to point. And that's what attack mode wants to do with this comp. If they're not set up on point, it's going to be so hard for them to find a lot of value coming out from this Orisa and this Torbjorn. It's hard to run this comp on attack.
Well, they try the same thing, but blown up again is Chime, one of the first players to go down. Skyward will answer back onto My Crazy Cat. So you've evened the fight up into a 5v5. This might be the opportunity, but there's the res from Tenza in the middle of attack mode. The man is nuts.
That was a crazy res. Cannot believe that was able to come through. The pile drive does come through, though, to start to initiate yet another fight, Labosco.
Yeah, and it's starting to go again in favor of the defense. Brooks playing on a razor's edge, but is able to get healed back up. Oh, but Chime able to come through, get the kill. So now you don't have Brooks in this fight. This might be the best opportunity. Well, I say that, and the res was back up in time. I feel like Tenza just used it.
Tenza keeps getting away with these. How can this keep happening? The amount of ults that are on Hour 02 is keying into so much aggression, and a nice eat comes out on that high noon to start the fight.
Self-destruct thrown into a little room, and Salty will get pay dirt with that one. Gets himself a mech, gets himself a Torbjorn turret. Oh, yeah, and manages to kill Torb as well. So Hour Zero well in front on this one. And, I mean, what's the answer for attack mode at this point?
Well, as of right now, attack mode are running into 2 support ults from Hour Zero, so the answer for attack mode right now is just to try and bait out those support ultimates. They don't have a support ultimate of their own to be able to match it, so right now, the Supercharger might be able to get their ultimates back up as fast as possible, but if they want a shot at this, they either need to find an early pick on one of the supports, or they just need to last long enough to survive the onslaught that is going to come from both of these support ultimates as they take the same way that they've been approaching for the same past few fights.
Well, things are changing a little bit. Chime has gone over onto the Echo, so trying to answer Brooks's Echo, the Supercharger that they threw down already gone. Self-destruct thrown on will get finally to the point. They are on the point and able to maintain control. Like you said earlier, Tangerine, this is what they wanted to do. They finally get in a position to do it. Transcendence will keep up both of the supports, but there's not a whole lot left to keep this defense going for Hour Zero. Looks like they're going to have to regroup, but as I say that, My Crazy Cat gets a pulse bomb kill, keeping this a little bit close. They're holding off in that room on the left side near point to try and keep this going.
Yeah, only 2.5 ticks taken right now from attack mode. This is definitely still winnable for Hour Zero. As Brooks finds 2 picks seemingly out of nowhere. The reinitiation coming in from Hour Zero was absolutely incredible. This comp loves to thrive in the chaos, so when they're down a player, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to lose a fight. Just a second left on the clock. Attack mode is not going to get the touch for this last fight. And the full hold does come out from Hour Zero, only 84.4% taken from attack mode there.
They at least get 84.4%. It was looking really dismal up until that last attack that attack mode had. They finally were able to get a pick that would allow them to be in the position that you were talking about they wanted to be in, where they want to be on the point. But that's also not so good against what we saw Hour Zero doing, because what happens? They get caught in that cubby hole, and what was it, Vita, who's the one who's been playing the wrecking ball? Just throws the mines all there, and then they all get blown up by that, and the focusing beam from Brooks, who was back in the fight.
Yeah, honestly, I think that they just lacked an answer to those mines, because what ended up happening is attack mode. In order to start that attack, they wanted to make sure that the point was clear, so they throw down Ship's bomb into the backline, and then they also use Rocket's Torbjorn ultimate to kind of set up Molten Lava all over the point to make sure that attack mode was able to clear onto point. But because of that, Ship did not have a self-destruct, and they didn't have a Zenyatta to be able to clear the mines that went off onto point. So all of that space that attack mode took was just gained right back from Hour Zero, and they scrapped their way back into that fight. Wonderfully well done from Hour Zero, and it looks like they're going to be rolling out on the exact same comp that we saw them run on defense. It seems to be what I would consider to be the meta comp right now, Labosco.
Well, and now you have attack mode finally answering this too. They are going to fully mirror Hour Zero's composition. So now it's about execution and ability, and we are already seeing the execution of a team like Hour Zero, where 2 players go down before I can even finish the sentence about the fact that they're running the same composition. My crazy count on this Tracer has been huge, getting onto those backline targets.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. It doesn't look like Ship was there to be able to get the peel off. If Ship was there, maybe their Zen would have won, and maybe they would have had a better chance of winning this fight, but now they're going to be just storming back onto the point with stagger picks. But Hour Zero are finding the picks over attack mode. It doesn't seem like attack mode is as comfortable on this comp as Hour Zero is, and that's going to spell defeat for attack mode on Blizzard World.
It's in the blink of an eye, it's gone to 2-0. Tangerine.
Wow.
Hour Zero in control, 1 map away from being this Will English Invitational Championship winner.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking really, really, really good for Hour Zero right now. And something that I highlighted earlier, ooh, that's a nice volley coming out from Sluggo. But I digress. Something that I wanted to highlight, that I did highlight earlier, is Hour Zero's aggression is playing so much into their favor when they're running this Ball and Diva comp. They're creating the chaos that they need to be making. And individually, every single person from Hour Zero is stepping up right now, Labosco.
Oh, yeah. Without a doubt. Everybody is playing at a high level. Hour Zero showing why they are a team that people are going to be watching perhaps in 2021 with close eyes as far as the Tier 2 scene. But attack mode, they're not out of this yet. There's still an opportunity for them to come back. We kind of know what we're going to be getting from Hour Zero. The biggest question here for attack mode, how are they going to answer everything?
At this rate, I would just that's a hard question, Labosca.
Right, that was rhetorical. That was rhetorical, right? Because that's what they've got to do if they want to be able to stay in this. But we'll find out if they can do that here in just a moment. But we'll be back and see what happens in map number 3. We welcome you back here for the Will English Invitational Grand Finals time. It's a 2-0 lead for our Zero over attack mode. Labasco here along with Tangerine. And Tangerine, there's just a massive, massive drop of some subs that just happened.
Oh my lord, it was huge. Captain Jack donated 20 tier 1 subs, saying thank you, Will, for the spotlight you've shown on players, teams, production staff, and more by putting on this invitational. Consider this my donation to next time. Thank you so much for gifting those subs. It means a lot to the community, and we also, of course, want to thank Will for giving us a chance to be on this broadcast. I know for me personally, it has been absolutely wonderful to be able to work with everybody on this absolutely amazing production.
It's been a lot of fun here. I got to work this Saturday or Sunday, excuse me, I'm losing track of days apparently, but the last 2 games have been a lot of fun. Some crazy technical difficulties, and we still are able to get everything done in here. And our Zero showing off here in this grand finals game, off to a 2-0 lead. But attack mode, they still have an opportunity to try and say something about this one, Tangerine.
Yeah, and I mean, some of the comps that they have been running, they prefer to run this bunker style comp, and I think particularly on some of the next maps that they could be running, it could potentially become to be a little bit better for them. You know, they have the escort map. You can play a little bit more bunkery if you want on escort maps, and then assault maps right after that. So two game modes where you're definitely just a little bit more able to run kind of like that Orisa Torbjorn comp that attack mode really enjoy to run. But they have to do the reverse sweep right now if you are attack mode. The momentum needs to shift immediately if you want to have a shot at winning that prize pool.
Yep, and Dorado is the map that they're going to take us to try and change the fates that attack mode currently has, because if it continues with the trend we've seen, our Zero is going to dominate on this map. One thing we know for sure, Dorado, as far as the composition that we've seen from our Zero, where you have that Zenyatta, where you have the ball, the diva, the Tracer, and the Echo, like, this is a map where you can play this composition throughout. Like, this will definitely work here. And attack mode, even though they're on attack right now, they're not hiding anything. They're just straight up ready, and they're going to mirror this. They're going to fully mirror this, but our Zero is going to throw a little wrinkle at them, it looks like.
Yeah, this is definitely a little wrinkle, and this is something that we've been seeing actually a few times brought out by our Zero. Vita hasn't been on the Winston very often, but when Vita has been on the Winston, Vita has been incredibly mechanically talented, along with Salty being on this Zarya, protecting the backline as much as physically possible, is going to enable the DPS of our Zero to just run rampant just a little bit more. But we are running out of the gates right now here on Dorado. Just a few little bit of chips of poke damage coming out as we wait to see if attack mode are going to try and make a coordinated dive here.
Well, it's going to be a lot on the back of Chime, who's going to have that pocket Mercy too. So part of why you play that Mercy is to enable your Echo. And, well, Crimson starting off onto Vita. So Vita is going down early on in the fight. You're without that main tank, and you can kind of see they're playing spread out for the moment for our Zero. How they're going to answer now without that main tank, they're going to have to give up a lot of space.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to play around the comp that attack mode's running if you are Vita. I mean, the only real thing that you can dive is the stationary target of Zenyatta, but that's a dangerous dive target to have go through, and it looks like a pick just came out here to start up some of this fight.
Yeah, so just a huge from Chime. 2 kills pretty quickly. Goes down at the end over to Tenza, but they have created so much space for this cart. They're already pretty close to hitting the end. They do have to regroup, though, for the side of attack mode.
Yeah, regrouping they will definitely have to be doing. Just only a couple left here on the side of attack mode. Our Zero are coming up, though, on that Nano. If you get the Nano up onto the Winston, dive them right into the back line, see if they can get a pick off onto the Zenyatta that is Skyward, it could definitely turn into the favor of Hour Zero, and they could start running a pretty nasty defense if that comes off, and that's exactly what it looks like is going to happen.
And Vita going in, gets that elimination onto Skyward. Now you have the ult come through by Chime onto the Ana, trying to build up to a quick nano boost, keeping the Mercy alive, trying to keep these other players up, but it's not working out. Ship and Crimson both go down, so you've lost both of your tanks. You get the nano, but you don't even get an opportunity to use it, so that duplicate doesn't get the job done, and Attack Mode has to go back to square one.
Yeah, in theory, it was a good copy. In theory, I mean, you're down a healer, you need to have more healing, and you want to have that extra punch to see if you can get through the fight. Why not copy an Ana, try and get that nano boost, nano in, maybe your Diva, maybe your Tracer to try and get a backline pick of their own, but it doesn't end up paying out, and now Attack Mode are looking a little bit in the ult deficit here as Hour Zero are coming up on 5 ultimates. Attack Mode only have a tank ult and a support ult, and my Crazy Cat already falls though, so this is looking good for Attack Mode.
Yep, so you don't have that backline harass from My Crazy Cat. Brooks can try and get a little bit more aggressive to try and even things out. You can see that he's chasing the Diva, who's chasing one of the players on his team. Self-destruct thrown in the air. Brooks avoids it, but the res comes through, and Crimson is back in the fight. They've lost out on Skyward again, so they're losing out on their Discord orbs is the only problem. They've been trying to keep Skyward up on that backside, but it hasn't been working out. Brooks throws a self-destruct over the top, gets the kill onto Ship. And now, Attack Mode, they've got to regroup again, and they're down to one of their last fights already. They are not getting this comp to work the way we've seen it work for Hour Zero.
No, they're not. And quite frankly, Hour Zero are in the ultimate advantage right now. If Attack Mode don't get this push done, it's going to be so difficult to be able to even stay within this series. They need to try and get this point here. This is going to be so incredibly difficult for them to do, though, as the nano already goes off from Sluggo.
Well, now the ultimates start to fly. Chime will use the duplicate onto the Winston, dealing that damage in, but Skyward goes down early again with the Transcendence. They don't even get the chance to use the Trans. This Primal Rage in this duplicate form needs to be massive. My Crazy Cat, though, continues to wreak havoc on the back line of Attack Mode. There's only 1 second left. The card is slowly moving towards that point, but the defense of Hour Zero is what's winning the day and going to stop this card before it can push through. Players starting to come back. Doesn't even matter. Hour Zero, it is now their time to see if they can win themselves a grand finals and win the prize money over Attack Mode.
What an unfortunate situation for Attack Mode to be in right there, too. They were at an ultimate disadvantage, and the cart was so far up past that first point, but they just weren't able to squeeze out that first point cap. And because of that, Hour Zero were in such a good position with the comp that they have. You're running this Zarya Winston comp. It's so amazing. If you're just able to disturb the team on Attack Mode before they actually get off a coordinated push. So that was just what was happening the entire time. Vito was taking their patience, waiting for the dives, and then cleaving Attack Mode practically in half. Salty putting on the bubble, giving so much charge, and just beaming down everybody on Attack Mode, not to mention Brooks, My Crazy Cat, going absolutely insane. I mean, Hour Zero looks unstoppable, Labosco.
Yeah, they are definitely the cream of the crop in this tournament. They've only got to get to the golden box of victory in order to win this tournament. Hour Zero, they're showing us whatever. They're on offense. They don't have to show anything yet, but on defense, we're seeing Attack Mode stay with the composition that worked best for Hour Zero. They're going with the Tracer and the Echo again. We're seeing the Diva and the Wrecking Ball, and then the Zenyatta and the Mercy.
It's interesting, too, because it looks like, just from the eye test at least, that Attack Mode didn't look as comfortable on this comp coming right out the beginning. I'm surprised that they might not be trying to go for maybe a little bit more of a comfort pick, considering this is such a dire moment. They are going to be trying their best to run the middle. What?
No.
I mean, it will probably be rezzed, but now the res is down.
Right, res being down this early spells for disaster, especially with Crimson just trying to run away from Brooks, but Brooks is able to chase him down. So you have this advantage quickly created again by Hour Zero. Chime, though, is able to take Brooks out of the fight. So now you can start to even things back up. You don't have the res on the side of Hour Zero. Rocket needs to be effective here on the Tracer. Looking for that other Tracer on the other side, and My Crazy Cat has to recall here. Loses that recall advantage and will have to back away.
Yeah, honestly, I'm looking at Chime right now. Chime needs to find as much value as Brooks is getting right now. Brooks 60 is actually a little bit ahead on the ultimate, but Chime has been pocketed by a Mercy basically the entire time. It looks like right now Brooks did take down Neptune, and Brooks got taken down themselves, though.
So no more Echo. Well, Chime is still here. No more Echo for the side of attack mode. But for Hour Zero, the card hasn't moved yet. They're really worried about just clearing things off. Chime chasing Brooks down. Can't quite get to him. But again, going a little bit slower this time for Hour Zero. They're starting to build up the ultimate bank is the only thing, Tangerine.
Yeah, Hour Zero is definitely just waiting because they only need one fight. So you can just bank as much as you want and try your best to force attack mode to use as many ultimates as possible until they're out, and then you just overwhelm them with the ultimates. It's a sound strategy right now, but the pulse bomb from Rocket also misses. However, Chime does find a pick early on.
Yeah, did enough damage where Chime could finish it off, did that pulse bomb. So attack mode's still in a good position. They're about to get their duplicate ult. They've got ultimates up now too. So the ults are going to fly here in this next fight, that's for sure. Chime just trying to get somebody off and stagger them out. Backs away, but now just waiting for this prime opportunity. This is going to be the fight that probably determines a lot, especially if attack mode can win it. Throws those sticky bombs in, uses the duplicate, now wants to get aggressive on the Winston. Sticky bombs get hit onto him, though, has to be careful. Brigitta's in his face, quickly pops him out of the duplicate for him, so that first ultimate not getting any pater. Mines go down from Crimson to keep this cart from moving too fast. My Crazy Cat has the pulse bomb of their own, though. Brooks throws out a self-destruct of their own. Can't get anything with it, though, just yet. Throws another one out. Can't get this out. Oh, no, it does get a kill onto Chime. Brooks now with the focusing beam gets another kill. 2 players down. Rocket answers back, though, with the pulse bomb. A res comes in, gets Chime back in the fight, but there's the Graviton Surge grabbing players in from Salty. And that's going to be enough for the side of Hour Zero. Crimson can only stall it, have players come back in, but that's all it is a stall. Attack mode valiant with their effort here at the end, but it's not enough. Hour Zero wins this game and wins the grand finals of the Will English Invitational.
Wow, that was explosive coming out there from Hour Zero, going on so long in that last fight without getting a single pick, eventually just to turn it around from Brooks, and that is the person that I have to highlight on this Hour Zero team. Definitely a champion caliber tier player. That was absolutely wonderful coming out from Brooks, finding those opening picks so consistently within the fight without even having a mercy pocket. It was wonderfully well done from Brooks, and all of the rest of Hour Zero definitely well deserved.
Well, welcome back, and congratulations once again to Hour Zero in such dominant fashion, taking the finals 3-0. I'm a little bit disappointed because, like, this is the I tried to also set up this tournament. Like, I've kind of had hidden agendas, right, as I was doing this tournament, and I just wanted a grand finals that was not a 3-0 massacre, but it happened again, and that's okay. The Will English curse continues.
Yeah, that's the Overwatch curse. Overwatch is just notorious for having like dominant like one-side finals. It's very rare. It seems like in Overwatch for us to not have it, but Hour Zero, I mean, they deserve it. They were clearly the best team here. They showed it here in the grand finals, too, that they were the dominant team. They knew what they wanted to do as far as compositions, and nobody could match them.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, again, thank you both for carrying us through to the end of this tournament. And what like I said, it's been an amazing weekend. And I have to also I will admit right now that I'm trying to keep back from the verge of tears because this was a dream. It worked out almost perfectly. Everybody, like the competition, the matches, everything else. And I have to say, I think everyone that's been involved in this, especially, behind the scenes, Univath, just being a god and setting up this entire freaking thing. And, we got a good group, we got a good team, and, it's been a great tournament. But enough about me. I'm sure I've got another surprise for the broadcast team, and I'm sure that may not be an open secret, but here we go. I want to make a quick announcement at the end of the stream. So while we have everybody's attention, ladies and gentlemen, I am here to announce that we are going to be doing this again. We're going to have the World English Invitational 2. Now, it is a date of spring 2021. We have to figure out some other things. We definitely want to bring more teams and get involved. But again, the community response was so amazing, and this was such an amazing tournament, and everybody wants more, and everybody's already asking me, when's the next one? When's the next one? Well, I don't have to answer that question. Here it is on stream, and I'm guaranteeing that it will be spring 2021. We will try to do this before OWL starts up so we don't have the other issues, but I'm hoping to see everybody that was involved again. I'm hoping that we have some more teams, more action, and everything else. But what do you guys think? I mean, are you guys ready for another one?
Oh yeah, of course, definitely.
Always ready. Definitely ready for this. I mean, the first one, absolutely excellent. I really enjoyed casting it personally, and enjoyed being a part of it. So two's better than one in basically all cases, and this definitely counts.
Absolutely. Labasco, any final thoughts, man? I mean, like I said, you're late to the party here, but you've always been a part of this and supporting, like, what do you think?
Well, late to the party, fashionably late to the party, I guess you could call it. I don't know. Life is one of those weird things, but this was a fun Sunday. We had two teams. The fact that we're getting teams that are in the tier 2 scene interested in coming here is awesome, and maybe we'll get some more. We'll see how the tournament grows. I'm excited to see how much better Will English Invitational 1 to 2, when we compare them later on, goes. You know what I mean? So I think it's going to continue to grow and be a fun tournament to be a part of.
Absolutely. Like I said, I appreciate that, and I appreciate you guys' efforts and stuff like that. I really hope that every team that played this weekend, no matter where you placed, no matter how you came back, I welcome you all back to the next one whenever we set this thing up. But for now, we're going to have to say our goodbyes. Once again, congratulations to Hour Zero in first place, and Attack Mode in second place, and of course, our other team, the Weird Squad, in third. Everybody played their hearts out. Everybody had brought the competition to the bear, and I appreciate everything. Thank you to the Overwatch community for the response to this. You have no idea how much this means to me, and I definitely want to do you guys proud. So thank you. I'm going to say it to the blue in the face. If you have any problems or any issues with this thing, you even want to rant to me about something, please, I'm welcome to feedback. I'm welcome to open. This is about the community. This is not about me, and I appreciate the response and the generosity. And also a huge freaking shout out to the god himself, Captain Jack, for 20 gift subs inside the channel. You did not have to do that, bro. You did not have to do that, but you did it. And now I'm in virgin tears. So I want to end the broadcast. Thank you once again to everyone involved. Before I become a complete mess, thank you once again to Unibeth. Thank you to Great Root Bear, Toronto Ampliflight, all of the TL staff for Hart and Vith and everybody behind the scenes. I can't thank everybody enough. Thank you to Zoltan and my Blizzard for coming in on clutch. Thank you for the observers, everybody else. Nighty coming in clutch as well through it all. And thank you guys all sticking with me through the madness of this weekend. We will be back. We'll be back in the spring. But for now, I have to say goodnight before I become a complete mess. Thank you. Thank you so much.